I died as prime as the queen of song. After being reincarnated, I became a simple trainee and take revenge. Xiaoling opened her eyes, and the face of a stranger entered her vision. A girl donning a set of white dancing attire was looking down on her in a half-kneeling position. The girl was calling out to her anxiously, but it was only until some time later that Xiaoling barely managed to make out what she was conveying. Xingling, are you all right? Are you unwell? Xingling, who was Xingling? An unfamiliar name, an unfamiliar face in front of her, and an unfamiliar voice. Xiaoling was dazed. She was sure that she was not this so-called Xingling, much less acquainted with this girl in front of her, whose face was painted in worry. Her head was spinning. She thought she was dead. When the power was suddenly cut off from the stage, someone shoved her. Before she could react, she was falling off the high stage, landing on top of a cold, hard concrete barricade. Her head was punctured by a sharp steel bar upon impact. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. But what is this situation in front of her eyes? The girl was still shouting out to her, yet Xiaoling was no longer in the mood to listen. She turned her head to examine her surroundings. Under the gentle lighting, 7 to 8 good-looking girls were stretching, gracefully spinning and leaping or practicing dance steps under the instructions of a coach. This was a dance studio. Looking past the dancers, she saw her own reflection in the mirror. She was looking at a somewhat feeble girl, about 15 or 16 years of age, curled up at a corner of the room. She had soft and silky long hair, a clean and delicate face, and was wearing the same white dancewear as the others in the room. She was looking at a stranger. Certainly, this was not who she was before, Xiaoling, the diva of the music industry. Xiaoling was in shock. She recalled reading a few resurrection-themed novels that were trending online. Could it be that she had resurrected, reborn into the body of a stranger? What the? As she was coming into terms with this bizarre occurrence, the girl that was earlier by her side pulled someone over. She worriedly said, "Coach, quick, come over and look at Xingling. She hasn't said a word after waking up. Is there something wrong with her?" Ha, what could possibly be wrong with her? The man, whom she addressed as Coach, looked at Xiaoling in disdain. Yi Xingling, pretending to be dizzy again. I'm not falling for it. Get up and continue your dance practice. At Ski Art Entertainment we have no lack of trainees. We are nearing the end of month examinations. If you end up in the last place again, you will definitely be expelled. Oh, so Yi Xingling is my name now. Xiaoling thought. Wait, that is not the point. The point is, this Yi Xingling is a trainee of Ski Art Entertainment. Xiaoling had heard of this reputable company. It might not be as renowned as Imperial Entertainment, the company she worked for in her previous life, but it was still considered a first-tier establishment in the entertainment industry. Ski Art Entertainment, like many other companies in the entertainment industry, would invest in grooming trainees, subjecting them to strict training sessions, examinations, and eliminations. Only the lucky ones left would debut as artistes. And now, Xiaoling was one of these trainees. How long ago was the last time she was a trainee? Xiaoling felt a little bitter. A slight wave of pain surged through her head, which made her memories somewhat fuzzy. She still remembered the bright summer day years ago, the transparent full-length windows in Imperial Entertainment's dance studio, the rays of sunlight mixed in with the scent of flowers, and the man who always smiled warmly and doted on her. Xingling, are you all right? The worried voice of a girl pulled Xiaoling back to reality. Tilting her head, she saw the face of the same girl who was by her side previously. She was staring at her without blinking, her face fraught with concern and worry. Luo. Unknowingly, the girl's name came into Xiaoling's mind. Soon after, memories shared between Luo and Yi Xingling slowly flowed into her mind. However, before she could sort these memories out, Luo said with a crystal clear voice, "Xingling, are you feeling better? Say something, don't scare me." She rubbed her temple to ease her slight headache, saying, "I'm all right, Luo. Thank you. As long as you are fine." Luo grinned happily. She immediately ran to a water dispenser nearby, filled a paper cup with water, and passed it to Xiaoling. "Come, have some water. Don't overdo your dance practice next time. I know you were not pretending. You almost shocked me to death when you fainted just now." Her unguarded concern was unsettling for Xiaoling. In her past life, there was a person who was this innocent and unguarded in front of Xiaoling as well. That person was her younger sister, Xia Yu. Xiaoling had doted on her as if she was a precious treasure. She gave her all her trust and care, but in the end, she was completely betrayed. She did not want to experience such a situation again. Thus, she quietly distanced herself from Luo. "I will be fine after some rest. Go practice your dance first." Luo, however, stubbornly shook her head, and sternly said, "You have to take care of your body. This is the third time you've fainted this month. I know you want to pass the examination but..." She bit her lips, hesitant to continue. Xiaoling smiled. She knew what Luo was getting at. The original owner of this body, Yi Xingling, had been in the bottom in the examinations 2 months in a row. If Yi Xingling did not improve her ranking this time, she could only pack her bags and leave. That was why Yi Xingling was so desperate, practicing till she fainted time after time, making Luo this worried. The owner of this body probably died of exhaustion. Xiaoling lamented. What would Luo think when she realized that she was not Yi Xingling, the owner of the body? Yet, the examinations that Yi Xingling was struggling with was a piece of cake for her. The time from her death to resurrection was akin to a long nap. The soulful dance moves she previously owned was ingrained in her memory. In her past life, she had used them to charm the world. Using them to pass a trainee's examination in this life would be a breeze. Gazing at Luo's pained expression, she gave a relaxed smile. Luo, don't worry, I know my limits. I won't dance till I faint anymore. I think I managed to grasp some of the key techniques. This time, I will show an improvement in the examination. Really, really. Luo's worried expression lifted, as she beamed and said, then you have a good rest. I'll go practice my dance. Xiaoling watched as Luo joined the dance practice with the others, breathing a sigh of relief. Speaking to someone this innocent reminded her of her good sister, Xia Yu. And also, the memories of that man. Those memories were scars forever etched in her heart. She shook her head, clearing her mind of those painful memories. Sorting the memories of Yi Xingling in her mind was of utmost importance now. Without further ado, she quietly got up and walked towards the exit. No one stopped her from leaving. All the trainees were focused on their own dancing. Once in a while, one or two would notice her. Yet they would either choose to ignore her or glanced at her in contempt. A failure fated for elimination, who would want to even spare her the slightest sliver of concern other than innocent Luo? Xiaoling couldn't care less about their attitude. The ups and downs she experienced in her previous life had made her accustomed to the harsh realities of human relationships. This little disdain from the trainees was too insignificant to faze her. She searched for a secluded spot where she sat down and started sorting through everything related to Yi Xingling in her mind. Sifting through Yi Xingling's memories, Xiaoling learned that Yi Xingling was 16 years old and was born into a normal working family. She had a father, a stepmother and a half-sister, Yi Xingfei. A year ago, Yi Xingfei pulled Yi Xingling along to participate in a Ski Art Entertainment's trainee audition. Fortunately, both of them were successful in their auditions and were selected as trainees. Ski Art Entertainment signed them on and planned for the sisters to debut as a duo. However, little did they know that the day they signed the contract, tragedy struck. Yi Xingfei was involved in an accident with a truck that lost control, which left her in a vegetative state. Seeing the plan to debut the sister duo foiled, Ski Art Entertainment wanted to terminate the contract with Yi Xingling. After all, in their eyes, Yi Xingling was only of average talent. The one who really had potential was Yi Xingfei, now a patient in a vegetative state. The person responsible for the termination of the negotiations was the general manager of Ski Art Entertainment's trainee center, Tan Ying. He was considered a big name in the entertainment industry, having previously discovered and groomed several A-list artists. He was known to have a good eye for talent and was astute in his criticism. If he claimed that one had no future, then surely that person would not succeed in the industry. But Yi Xingling was not willing to terminate her contract then. She had a close relationship with her sister, and she desperately needed cash to pay for her sister's exorbitant treatment fees. Hence, kneeling and begging in front of Tan Ying, she pleaded the company for a loan and vowed to work doubly hard to achieve the best results and repay the company. Xiaoling had to admit, Yi Xingling was a person with great determination. She was able to convince Tan Ying, who was known to have a heart of stone in the industry, to give her a chance. The company paid her a large sum of money in advance, of which she needed to repay upon debuting along with interest. However, if she were to be eliminated before debuting, she would then have to clear her debt within the year, otherwise. Xiaoling narrowed her eyes, feeling sympathy for Yi Xingling. In her previous life, she had heard of certain rumors about Ski Art Entertainment. It was said that the company was owned by the Li family, a family associated with the underworld. Other than grooming their artistes, the entertainment company also allegedly meddled in some underworld businesses. If one were to offend a company with such a shady background. Fine, perhaps she should not sympathize with Yi Xingling. Yi Xingling was gone for good and would not have to worry about these things anymore. All her problems were now Xiaoling's. If it were up to her, Xiaoling would not have stepped into the entertainment industry again in this life. She had already stood at the pinnacle of fame in her past life, receiving and enjoying the most enthusiastic support from fans, and experienced the most sinister of schemes as well. She could not think of anything that would attract her about the entertainment industry anymore. Moreover, the industry reminded her of everything about that man. Pain churned in her heart, as she tried to suppress her memories of that man. If it were possible, Xiaoling wished that Yi Xingling could be officially eliminated during her trainee stages and live a normal life. However, due to the massive debt that Yi Xingling had racked up, this was but wishful thinking. Xiaoling had no idea how to repay the debt because she knew nothing else except for singing. Therefore, not only could she not leave, but she had to stay and debut successfully. Xiaoling sighed deeply and forced a smile. The heavens must be playing a joke on her. The sum Yi Xingling owed to the company, while said to be a massive loan, was in actual fact only a few $1,000,000. In her previous life, anything Xiaoling bought would easily be around this amount. However, this time she was stumped. She had no choice but to continue working and suffer in this bizarre entertainment industry. In the persona of a mere subpar trainee on the brink of elimination no less. Xiaoling was gradually getting used to her new identity. The days spent in Ski Art Entertainment were uneventful. Every day was a standard routine. She would wake up at the same time, practice her singing and dancing, and then wash up before heading to bed. Perhaps for some, 12 hours a day of intensive practice was grilling. However, after experiencing all the backstabbing and despair in her past life, a simple life was like heaven to Xiaoling. Day after day of practicing and familiarizing with her new body, Xiaoling was delighted to find out that this body was unexpectedly flexible. This was an innate talent, yet the previous owner of the body was unable to use it to its full potential. Otherwise, she would not be inferior to anyone in the industry after debut, let alone succeeding during this trainee period. Even her vocal abilities were exquisite. Underneath the seemingly normal vocals, she had a hidden uniqueness that was one of a kind. Xiaoling was elated with her discoveries. She might have been disappointed by the entertainment industry, but her passion for singing and dancing were ingrained in her bones. She must have been pitied by the gods to be able to be reborn in such a body. As she familiarized herself with her new body, coaches in every department were shocked to find that the hopeless student Yi Xingling had improved tremendously after a week. She was able to perform an entire routine without any error. A handful of coaches praised her. These praises attracted the jealousy of the trainees in the same class. In their impression, Yi Xingling was a good-for-nothing trainee, existing to rank last in the examinations and to highlight the talents and elegance of others. Now, it was certainly a disappointment that the good-for-nothing trainee had improved. Xiaoling planned the speed of her improvements with caution. The pace of improvement was quick, but not excessive. After all, it would definitely be inconceivable that a trainee on the verge of elimination could rise up to be as skillful as a diva. Even Luo Luo, who was always sticking by her side, had not realized any abnormalities. Luo Luo ran and hopped towards Xiaoling, grabbing onto her elbow affectionately. She looked up at Xiaoling with an innocent smile and asked, Xingling, Xingling. Shall we go for a meal together? Xiaoling controlled the urge to massage her temples. Luo Luo had been pestering her in the past few days. This innocent, energetic girl was sticking to her harder than a chewing gum. No matter how much Xiaoling tried, she could not seem to get rid of her. Well, they were not best friends for nothing. Everything started 3 months ago. Back then, Luo Luo arrived at the training camp after passing her auditions. As she was still unfamiliar with everything, there was one time she went into the wrong classroom and missed important pointers from the coach. In the training camp everyone was a competitor, thus no one was willing to help Luo Luo other than Yi Xingling. Her results might be terrible, but she still tried her best to transmit all the information she could remember to Luo Luo. From then on, Luo Luo saw Yi Xingling as her good friend. However, the Xiaoling now did not need any friends. Opening your heart to and growing too close to another person was the dumbest thing to do in this world. Be it kinship, friendship, or love. Handsome yet cold, the godlike memories of that man emerged yet again. Each scene of them together fleeted across her mind. Suddenly, she felt her heart writhing in pain. Pei Zihang, she muttered under her breath. What did you say? Luo Luo glanced over to her curiously. Hurry, if we get to the canteen late, there won't be anything delicious left for us. Xingling, hurry up, today's menu is your favorite codfish and lettuce. She rushed her with a smile. Xiaoling was stunned back to her senses and followed Luo Luo towards the direction of the canteen. It was lunchtime. Everyone from the company was heading in the same direction. Xiaoling and Luo Luo chatted as they walked. Well, it was mainly Luo Luo doing the talking and Xiaoling listening to her in silence. Did you know? Luo Luo walked with a spring in her step, her short hair bouncing along, looking as adorable as a bunny. This upcoming end-of-month examination isn't your usual examination. I heard that Shen Manyao will be coming to select dancers for her new MV. Oh, Xiaoling responded nonchalantly, uninterested in the conversation. Luo Luo suddenly pressed. Xingling, did you hear me? It's Shen Manyao, Shen Manyao. She's an actual star, not like us trainees who haven't debuted. If we can be selected to participate in her MV's dance troupe, it would be such a good opportunity. It's an actual MV shooting and not just practice. So, Luo Luo stared at her as if she was staring at a monster. Xingling, why is your reaction so lukewarm? Aren't you excited at all? What was there to be excited about? It took her some time to even figure out who this Shen Manyao was. In her previous life, she did not have wide connections. With the big boss of Imperial Entertainment, Pei Zihang, showering her with adoration, coupled with the protection of the internationally renowned first-rate manager Chu Chen, Xiaoling could be described as arrogant and domineering and paid no one any attention. Back then, she would not even care to spend an ounce of energy to remember a small star of a different class. The only reason she even remembered Shen Manyao at all was because Shen Manyao had once offended her. Back then, Pei Zihang doted on her excessively. Sometimes, Xiaoling would willfully lose her temper and argue with him. That day, after a heated argument with Pei Zihang, she threw a tantrum in her makeup room, causing a delay. Resultantly, the recording had already started for some time by the time she strutted into the studio, with several staff members holding up the train of her exquisite, delicate gown, after the makeup artiste managed to complete her job. As she walked in, she saw her seat taken by another lady with thick makeup on, chatting happily along with the host and 2 guests. Her nameplate was carelessly thrown to one side. She immediately felt angry. The director fearfully laughed as he apologized. Miss Xiaoling, I thought you weren't coming for the shooting anymore. It wouldn't look nice for the best spot to be left empty, so. Xiaoling ignored the director, beelined towards the lady in her seat and said, get out. That lady was wearing a sexy red mesh top and remained seated in a seductive manner. She played with her fingernails and looked up at Xiaoling from the corner of her dramatically painted eyes. Oh, it's a famous star, Xiaoling. Tisk tisk, everyone thought you weren't gonna come today. Let me give you a piece of advice, this isn't how you play the big shot. Everyone skipped out on their meals only to wait for you. Don't you have any shame? Luckily I was here to help out, otherwise, the show would be in trouble. Shen Manyao openly mocked Xiaoling, giving no regard to the sideways glances and warning signals that the director and hosts were giving her. The Xiaoling then was at the pinnacle of her career, when was she disregarded like this before? All she felt was that her lungs were on the verge of explosion. She raised her voice. Who are you to talk to me like that? Get out of my way. Shen Manyao jumped up like a frazzled cat. You dare scold me? Her blood-red nails almost scratched Xiaoling's face. Who are you to scold me? You're just a toy to warm up Pei Zihang's bed. Don't think you're someone with him backing your career. You just sang a few lousy songs and. She continued her rampage of ridicule, but Xiaoling could not remember the rest of it clearly. In any case, those words were not pleasing to the ears. That day, it was Xiaoling's manager, Chu Chen, who sent a bodyguard to half-pull, half-drag Shen Manyao out of the studio. Chu Chen also pulled measures that Xiaoling could not fathom, such that Shen Manyao appeared on Xiaoling's doorstep a few days later, pleading for her forgiveness. Thinking back, her fame had got into her head back then. She was pampered by Pei Zihang to the extent that she became overbearing and unreasonable. It was only later that she had a falling out with Pei Zihang. As a result, she was blacklisted and put under house arrest in that huge bungalow. Xia Yu once came for a visit and sneered. Sis, did you think that you were really something? Did you really think people in the industry respected you? Did you know that they all hated you for a long time, but who would hit the dog of a powerful owner? Without Zihang you're nothing. Nothing at all. Xia Yu had brought her various recordings of artistes, directors, producers, and reporters who discussed her during several parties that they attended. All of them, including some with whom Xiaoling thought she had a good relationship with, gloated over her misfortune, saying that Xiaoling finally got her retribution, and it was such a huge relief that she was blacklisted, even better if she had no chance of coming back at all. At that moment, she finally realized how much of a failure she was. Xiaoling slowly returned to her senses as Luo Luo continued with her enigmatic, incessant chatter. She noticed that the short-haired Luo Luo was unusually excited, and to calm her down, she said, "Okay, Luo Luo, even if Shen Manyao is picking people for her MV, she wouldn't necessarily pick us. You needn't be too excited, just act normally and do what you have to do." Luo Luo gave a start, shocked that Xiaoling was completely uninterested. She agitatedly reiterated to Xiaoling, gesturing with her arms. "There are 12 spots up for grabs this time. The number of trainees in this camp is less than 100. The probability of being selected is so high. Aren't you interested at all, Xingling? I am hyped to death." Xiaoling shook her head. What was there to be hyped about? She wasn't even as phased when receiving global awards in the past. Luo Luo started to get a little irritated. I know, my basic foundation might be a little weak. Even if the coaches say that I have potential, but I've only been here for 3 months, I haven't even mastered many of the basic skills. There's no way I can compete with the seniors. She paused before continuing, but Xingling, you've been training for more than a year already. Even if before you were, she scratched her head, thinking of a more tactful way to put it. Even if your condition was a little off, but your improvements of late have been really tremendous, right? Even the coaches praised you for your slick moves. Her eyes sparkled as she said, so if you don't try how would you know? If you pick a dance style that Shen Manyao likes during the examination, you might get lucky and be chosen. Get lucky. Xiaoling had to control herself from throwing Luo Luo out of the room. What a joke, since when did she depend on luck to get chosen for a position? Oh right, in her past life she had big boss Pei Zihang supporting her, but even then she still had to have talent, so that she could be put on a pedestal. She did not want to brag, but when she was at Imperial Entertainment, whether it was diligence, talent, or skills, if she were to claim to be second, nobody would dare claim the top spot. Luo Luo, don't ever think about depending solely on luck. She could not help but reply sternly. Why are you being so serious? Luo Luo pouted, feeling a little wronged. Xiaoling sighed, looking into Luo Luo's innocent face, and said in a kinder voice, luck can only help you for a little while, it will not help you for life. If you look at the entertainment circle, people come and go. Didn't you realize that all those who remain popular for a long time all have one or two key talents? None of them rely on pure luck. Luo Luo, the competition in this circle is intense, there are new idols appearing in the scene every day. Older idols lose relevance and look at how many there are that are simply one-time wonders. I don't want you to be the same. Luo Luo was slightly taken aback. She corrected her nonchalant attitude and lowered her head as she pondered. Xiaoling glanced at her. Yes, she seems teachable. Since the reincarnation, Xiaoling did not want to be involved with too many people. However, Luo Luo's kindness and care in this period gave her the feeling that she was indebted to her. Perhaps if she were to give Luo Luo some pointers, that could be a form of repayment. Of course, this repayment would need Luo Luo to be receptive as well. Xiaoling was not Mother Teresa, she did not have the habit of worrying for others. She would not repeat the same words twice. After a while, Luo Luo seemed to have understood. She nodded determinedly, raised her head, and gave Xiaoling a smile that was brighter than before. Xingling, I understand. Don't worry, I will make sure to practice hard and not cut corners. As she spoke, Luo Luo ran over and gave Xingling a hug. You still treat me the best. No one else would bother to say so much to me. Xiaoling looked on, confounded. As she surveyed the sight of Luo Luo hanging over her body, she reflected, should I be colder towards Luo Luo? Days passed quickly in the usual hustle and bustle. Finally, it was the day of the end-of-month examinations. In the recent days, Xiaoling had been improving quietly, and her dancing had improved really fast. Luo Luo was no longer worried that she would be in the last place, and instead was feeling ambitious. She hoped with all her heart that Xiaoling would be chosen. However, Xiaoling had no interest at all. She had no good feelings for Shen Manyao. Even if she was arrogant in her past life, how could it justify having a second-rate star like Shen Manyao criticizing her? If word of that were to ever get out, just a spit from each of Xiaoling's fans would be sufficient to drown Shen Manyao. What was wrong with Shen Manyao to think that criticizing her was a good idea? A bimbo like Shen Manyao, what kind of MV would she be able to produce? No matter how desolate Xiaoling was, she would never film a lousy production. The trainees in the large hall gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the selections. Xiaoling found a corner where she stood alone, feeling slightly irritated. Suddenly, she heard a jubilant voice calling from a distance and coming nearer. Xingling, Xingling, you're here, I was looking all over for you. A shadow in light pink darted toward her and enveloped her in a hug. The familiar fragrance of calendula soap wafted into her nose, and without looking, Xiaoling knew it was Luo Luo. Luo Luo, she sighed, extracting herself from Luo Luo's octopus-like grip. Why are you looking for me? Luo Luo waved the sealed paper slip that she was holding. The coaches were calling out for us to draw lots at the front. I collected it for you already. As she spoke, she stuffed a paper slip into Xiaoling's hands. Xiaoling opened the sealed end of the paper slip and saw that there was a single number printed within, 68. Oh, you're number 68. What a pity, we're not in the same group, said Luo Luo with disappointment. Seeing the look of confusion on Xiaoling's face, Luo Luo explained. The coaches announced earlier that there will be randomized groupings for this examination. The 72 trainees will draw lots in turn with 6 forming a group. Number 1 to 6 will be the first group, 7 to 12 the second group, and so on and so forth. Her face dropped as she continued, I'm number 57, so I'm definitely not together with you. You're in the last group. I'm not sure if Shen Manniao will be feeling tired out by then and whether she will be watching your examination properly. Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. She would thank the heavens if Shen Manniao did not watch her examination properly. What's more, she would not have to bear with the noise from this child during the examination. That would be wonderful. She could not help but pity those in the same group as Luo Luo. With a smile, Xiaoling patted Luo Luo on the top of her head and said, it's okay. Break a leg. Looking up like a little bunny, Luo Luo nodded resolutely. I will. She gave 2 hops on the same spot and added, Xingling, you do well too. You have to be picked by Shen Manniao. Xiaoling's face darkened. After much hullabaloo, Shen Manniao finally arrived. The examination commenced. One at a time, each team of trainees walked into the examination room nervously, coming out nervously as well and carefully trying to tease out how their fellow trainees did. Every time someone asked them how they did, they would intentionally reply with something along the lines of, I did not do well, I probably will not get chosen. Yet, the anticipation in their voices was apparent. Luo Luo started to get affected by the atmosphere. She was so nervous that her hand holding Xiaoling's was shaking. Even though she had said she had little experience and a weak foundation, as well as lacked the courage to dream of being picked by Shen Manniao, which trainee in the training camp did not want to be part of the MV filming this time. Oh, except for Xiaoling. Xiaoling did not want to bother about her initially, but Luo Luo, even while looking like a cute little girl, had quite a strong grip and was gripping Xiaoling till her wrist was hurting. Xiaoling eventually gave in and said, relax, let me teach you some breathing techniques. Being active in the entertainment industry, you would definitely have instances where your emotions were unstable. In these instances, every artiste would have their own way of alleviating their emotions. In her past life, Xiaoling discovered several effective and efficient ways. The most simple and widely applicable was through breathing techniques. Luo Luo learned very quickly. Without Xiaoling having to repeat herself, Luo Luo had already learned the breathing technique. After trying for a little while, Luo Luo indeed started to feel less nervous. She raised her head and smiled, saying, Xingling, you are so great. Xiaoling did not know what to say as she extracted her smarting wrist from Luo Luo's hand. Group after group of trainees entered the room, and soon it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo Luo diligently remembered the breathing technique that Xiaoling had just taught her, looking relaxed as she stood in line with the rest of her group in front of the examination room. The rest of the trainees were so nervous that they did not know where to put their hands and feet, making Luo Luo look composed in comparison. Indeed a child with huge potential. Xiaoling watched as she entered the room before resting her head on the corner of the wall and closed her eyes for a little rest. After some time, she felt a weight on her body. An unknown object had pounced on her again. Opening her eyes, she discovered that it was none other than Luo Luo. You're done with the examination? Asked Xiaoling. Yes. Luo Luo was full of gusto. Xingling, I think I did really well this time. All credit to the breathing technique you taught me. I have to tell you, you didn't see how stiff some of the others were. They completely forgot how to dance after seeing Shen Manniao, let alone perform to their usual standards. I would have been the same if not for you, Xingling. As she spoke, she rubbed the top of her head affectionately against the nape of Xiaoling's neck. Xiaoling felt a headache coming on. This child, was she born in the year of the dog? She was saved by the voice of the coach calling out. Number 67, Zhou Yu, number 68, Yi Xingling. I should go in now. She hurriedly pulled Luo Luo off herself and then ran toward the examination room as if she were escaping. Xingling, I'll wait for you, Luo Luo happily waved to her. You have to do well. She tried her best to ignore Luo Luo's voice, standing in line with the other 5 in her group in front of the examination room. Everyone in this team had great body proportions and were visually appealing, but some were clearly trying to hide their nervousness. Everyone was sizing each other up as if they were trying to evaluate each other's competitiveness and threat. As they saw Xiaoling coming over, several of them gave looks of disdain. Who did not recognize her? Yi Xingling had been in the training camp for more than a year and many people had heard of what a failure she was. So what if she had improved? The fact that they thought she was no match at all was apparent in their eyes. If it were Xiaoling in her past life, she would have made them pay for this insult. However, now she neither had interest in being selected for Shen Manniao's MV nor did she want to kick up a fuss. As such, she did not lose her temper at their underestimation of her, and just treated them as if they were transparent. They sized her up for a while, lost interest, and then shifted their gazes elsewhere. As the doors of the examination room opened slowly, Xiaoling followed the rest of the group into the room. It was a wide and brightly lit room with a long, thick wooden table at one end. Xiaoling recognized Shen Manniao immediately. That woman was in thick makeup as usual, dressed in a red low-cut top with her cleavage in clear sight. Shen Manyao was unabashedly leaning toward the guy sitting to her side, but seemed to be somewhat conscious and did not dare to be too excessive. Shen Manyao did not seem to want to spare even a sideward glance to the group of trainees that just entered the room. Xiaoling was slightly surprised after noticing that Shen Manyao was not seated at the main seat in the center of the long table. Instead, the main seat was occupied by a man that Xiaoling had never seen before. Dressed in a simple white shirt and wearing platinum-rimmed glasses, he had not a single extra accessory in his entire outfit except for a watch on his wrist, a rare Patek Philippe collector version. It suited him. He had a clean cut, strong charisma. Xiaoling looked him up and down briefly before turning away. Shen Manyao was unabashedly trying to charm him. Do you have time later at night to have dinner together? I know a pretty good French restaurant. That man slightly turned his head to look at the man on his other side, ignoring Shen Manyao completely. Xiaoling recognized the other man, the general manager of the training camp, Tan Ying. Who was this big shot that could make Tan Ying play second fiddle? Tan Ying, understanding the hidden meaning behind his gaze, said with a tinge of a smile in his voice, "We are commencing the examination now. You six, introduce yourselves first." As he spoke, he gestured to the six of them beneath the stage with the fountain pen in his hand. Shen Manyao had no choice but to stop talking. Trainee number 67, who was beside Xiaoling, stepped forward. Good morning examiners, I am number 67, Zhou Yu. I entered Ski Art Entertainment last year. My interests are. Next, Tan Ying interrupted him abruptly. Zhou Yu was taken aback, and then hurriedly stepped back. Xiaoling did not have to turn her head to be able to sense his panic. She secretly shook her head. Sometimes, being too keen to impress could have the opposite effect. This was only a small examination, the self-introduction section was just a test of the politeness and elegance of the trainees. Who would be interested to hear a small fry tell his life story? She stepped forward as she was thinking, and then introduced herself. Second year, Class C, Yi Xingling. A short and sweet introduction. Easy for Tan Ying, and easy for herself. Tan Ying took a second look at Xiaoling before indicating for the next person to continue. The next trainee was not as succinct as Xiaoling, but learned from Zhou Yu's mistake and kept it relatively short. An expression of satisfaction came across Tan Ying's face, and the next trainees immediately followed suit. As a result, the self-introduction segment was completed smoothly. Next up was a standard dance segment. Standard dance referred to the different foundation dance songs that were used in the training camp on a regular basis. The examiners would randomly pick a song to test the trainees' foundational abilities. Given that they were picking trainees to appear in Shen Manyao's MV, Xiaoling thought that the standard dance style would be more toward Shen Manyao's flamboyant style. However, the song that Tan Ying picked was unexpected. It was a slow practice dance song. Xiaoling glanced at Shen Manyao and saw that she was completely disinterested, her eyes still glued on the man seated next to her. She had no spare capacity to care about anything else happening in the examination room. The man in the main seat placed a hand under his chin, looking on indifferently, allowing Tan Ying to call the shots. The music slowly started playing. Xiaoling followed everyone as they started to dance, focusing on making sure she would not stand out. This was similar to asking a Taekwondo black belt holder to pretend that he cannot fight, and yet not be too obviously bad, such that nobody would be able to tell. Executing this was terribly awkward. Even though it was a little narcissistic to think like that, at this moment, Xiaoling was immensely grateful to Tan Ying for choosing a slow song. If he had chosen a difficult piece in the flamboyant style, which was Xiaoling's forte, pretending to be mediocre would be even more tortuous. As her mind started to wander, the standard dance segment ended. Xiaoling was satisfied with her performance as she saw several of the trainees give her looks of contempt. Very good, in the next freestyle dance segment she just needed to keep it together and victory would be hers. Each trainee was given 5 minutes for their freestyle dance. There would be no accompaniment music, thus the trainee would have the freedom to show whatever they wanted. Typically, trainees would use this segment to present the dance they were most confident in, as it was the best time to show the examiners their talent. As expected, an atmosphere of excitement started brewing once Tan Ying announced the start of the freestyle dance segment. The trainees who were feeling unhappy that they did not flaunt their skills in the standard dance segment immediately took their places and focused on showing the best of what they had prepared. Xiaoling remained unaffected, continuing to mind her own business and dance with her mediocre dance steps. She had choreographed these moves with careful calculations. As long as she made no mistakes, given Ski Art Entertainment's end-of-month examination grading rubric, she would not rank bottom. With regards to Shen Manyao's MV selection, she would definitely not be selected. Passing the examination and failing in the selection for the MV would be the perfect scenario. As Xiaoling completed her dance with satisfaction, she raised her head only to see the man sitting in the main seat looking at her. Behind the thin spectacle glasses, she could not make out his expression. Very quickly he shifted his gaze, used his finger to push up his glasses, and turned to say something to Tan Ying in a low voice. Tan Ying nodded, stood up and announced the end of the examination. Xiaoling was uncertain. What did that man tell Tan Ying? Did he say something about her, or did he simply ask to announce the end of the examination? That cold, distant glance made Xiaoling feel mildly uneasy. On the other hand, maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Xiaoling was of the view that she had danced as mediocre as it could possibly get. If she could be selected just like that, Ski Art Entertainment should just close down. Or maybe, that man was expressing his disdain of her to Tan Ying. As she thought more about it, this latter explanation seemed more likely. She immediately felt relieved. As Xiaoling followed the last group of trainees out of the room, she had only taken a few steps before spotting Luo Luo, who had been waiting in the large hall for a long time. Luo Luo jumped up and got ready to pounce on Xiaoling, but Xiaoling was prepared this time. She sidestepped and the small shadow of pink missed its mark. Xingling, Luo Luo blinked her puppy dog eyes at Xiaoling, her voice laced with a slight disappointment. Xiaoling was unmoved and simply received the bottle of mineral water that Luo Luo handed over. Let's go back to the dorms and have a shower before going for food. Luo Luo did not raise any objections and walked with a spring in her steps alongside Xiaoling. This kid had boundless energy and could not sit still. Xingling, how did you do? Any chance of being selected? You know everyone has been saying how lucky Shen Manniao is, the MV that she is going to film this time is. Stop, Xiaoling felt her head throbbing. She stopped walking and looked at Luo Luo. I did really badly, there's no chance that I will be selected. Luo Luo immediately stopped talking, disappointment written all over her little face. She scratched her head and attempted to console Xiaoling. It's okay, Xingling, it's alright even if you don't get selected. There will be many chances, you don't have to be too sad. Oh my god, Xiaoling was anything but sad. Xiaoling looked on at this exasperating kid, wishing that she could wrap Luo Luo up and throw her 108,000 miles away. Controlling herself, Xiaoling weakly squeezed out. I have never liked Shen Manniao. I don't want to film her MV. PFF'd, a light laugh sounded. Who's that? Xiaoling turned alertly and saw that behind her was a tall plant, about half the height of a normal person, with a thick foliage of leaves. Behind the plant was a quiet rest corner with a man relaxing on the wide, real leather sofa. He was wearing a well-fitted white shirt, platinum-rimmed glasses, and a Patek Philippe on his left wrist. This was the man that was sitting in the main seat in the examination. He picked up the coffee cup that was on the glass coffee table and signaled a toast to Xiaoling from afar. Behind his glasses, his eyes were clearly filled with amusement. Xiaoling and his eyes met for a moment, before she turned away, her face void of expression. She said a single word to Luo Luo. Go. Luo Luo followed behind her in confusion. Xingling, was he not that? Whoever he is, it has nothing to do with me. After dying once, it seems that all her curiosity had died with her. Now, she just wanted to live life uneventfully. Big shots that cannot be read, it would be better to be as far away from them as possible. Unfortunately, things did not progress as Xiaoling hoped. When they released the selection list for the MV filming, her name was top of the list. Xiaoling gaped in astonishment together with everybody else in the training camp, with the exception of Luo Luo who was busy being happy for her. Some suspected that it was unfair selection through behind-the-scenes means, and kicked up a fuss in Tan Ying's office. Tan Ying simply threw them a single sentence. Wei Xiaoyan personally picked her. If you want to kick up a fuss, go look for Wei Xiaoyan. It was only then that Xiaoling found out that the man wearing Patek Philippe that day was Wei Xiaoyan, Ski Art Entertainment's chief music producer. In the entertainment industry, he was on par with Feng Kun, her exclusive producer in her past life. Together, they were regarded as the two gems of the industry. Apparently, he was in charge of producing Shen Manniao's new song and MV. Xiaoling was baffled. Wei Xiaoyan was extremely expensive to hire, many A-listers were unable to hire him to produce their songs. Why was he willing to produce for a second-rate female singer? Not only so, but his musical style was also renowned to be graceful and slow, completely different from Shen Manniao's seductive, glamorous style. How did these two opposite poles get entwined in the same picture? Yet, this solved the mystery of Xiaoling being selected. Everyone had chosen to dance glamorously, why did she choose to dance gracefully? However, she was still confused. Even if she had chosen the right style to dance, her dancing was still mediocre at the very best. It seemed highly unlikely that Wei Xiaoyan, who was typically known to be picky and selective, would be impressed. No one dared to question Wei Xiaoyan. Hence, all the anger in the training camp was redirected at Xiaoling. Everyone agreed that there were many others in the camp who were able to dance the graceful steps better than Xiaoling, she was simply lucky this time. Those who failed to be selected called her despicable behind her back. Even those who were chosen would openly declare that they did not care to be in the same team as her as if this would make them appear to have the moral high ground. Xiaoling ignored all these rumblings. Until a particular incident. On that day, Xiaoling went to the cultural classroom for her lesson as per normal. There, she found that someone had poured an entire bottle of ink on her table. The table, chair, and floor were a mess. Everyone in the classroom was watching her, waiting to see what she would do. She took a breath and asked, who did this? Own up now. Everyone laughed. Some sneered. Yi Xingling, aren't you a prophet? Try guessing who did this since you were so accurate in guessing who the examiner would be. Xiaoling gave a cold smile. You were not good enough to be selected, so you decided to do something like this in secret. Pausing, she added, a bunch of good-for-nothings. In her past life, according to her sister Xia Yu, this arrogant attitude of hers was the most hateful. Indeed, she saw an immediate effect. As expected, someone stood up opposite her, saying angrily, what did you say? Ha, am I wrong? Yi Xingling, stop being so cocky. Lu Dao was also selected this time, and he was third place in the examination. That's much better than your 20th place. Someone shouted out at her. Lu Dao, her classmate, was looking at her cross-armed across the classroom. She looked over at Lu Dao and asked, you did this? Lu Dao had a handsome face, sporting a crew cut. He had on a tight-fitting singlet top with a pair of loose-fitted trousers. Chains adorned his wrists and neck, giving off a clear street, hip-hop vibe. He was leaning nonchalantly by the classroom door, provocatively watching her. So what if it was my idea? Very good, she would make him responsible for his actions, thus she laughed and said, you think you are great, don't you? Do you dare have a battle with me? What battle? Lu Dao seemed to not expect Xiaoling to make such a proposition and asked, his interest piqued. Since you think I got chosen for the MV by luck and that my dancing will not hold its own, let's do a dance battle. Xiaoling calmly replied, with the bullying getting this serious, if she did not do something to show the others, wouldn't everyone think she was a pushover? Even if she didn't want to draw attention to herself, she had no choice this time but to retaliate. Lu Dao and the trainees standing around laughed as if they had heard a big joke. You're kidding, right? You want to have a dance battle with Brother Lu? Brother Lu will send you crawling with just a few simple moves. Ha 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 ha. As they spoke, everyone laughed out loud. Xiaoling was unfazed, staring straight at Lu Dao. She taunted. Are you afraid? Lu Dao smirked as he walked over from beside the door and retorted. What do I have to be afraid of? You started this, I'll just play along with you. Let's battle it out with the windmill, your best dance move. The windmill was a variation of the Thomas rotation, a dance move that was highly challenging and break dancers would use it as their signature move. She did not have to purposefully find out that this move was Lu Dao's favorite as he was not shy about bragging about it in class. It would be difficult for her to not know. Lu Dao looked at her in shock, as did the others. Are you kidding me, Yi Xingling? You're a girl and your main focus is not street dance. Let's not talk about the windmill, even a normal spin, how many can you do? A classmate standing beside Lu Dao advised her as if speaking to a moron. Don't push it if you haven't tried. If you break an arm or a leg, don't go crying to the coaches. I take responsibility for my own actions. Xiaoling was still staring at Lu Dao. Let's battle it out to see who can do more rounds of the windmill. If you lose, kneel and apologize to me. If I lose, you pick whatever you want to do with me. Kneel and apologize. Lu Dao, who was initially hesitating, laughed in agitation. Yi Xingling, I was going to advise you to give up since many people get injured doing the windmill. If you are not careful, perhaps you'll even be paralyzed for life, well, since you want to court death. Lu Dao pointed straight at her and arrogantly said, okay, if I lose, I'll kneel and apologize to you. If you lose, get out of this training camp. Xiaoling laughed lightly. Deal. Lu Dao did not think that she would agree to these terms and was visibly startled. If one were to leave Ski Art Entertainment's training camp, there were no second chances. Not only would her entire year of training be wasted, but she also might never be able to return to the entertainment circle. However, what was done, all he could do was snigger, turn and walk towards the dance studio. Xiaoling retrieved her dancewear and followed. There were several trainees practicing in the dance studio, but they readily gave up the room upon hearing that there was going to be a dance battle and joined the crowd that had entered to watch. Xiaoling changed into her dancewear and started warming up across Lu Dao in the middle of the dance floor. The crowd of onlookers started getting bigger and Xiaoling could hear them talking to each other. Is that Yi Xingling, the one that got selected for the MB by sheer luck? She wants to compete on the windmill with Lu Dao. Is she mad? Even if Lu Dao were to give her a handicap of 30 rounds she would still not be able to match up. Exactly, isn't she courting death? I heard that before Lu Dao was selected to join our training camp he was already the champion of the national breakdance competition. Let's bet on it. What's there to bet? Yi Xingling is going to lose for sure. Many said. In their eyes, Yi Xingling and Lu Dao were in different classes altogether. There was just no way of setting up the betting odds. Xiaoling maintained a calm expression, did a few warm-up stretches, and then indicated for the referee to start. The referee, who was chosen by the trainees who were watching on from the sidelines, upon seeing that Xiaoling was ready, verified with Lu Dao that he, too, was ready to start before signaling the start of the battle. It was naturally disadvantageous for females to do the windmill dance move, but nobody could take their eyes off Xiaoling as she placed her hands on the ground, stretched herself out, and started to spin. Her long, straight legs gracefully kicked through the air in a perfect arc, cleanly, purposefully, and with a flair that could only be executed due to her confidence. Many people practiced the windmill move, but those who could execute the typically gruff dance move with such flair and elegance were few and far between. No, more accurately, no other person could do so. The gaze of many onlookers landed on Xiaoling, and they remained staring at her. Oh my god, is this even the windmill? A girl remarked in awe. She's so graceful, it doesn't look like a break dance at all. Yeah, another boy continued. It's both beautiful and cool. Her dance is one of a kind. Xiaoling's focus at this moment was not on the murmurings of the crowd, but instead on the spinning world in front of her eyes. Colorful and confident, although her forte was not in break dancing, this did not mean she was not good at it. In her past life, she filmed an MV that required her to do the windmill on set. The director then suggested that she use a stunt double, but Xiaoling had insisted on completing the move herself. For that MV, she trained hard to learn the move for quite some time, developing an interest in it along the way. Even after filming the MV, she would do the move every now and then for fun, treating it as her daily exercise and training both her coordination and flexibility. Pei Ziheng had even said that she was blessed by the gods. Many had tried to learn the dance move for years but failed. She, on the other hand, learned it while treating it as a game, and easily hit a number of spins that was simply shocking. But, Xiaoling's thought drifted further away. Pei Ziheng, did he ever consider how much work she had to put in to be able to build her dance foundation to such a level? To be able to excel in all dance styles and to use them flexibly to fit every song and situation. She vaguely heard the people around her counting out loud. Those in front were counting for Lu Dao. 32, 33, 34. Those at the back were counting for her. 29, 30, 31. She had started at the same time as Lu Dao, but her speed of spinning was much slower than Lu Dao's. That was inevitable since Lu Dao's specialty was in break dancing, which required the moves to be slick and cool. In her case, when she was filming the MV, the director had requested for a slow take to bring out a mysterious and enchanting atmosphere. Even later, when she was doing the windmill for fun, she had focused more on an aerobic, flexible style. She had never trained for speed. Lu Dao spun faster and faster, seemingly never getting tired. 46, 47, 48. Xiaoling continued to follow at her own slower pace. 40, 41, 42. A look of surprise slowly entered Lu Dao's eyes, since he had never thought that there would be anyone other than him that could persist for so long. The number of times that he looked toward Xiaoling while switching hands became increasingly frequent. Xiaoling had a simple principle in mind. If Lu Dao did not stop, neither would she. Finally, Lu Dao ran out of steam. As the crowd chanted, 67, he stopped abruptly and stood up. He ignored those who ran up to him with towels and water, keeping his eyes glued on Xiaoling's moves, his lips pursed in concentration. Xiaoling continued to spin at her pace, and the counting around her continued. 59, 60, 61. Gosh, even Lu Dao stopped, but she's still going strong. But she's still lagging behind Lu Dao in terms of count. Yeah, that's true, but look at how stable Yi Xingling is. She's going to overtake him. 66, 67, 68, she's overtaken him. She has really overtaken Lu Dao. The buzz of the crowd became louder, and the chants counting for Xiaoling became louder and more numerous. 69, 70, 71. They all seemed to be excited that she had overtaken Lu Dao. After all, it was not every day that something so out of the ordinary happened. Xiaoling listened carefully, and as they shouted out, 75, she stopped decisively. She just needed to beat Lu Dao, there was no need to win by too large a margin. Groans of disappointment rang out from all around. Ah, what a pity, she stopped. She's already spun for so long. What's more, she's a girl. It's normal that her body couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, amidst the murmurings, Lu Dao's expression was dark. Why did you stop? Xiaoling replied simply, I'm tired. He glared at her as if he was trying to ascertain whether she was lying. She simply smiled at him and said, you lost. His face immediately contorted into a frown, as the news had just sunk in. Following which, he came up to Xiaoling with a dark expression and then knelt in front of her. Yi Xingling, I apologize. He knelt without hesitation, showing responsibility for his wager. Xiaoling had only wanted to see a change in attitude, to let everyone know that she was not easy to deal with so that they would not bother her anymore. Now that Lu Dao had admitted defeat, she had no intention of making life difficult for him. You can stand up, she said, and then turned to leave. Yi Xingling, Lu Dao called from behind. Xiaoling stopped in her tracks and then heard him ask, where did you learn to windmill? She did not reply and simply waved her hand with her back still to him, pushing her way out of the crowd. Luo, who had joined the crowd midway through the battle, wrestled Xiaoling as she walked out. Xingling, how could you make such a dangerous bet with him? What if you had lost? You can't be so willful. As Luo talked, her eyes started to turn red, and she looked like she was about to cry. It would be a lie to say that Xiaoling was not touched by Luo's action. For someone with no relationship with her to be willing to show such loyalty and concern towards her, she simply could not handle it. Xiaoling didn't want to experience the same betrayal and despair in her past life. In this life, she was determined to not have any relationships with anyone. Relationships scared her. Don't cry for me. She pushed Luo away and turned around. I can take care of myself, it has nothing to do with you. There was silence behind her for a moment, before she felt Luo hug her tighter. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? We're friends. Friend, Xiaoling shut her eyes momentarily and said, there is no such a word in my dictionary. The small frame behind her froze. Xiaoling hesitated for a moment, but still pushed Luo away. In that instant, she felt empty and reluctant to part. Even if it was just for an instant. Around her were the murmurings of the crowd. Clearly, for the onlookers the huge scene today was absolutely worth their while. First, the massive upset that Xiaoling performed, beating out Lu Dao. Following which, the falling out between Luo and her. Many were pointing at Xiaoling as they discussed the happenings enigmatically. I was just feeling such respect for her for having beat Lu Dao. Who would expect that she would treat her friend like that after achieving success? Did she forget who was by her side when she was almost kicked out of the academy? Indeed, what an ingrate. Yeah, Xiaoling walked towards the door in the midst of their criticisms but couldn't resist looking back. Luo's small frame was still rooted to the same spot, with the crowd intentionally keeping their distance. She looked lonely and helpless. Xiaoling hardened her heart as she turned and walked away. The next day was a rest day, and Luo had initially arranged to go shopping with Xiaoling. However, after their falling out last night, Luo did not come looking for Xiaoling. Looking at her schedule, Xiaoling thought that she should go buy some necessities to bring along for the MV outdoor filming the next day, and there was also some daily items to buy. There was no way she would be able to stay in. She went looking for Tan Ying, the general manager of the training camp, to take a leave for the day. According to the camp regulations, trainees had to give prior notice if they wanted to leave the camp. Tan Ying looked up at her and gave an insincere smile. I heard that Luo and you had an argument yesterday. Xiaoling frowned slightly before replying. That is my personal matter. Tan Ying laughed but shrugged and changed the topic when he saw Xiaoling's face turn cold. I also heard that you had a windmill dance battle with Lu Dao and beat him. Xiaoling thought to herself. He is indeed well updated. She did not respond, quietly waiting for Tan Ying to continue. Tan Ying also kept quiet as their eyes locked for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed. Yi Xingling, why have I never realized you were this interesting? If it were anybody else who had beaten someone as good as Lu Dao, they would be bragging to everyone in sight. But you look irritated even when somebody asks you about it. Xiaoling sought to keep her emotions in check and to look less irritated. After all, this was the general manager of the training camp she was talking to. He had a huge stake in determining if she would be able to successfully debut in the future. And also a good actress. Tan Ying shook his head and muttered to himself. Mr. Tan, is there anything else? I still need to prepare many things for the outdoor shoot for the next few days. If I don't get going, I might not have enough time, said Xiaoling simply. Since Tanying had said that she was acting, she need not hide her feelings. Tanying said, yes, there is something I need to ask. Yi Xingling, did you learn to breakdance before joining the training camp? Xiaoling finally realized what he was getting at. She thought for a moment and then answered, I've never learned breakdancing officially. More accurately, I've only learned how to do some spins in the windmill, leaning more towards gymnastics to practice on a regular basis. No wonder your flexibility is so good. Tanying gave her a once-over, and then thought out loud. Why didn't you mention this when you were filling in your skill proficiency when you entered the camp last year? Xiaoling rolled her eyes in her head. Of course not, she had not reincarnated then. Outwardly, she responded by saying, if I had reported this skill in the beginning I would have been sent to the group practicing street dance. I don't like the street dance. Xiaoling had never liked the noisy and animated dance genre, it was just not her cup of tea. That is such a pity, said Tanying. Ever since the Heiyaoshi group disbanded, Ski Art Entertainment never had another street dancing group. Lu Dao has great potential, thus I'm looking for a partner that can match him. Unfortunately, that has proved to be really difficult. I have no interest, said Xiaoling. Tanying frowned. Yi Xingling, you've entered the camp for more than a year now. At the moment, you're still wavering at the medium and low levels. Your chances of debuting are really small. If you team up with Lu Dao. I'm not going to team up with anyone. Xiaoling interrupted Tanying. I'm going to debut on my own merits. Tanying stared at her for a long while. All of a sudden he laughed lightly and said, up to you. I look forward to seeing that happen. Xiaoling walked out from the training camp, lifted her head and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. In the streets, the sun was shining brightly, together with the light, cool breeze of early autumn. She wandered through the shops on the main shopping street, purchasing the items that she would need for an outdoor shoot as she remembered it from her past life. Sunscreen, moisturizer, insect repellent, facial tissue. She was not sure if she was missing something. In the past, she had an assistant who would do these things for her and make sure she was well taken care of. Now, she was all alone and had to do everything herself, thus she felt lost for a moment. How long had it been since she had felt this way? It was as if everything was back to the beginning in her past life, before her destiny as a diva started. There was a little girl in an orphanage called Xiaoling. Yes, in her past life she was an orphan. According to the head of the orphanage, it was a foggy morning that he heard the sound of a baby's cry outside the door. Following the sound, he found two little children behind a tree of irises, 3-year-old Xiaoling, holding a stalk of dried flowers, trying her best to appease the baby in her arms. That little baby was her little sister, Xia Yu. When the head of the orphanage found them, there were still tears on Xia Yu's face, but her little mouth was already breaking into a smile. She gurgled happily as she stretched out her hand to snatch at the flowers that Xiaoling had placed in front of her. The head of the orphanage said that she was a responsible kid, loving and caring for her sister, independent and strong. Xia Yu then had been weak with a serious congenital heart disease. She could not run or jump around. If she were slightly too hot or too cold, it would cause an acute lung infection or even heart failure. To take care of Xia Yu, Xiaoling gave up many chances of being adopted. She had told the head of the orphanage then that she was not going anywhere unless someone was willing to adopt the both of them together. Year after year passed. Even if Xiaoling was exceedingly beautiful and presented herself as a good, responsible kid, every couple would shake their heads and give up adopting them upon seeing Xia Yu, who appeared ugly and skinny from her illness. That was until they met Pei Zihang. Xiaoling had thought once that he was her savior. He appeared from under the fragrant flowers of the iris tree, the blazing summer sun making a golden aura to surround his tall stature. He had smiled and reached out his hand to her, saying, Xiaoling, come home with me. I will make you the most famous artiste in the whole wide world and give you anything you can dream of. And your sister, she will receive the best treatment. Xiaoling, come home with me. It was this sentence that made her give him all her love and hopes. She had followed Pei Zihang since she was 12. He was her guardian, her father, her brother, her teacher and her lover. She had thought that he was hers forever, but she had forgotten that she was from a humble background. Pei Zihang was from a family with generations of wealth, and as he was the rightful heir, his family naturally wanted him to marry someone that could match up to him. He did not even discuss it with her before he agreed to the marriage that was arranged by his family. Xiaoling only learned about his engagement in the news. That day, she barged into his office to question him, almost hysterical. He only frowned at her and said, it's just an arranged marriage between families. I'm not going to abandon you. Xiaoling, since when did you become so unreasonable? It was her being unreasonable. She loved him too much. She could not tolerate anybody else entering the picture coming between them, even if it was just a contractual, distant wife. What's more, she was jealous that his wife would be able to openly walk alongside him hand in hand and receive everyone's blessings. She, on the other hand, could only hide in the darkness and be his mistress that he could never reveal to anyone. She had gotten into heated arguments with him on the matter, testing his limits time and time again. She even went to negotiate with the other woman like a wronged wife. That woman had presented herself with utmost elegance, looking down on her saying, Xiaoling, who are you? You're just an actress, a toy. If you are smart, I can still tolerate you after the marriage. However, if you don't toe the line, don't forget who is the lady boss of the Imperial Entertainment in the future. At that moment, Xiaoling realized how insignificant she was. So what if she were a goddess in the music industry? So what if she had countless fans? In front of these wealthy families, she was but an insignificant piece of dust, an ant that could be easily squashed to death. She had returned home in despair, the home with Pei Zihang that she had painstakingly decorated. From each wall in the rooms down to the kitchen utensils, she had poured her heart into every detail. She suddenly realized that other than giving her money and people to help her, Pei Ziheng had not done anything at all. All along, the only person who considered this place a home was her, Xiaoling. Pei Ziheng simply saw it as a hotel or concubine quarters. Fatigue swept over her. She was tired, she wanted to give up. If she could not spend her life with Pei Ziheng, just the two of them, she would rather leave for a faraway place, even if she were to die alone. She crouched down on the bed that she shared with him and cried her heart out alone. Thereafter, she wiped her tears, got up, opened the closet and started packing her luggage. Before she left, she remembered that the weather was turning cold. She turned back and dug through the closet until she found the thick, wool jacket that Pei Ziheng loved, and then hung it in the most eye-catching, intricately carved clothing rack in the living room. Only then did she pick up her chunky luggage and unsteadily walk towards the door. At this moment, he opened the door and entered. Xiaoling looked up at him, her feet rooted to the ground. She squeezed out a smile, hoping that her joyous expression would be the last thing that he remembered of her. However, before she could think of how to explain her decision to leave, he walked over and gave her a tight slap across the face. Xiaoling, I didn't know that you were so cruel. You went so far as to poison someone to death. Poison someone to death. She could not understand what he was talking about, falling weakly to the floor from the shock of the impact. Her forehead hit against a corner and blood started flowing down her face, blinding her line of sight. She stared up at him in shock, with her ears buzzing and consciousness in a blur. He bent over, grabbed her shirt by the collar and bellowed. You have great guts, daring to kill Wang Jingwan. The Wang family is now chasing us down to ask for an explanation. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Wang Jingwan, his fiancé, was dead. The thought flashed through her mind for a split second before disappearing. She tried her best to open her eyes to look clearly at the man in front of her, but the gushing blood made it hard for her to see through. Her face was smarting from the pain, likely starting to swell up, which affected her speech. She mumbled unclearly, I want to go, let me go. Whether that woman was dead or not, it no longer mattered to her. Her focus was on one thing alone, Pei Ziheng had actually slapped her. This was the first time that he had ever hit her without an ounce of pity or care, as if she were his mortal enemy. Alas, their relationship was so fragile. For this random woman, probably not completely random. For this woman that was supposedly from a compatible family, a political marriage, he had thrown away their 10-year relationship. They were really over. Xiaoling did not kill his fiancé, but he would not believe her. Apparently, the last person who saw Wang Jingwan was her. She was found dead on the sofa of the private room in the coffee shop that they had met, shortly after their negotiation. Xiaoling's fingerprints were found on the toppled glass of drink beside her body. Pei Ziheng then kept her under house arrest. Everything that happened after that, Xiaoling could only wish to forget forever. It was a tortuous year that only served to let Xiaoling learn one thing: the kind Pei Ziheng that had promised to protect her all the days of her life was dead. Replacing him was a savage animal, an abusive monster. A cold autumn breeze blew over, causing Xiaoling to shiver. She emerged from her stupor of the memories of the past and hugged the paper bag in her hands tightly to her chest. The paper bag contained all the items that she had bought for the outdoor filming, and the weight of the bag gave her the feeling of being alive. The streets were crowded with people, pushing at her from all around, making her steps unsteady. Surprisingly, being a part of this bustle made her feel safe. Just a month ago she could never have imagined being able to escape from Pei Ziheng's clutches and walking normally along the streets. It was already more than a month since she had died and reincarnated. She did not intentionally count the days, but Xiaoling looked up and found herself in the middle of a shopping square. People around her were going about their business, with many young people walking by carrying white daisies in their arms. Some of them were sobbing quietly, others were whispering to the people beside them. She made out some of them saying things like, Xiaoling, what a pity. A familiar melody was playing in the background. It was a song that she had sung a long time ago. On the screen in the middle of the square, a black and white eye-catching caption was playing repeatedly. The Sleeping Butterfly, commemorating 77 days since the passing of Xiaoling. The credits roll was Imperial Entertainment. It was a live broadcast. Watching her own death commemoration live broadcast was a bizarre situation. Xiaoling did not expect that she would coincidentally watch this on a random day that she decided to come shopping. She suddenly felt lost. She wanted to turn and leave, but her feet seemed to have grown roots and she was unable to move. Deep down in her heart, a voice was calling out in anticipation. Would Pei Ziheng show up? After her death, how was he doing? Xiaoling, you're beyond saving. Another voice in her heart was sneering at her. He caused you so much pain, yet you are still pining for him. People around kept bumping into her, and impatient voices became louder. Hey, are you walking or not? Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Move over, stop playing dead here. She was shoved right and left until she bumped into a sturdy chest. Yi Xingling, are you looking where you are walking? It was Lu Dao, who pulled her to the side of the road. Go somewhere else to daydream if you want to. Here is full of Xiaoling's crazy fans. If you stand in the middle of the road and get caught in a stampede, no one would know who to blame for your death. Xiaoling stared at him, her mouth agape. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say anything wrong? Don't tell me you are also one of Xiaoling's crazy fans. Lu Dao stuffed his hands into his trousers, large pockets, looking immensely irritated. As he spoke, he turned to glare at several Xiaoling's crazy fans, who were glaring at him as well. Xiaoling was speechless. She finally found her voice and asked, what are you doing here? I came out to buy some stuff. If not for the MV filming being tomorrow and today being the only rest day, I would not be caught dead out here in this crowd during Xiaoling's death commemoration ceremony. Lu Dao waved to someone behind as he replied. Over here. Xiaoling turned to see two of Lu Dao's sidekicks carrying many bags, large and small, squeezing through the crowd with difficulty. They came up to Xiaoling and Lu Dao, breathing heavily. Oh my freaking god. Brother Lu, you would not believe what these crazy fans are capable of. These people are mad, there are walls and walls of them jamming up this place. There are so many of them crying, look over there, and over there. The two boys put the stuff that they were carrying down, complaining animatedly as they pointed out the fans to Lu Dao. It was only a while later that they saw Xiaoling standing in front of Lu Dao. Isn't this Yi Xingling? They remarked in shock, staring at her as if she were a ghost. Brother Lu, why are you with her? It was no wonder that they were so shocked. Just yesterday Lu Dao and her were locked in battle. Not only did they have a dance battle, but Lu Dao also had to kneel down to her in front of all those people in the training camp. How was it possible that he was together with her here today, talking to each other so amicably? Even Xiaoling thought it weird. Was Lu Dao simply easygoing or very forgiving? If it were anybody else, they would avoid her like the plague after having to kneel down to her yesterday. Who would still be so kind and pull her to safety? Lu Dao looked up to the sky and rolled his eyes. She's lucky that I happened to bump into her, otherwise, she would have been run over by these people by now. He prodded her, the chains on his wrist clinking together. Yi Xingling, yesterday I lost the bet and held up my part of the bargain. I just saved your life today, how are you going to repay me? How do you want me to repay you? Xiaoling realized that Lu Dao was like a kid that had not grown up. No wonder he would childishly pour ink all over her table. A mature adult would never do that. On hearing her question, Lu Dao's eyes lit up. Yesterday when I was watching you do the windmill, you would do something with your ankles as you kicked through the air that was different from what we typically see in the windmill dance moves. I've never seen that before. I tried several times this morning and I cannot get the angle right. Where did you learn to do that? Quick, tell me. She laughed. That was all that Lu Dao wanted. She glanced at Lu Dao's sparkling eyes and felt her emotions lifting. People in the industry thought that Xiaoling was arrogant and difficult to please. Few understood that she was only picky and arrogant to those that were stupid. To those that truly had a passion for the entertainment business, who were willing to put in the hard work to succeed, she showed respect and admiration for them. Unfortunately, these types of people were few and far between. Luckily, this big boy in front of her could count as one of them. Xiaoling has an MB called the Deadly Ravine. She lifted her head slightly to look at him, exposing her pretty jawline and a few strands of her hair flowing in the light autumn breeze. The director used a slow motion take in there, the movements are very clear. Oh, you learned it from Xiaoling's MB. Lu Dao remarked in realization. No wonder, I never watch her MBs. Her dance is too coquettish, I don't like it, I didn't know she knew how to do the windmill as well. Lu Dao scratched his head, turned and ordered the two boys behind him. Hey, when you go back later, buy me one of Xiaoling's CDs. I want the one with that song, The Deadly Ravine. The two boys looked like they were about to cry. Brother Lu, look at this crowd. How are we going to get out of here? Looking around, Lu Dao realized that they had somehow been surrounded. Fans to their left and right were all holding white daisies. Looking up ahead, he was unable to see the end of the crowd. Whether it was moving forward or backward, it was going to be a challenge. Damn it, Lu Dao muttered in irritation. Xiaoling gave a bitter smile. Right, she would not have to worry about making a decision to stay or leave the ceremony now. The crowd around her had already made the decision for her. The background music faded away and the commemoration ceremony began. The quality of the imperial entertainment events had always been high. It was the same for this commemoration ceremony. The location, setting, music, explanatory remarks, choice of video clips, everything down to the smallest detail was perfect. Even the guests that were invited to attend were specially selected. There were not many of them, but they were all influential people. Other than some big names in the entertainment industry, there were socialites from different businesses and important political figures. Xiaoling stood amidst the crowd and felt the irony of the situation. Didn't Pei Ziheng think that she was lowly and not good enough to marry him? Why did he pick such influential people to come to attend her commemoration after her death? She was aware that these people were all here because of Pei Ziheng. They had no ties or relationship with Xiaoling. In her past life, she had been too high profile and nasty, insulting all that she had come into contact with. If not for the fact that Pei Ziheng was so powerful, she guessed there wouldn't be a soul attending this commemoration. It would be even more surprising if they didn't clap their hands and celebrate. Xiaoling had so many friends. Lu Dao commented ironically at this moment, his face full of envy. See, there are so many influential people. If there was such a party at my death memorial, I would definitely rest in peace. Xiaoling did not know how to respond. You don't want that, boss. One of Lu Dao's sidekicks said with a look of disapproval. Xiaoling died a terrible death, you don't want that right? I heard that it was horrible, her blood was all over the floor, her brain matter was oozing out. Blia, stop cursing me. Lu Dao spluttered out angrily and glared at the boy. His sidekick smirked and kept quiet. That being said, how exactly did Xiaoling die? Lu Dao lifted his head to look at the live broadcast screen, his hand under his chin, thinking out loud. Her death was so sudden and mysterious. Even if there was a blackout on stage, logically, with the safety barricade it's rather unlikely that she would fall over by mistake. Do you guys think she could have been murdered? Someone wanted to kill Xiaoling intentionally. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Of course, it was murder. That concert was her 10 years debut anniversary concert. When the blackout occurred, she was singing the last encore song alone on stage. However, someone else had suddenly appeared on stage in the darkness, stabbing her in the heart from the back and pushing her off stage. She did not even have time to feel the pain before falling to the ground, dead. If anyone had looked at her body, they would have discovered the truth. Weirdly, she had passed away for more than a month now and many fans were requesting Imperial Entertainment to announce the cause of her death. Yet, Imperial Entertainment had only mentioned that it was death by accident, or possibly suicide. They never mentioned the possibility of murder. Even the police and media seemed to have lost their voice, ignoring the speculations by fans of the possibility of murder. 16 years. From the time she was 12 and was adopted by Pei Ziheng until her death at 28 years of age. A whole 16 years. In these 16 years, she had given him her unbridled love, trust, and adoration. Yet, at the very end, he still would not seek justice for her. Xiaoling felt her heart grow cold from anguish. It was easy to guess who the culprit was, even though she had offended many people, but the only family that hated her enough to have the motive to kill her, as well as the power to execute it, was obvious. It was the Wang family, the family of Pei Ziheng's fiancé. But he chose to cover it all up. Why? She could not help but think. Was it because of the Wang family's respectful status? Unlike hers, despite being the diva of the entertainment industry, earning the adoration of many, in the eyes of these wealthy families, she was but an actress. A cheap life, dead and nothing more. She felt a sharp, unbearable pain in her heart for a split second. Yi Xingling, Lu Dao called out to her. She raised her head weakly and said, "What's up? I should be the one asking you that question." Lu Dao snapped back. "I've been calling out to you for a while and you just ignored me. You are looking pretty pale, you wouldn't have fallen ill, would you?" As he spoke, he extended his hand towards her forehead, intending to feel her temperature. She turned her head slightly, avoiding his hand. "I'm all right." Really? He took back his hand but looked at her with suspicion. "Do say if you're feeling unwell. Even if I have to kill everyone in our way, I'll still make sure to get you out of here. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to answer for it." "I'm really okay." The sadness in Xiaoling's dissipated a little with his words. She then asked him again, "What were you calling me for?" "Ah," said Lu Dao. "I was asking you to look at Chu Chen. Look, he was Xiaoling's manager when she was alive. I heard he's the best manager in the entire industry. What do you think? Does he look super competent? I wonder who he will be in charge of after Xiaoling's death. Rumors have it that everyone at Imperial Entertainment is fighting to have him to themselves." She looked up at the big screen and saw Chu Chen. Chu Chen was dressed in a completely black suit with a white flower brooch on his chest. With a somber expression on his face, he said, "Xiaoling's death may have been an accident, or may have been suicide. I am very sad and full of self-reproach. Doctors have told me a long time ago that she had severe depression. I did not take care of her well enough. I thought that since she was under medication nothing bad would happen." Xiaoling was stunned as she looked up at the person in the screen, and suddenly wanted to laugh. "Ha, depression, what a joke, they found such a perfect excuse." Xiaoling did not believe that Chu Chen was unaware of the real reason for her death. Chu Chen was highly esteemed in Imperial Entertainment. He was Pei Ziheng's most trusted confidant and had a close relationship with Xiaoling. He had no reason not to know of the knife wound in her body. But he had chosen to remain silent. He was a true businessman, ever aware of who the true boss was. Even if he had taken very good care of her before, that was only because she was his real boss's toy. Only she had naively regarded him as her friend. Xia Yu was right. Many of those who treated her well were only doing it because of Pei Ziheng. Then, she saw Xia Yu. Xia Yu walked in from outside the screen, wearing a tailored one-piece black dress. The simple cut of the dress perfectly shaped her well-proportioned body. Her face was pale, shoulders narrow and skinny, and looked ever so pitiful. She walked to Chu Chen's side and took over the microphone as she continued, "My older sister was a great person. She was a perfectionist and gave herself much pressure to do well. She lifted her eyes, which were blurry with tears and filled with pain. My sister once said that she loved Imperial Entertainment, and she loved all her fans. She needed to show everyone the best she could achieve. Hence, she worked very hard. Even in this year or so that she was receiving treatment for depression, she would still secretly practice her singing and dancing, and continue composing music." The sounds of sobbing rose from all around the square. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoling had seen Xia Yu's real colors, and had been insulted so badly by the most degrading words that came out from her mouth, watching this performance today would make Xiaoling believe that her good sister loved her deeply. She should have known. Xia Yu could match up to any Oscar-winning actress. Xia Yu's heart-wrenching performance moved the entire audience. Whether it was on screen or off screen, countless were crying alongside her. Her identity made her performance even more compelling. Some discussed softly in between their crying. She is Xiaoling's blood-related sister, whatever she says must be true. It looks like Xiaoling was really depressed and... Yeah, Xiaoling always mentioned Xia Yu in interviews and said that they had a really tight relationship. Whatever Xia Yu said must be true. It looks like we were all wrong. There was no murder. Xiaoling was simply sick and could not take the pressure, so she committed suicide. Xiaoling listened to the discussions and could only give a bitter smile. Was this called digging her own grave? She used to trust Xia Yu with all her heart and poured out all her love and protection onto her skinny and sickly sister. Whether it was in interviews or during fan meetings, she would always mention her sister, her words reflecting pride and closeness for her sister. All of Xiaoling's fans knew that Xia Yu was a precious gem in Xiaoling's eyes. As a result, they all thought that Xia Yu felt the same way about her older sister. Xia Yu was crying her heart out on screen. Some staff came on stage to help her come down the stage. The video feed switched over to show snippets of Xiaoling's journey since debuting in chronological order. Many classic tunes coupled with classic moments of her time in the limelight were shown. Grand and sophisticated, telling of the glorious time that Xiaoling enjoyed at the top of the industry. Xiaoling had never taken a moment to admire all that she had filmed before. In her past life, she was always busy. Busy singing a new song, busy filming a new commercial, busy accepting another award, busy attending another party. She also had to take care of Sha Yu and to deal with all the grievances she had with Pei Zihang. Until today, when it all became things of the past, Sha Ling stood in the middle of the crowd, looking up at the diva that she once was. That diva in the screen had an exquisitely beautiful face and beautiful eyes that were full of spirit. Between her brows, there was an air of seduction and arrogance, and her every movement had charm. A staff working in the industry had once said in an interview that it was hard to say if editing Sha Ling's video clips were easy or difficult. The easy part was that any footage was good enough for the final cut, and the difficult part was that there were so many great moments that it was hard to pick and choose. Many were jealous of Sha Ling, and many had said hurtful things about her. But nobody denied the fact that she was blessed. And that attitude of not caring in the least about anything, like she had never felt or been hurt before. She remembered that year when Pei Zihang brought her home and lifted her face in his hands. He had said, this perfect face should not have an ounce of worry or darkness. Pei Zihang gave her the best of everything and fulfilled all of her requests. He spent a fortune hiring the best teachers to teach her etiquette, music, performance, and dance. For her, he had sent Sha Yu to the best hospitals in the world for treatment. He had hired a personal assistant and nutritionist to tend to her daily needs. His office was out of bounds to anyone without an appointment, only she could enter as she pleased. Everyone had seen how much Pei Zihang had doted on her. Many people started to suck up to Sha Ling and made sure that she got all that she wanted. As she became pickier, her temper and willfulness worsened. Yet, Pei Zihang still smiled and spoiled her rotten. Eventually, the day after she turned 17, he called for Feng Kun and Chu Chen and said, you're the best producer and manager in the industry. I'm handing my baby over to you. The next year, when the flowers were in full bloom, Sha Ling made her debut and shot to stardom. Critics in the media said that there had never been another who was the perfect combination of seduction and holiness, arrogance and innocence. Pei Zihang had hugged her in his arms while watching the news, bending his head over as he kissed her. He said, I told you I would make you the most popular artiste in the world. Sha Ling then had only gratitude and admiration for him. Now that she thought back, it could have been all a game to him from the very start. He had spent immense amounts of time and money, only to create the Sha Ling what he wanted, the ideal artiste and the ideal lover. As a result, when she tried to escape from his clutches and from the path that he had laid out for her, he had lost it completely. Pei Zihang, did he ever really love her? The melody of the songs whirled past her ears as she could no longer make out which song it was and when she had sung it. She stood in the crowd immersed in memories of the past. Until, all of a sudden, the camera feed switched abruptly on the big screen. She saw the face that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Pei Zihang, his high nose and thin lips. His handsome yet charismatic face. His whole package was godlike. He was wearing a low-key but formal suit, just like he always did when attending an important event. His metal gray tie was perfectly tied, and the intricate buttons on his shirt and cuffs were perfectly tailored. The expensive, hand-sewn tailored suit made his stature look even taller and perfect. Even through the camera lenses, his presence was immeasurable. The atmosphere in the square seemed to have come to a momentary standstill. Sha Ling looked up at him stunned. In the next instance, a deep-rooted fear from her bones flooded through her body as she felt her knees buckle slightly. She took a step backward and accidentally stepped on someone's foot. That person cursed at her loudly, but she was in no mood to care. Lu Dao stretched out his arm to catch hold of her. He asked, Yi Xingling, are you all right? You. Sha Ling shut her eyes quickly, using all of her willpower to not think about that face she was so terrified of. It seemed that even after experiencing death and reincarnation, even in the body of another, the hurt from deep in her soul could not be destroyed or diminished. She thought that seeing him again would make her feel pain and sadness. Yet, it made her feel more fearful and terrified. Lu Dao's hands gripped onto Sha Ling's arm tightly. The warmth and strength passed through his palm helped her slowly calm down. She told herself repeatedly in her head, Sha Ling, you have already been reborn. You are now Yi Xingling, you will not be locked up in a bungalow having to respond to that person's beck and call anymore. You are now thousands of miles away from him, a completely different person. You are safe, safer than you have ever been before. The noise in her surroundings returned to her ears. Then, she heard Pei Zihang's speech. His voice was lower and more hoarse than usual, his words formal and politically correct, completely in a monotone. What Imperial Entertainment has lost was not just Sha Ling, but a complete generation. The cameras all around him flashed without stopping. There were people screaming, and others crying out loud in anguish. Some even passed out completely. Pandemonium broke out momentarily from his one sentence and the camera focus quickly switched out again. Live broadcasts from all over the world flashed across the big screen, every scene depicting chaos. That one sentence from Pei Zihang had made the volcano of emotions everywhere erupt. He stood in the middle of the storm, calm and quiet. The lens was split, the camera zoomed in. The ray of light perfectly outlined Pei Zihang's handsome side profile, capturing his expressionless expression and thin lips pressed into a straight line. Sha Ling knew every detail of his facial features all too well. This was the look he put on every time he tried to conceal his emotions. Outside of the shot, the commentary was complimenting Chairman Pei to no end, mentioning how heavy-hearted he must be feeling in that moment. Sha Ling squinted, and at the corner of her eyes, she saw a prompter gesturing aggressively, asking for Pei Zihang to continue speaking to the media. But still, he did not say another word. It's hard to say whether who between she or the director was more disappointed. When the focus of the shot turned away from Pei Zihang, Sha Ling felt as if all her energy had evaporated, leaving her weak. This short moment helped her understand one thing. Pei Zihang came all the way here only as the boss of Imperial Entertainment to fulfill his duty. It had nothing to do with reminiscence, much less anything to do with Sha Ling. He had been a cold and cruel businessman all along, never one who did anything uncalled for. In fact, over the decade that Xiaoling had been by his side, she had heard countless rumors and hearsay about the ruthless things he had done. Yet the person he was with her had always been nice, even indulgent, to her, so much so that she naively thought that maybe she was the exception. Now, it's time she snapped out of that dream. The morning wasn't over yet, but Xiaoling wasn't interested in the rest of the event. She was just numbly waiting for the show to be truly over and for the crowd to disperse. Lu Dao ordered his 2 underlings to get some discs as he accompanied Xiaoling on her stroll along the road. He said, Yi Xingling, don't be too sad. The dead cannot come back to life. Xiaoling won't be able to rest in peace if she knew that her fans were this upset by her passing. Huh, Xiaoling looked at him, confused. He knitted his brows. Aren't you a fan of Xiaoling? I'm not. Don't lie to me, I saw how devastated you looked during the morning just now. How could you not be her fan? Lu Dao scoffed. Just admit it. Xiaoling was a diva, there's nothing embarrassing about admiring her. I'm really not her fan. As if, quote. Lu Dao couldn't stop talking throughout the journey. The sky was gradually illuminated by the stars, setting a tone of dazzling tranquility. At that moment, Xiaoling was glad that he was by her side as his high-spirited voice chased away her sorrow and dejection. Back at the training camp, at the foot of the hotel building, Lu Dao wished her good night. Yi Xingling, there's a saying that goes, the deceased have to rest in peace while the living, something like that, basically, he said as he scratched his head. Don't be too hung up over the deceased. Go to sleep soon, and don't forget you have an MB to shoot tomorrow morning. She was stunned for a moment, before softly mumbling, okay. It's true, the deceased have to rest in peace, and the living will have to move on with their lives. That night, there was not a cloud in the clear night sky. Following Tan Ying's lead, the trainees headed for the location set. It was a mountainous forest far from the city. The team's chartered bus circled along the winding mountain road, the paths between the peaks and ridges half concealed and the rivers flowing continuously. Viewing the mountain peak from the mountainside, one could faintly see the picturesque disorder of the cluster of white buildings, the clean and beautiful lines of the architecture dim against the mist, creating a fairy tale-like aura. Every scene along the way seemed like the result of nature's work, yet it was all an ingenious creation by no less than an expert. Somebody couldn't help but ask, Chairman Tan, where's this place? The houses in the neighboring mountains seem to be uninhabited, only this mountain we're on has a huge building. Is it a newly developed tourist attraction? Tan Ying, who was in the front passenger seat, rolled up the newspaper in his hands and patted the head of the student who asked the question. Have you ever seen a tourist attraction with so few people? Let me tell you, this is boss's territory. This mountain, Tan Ying gestured, and the neighboring mountains, any area within sight, is his territory. Wow, a unanimous gasp of envy echoed through the bus. Xiaoling looked out the window and saw mountains after mountains, their peaks a dark gray in the distance, the territory was indeed big. She was not as excited about the fact as everyone else. She had seen similar estates of Pei's before, but they were mostly private mountain villas and gardens. Having experienced them before, it was no novelty to her. The others were in high spirits, gathering around Tan Ying and asking, are these Boss Li's property? What rubbish, of course. Which other boss do we have in Ski Art Entertainment? Tan Ying laughed. That was enough to crack everyone else up as well. Ski Art Entertainment, unlike Imperial Entertainment, which had a long history, was a fairly new company. Xiaoling remembered the time when it was just established, she was already famous then. It had only been a short 6 to 7 years since. Even so, it was just within the short span of time that it grew from a new, nascent star to a large and established company. Even a giant in the industry like Imperial Entertainment was shaken. All of their achievements were said to be Boss Li's credit. Xiaoling had never seen him in person, and everything about him was impressions she formed through hearsay. Apparently, he was the grandson of a family with generations of triad members, and that he founded Ski Art Entertainment as an avenue for money laundering. It was also rumored that he was a cold-hearted, brutal, and unimaginably merciless. Oh, no more. In her last life, she never cared for gossips, she couldn't even remember Li Lei's face at this point. But that wasn't an issue, the person she was now was no more than a small, average member at the very bottom of the Ski Art Entertainment hierarchy, while Li Lei was the boss at the peak. They had nothing to do with each other, thus however brutal or capable he was as a person was none of her business. Thinking of all these, she rested her head on the back of her seat and fell asleep in the midst of all the gossip around her. Later, it was Lu Dao who shook her awake. When she opened her eyes it was already evening, and the landscape was dark and misty. The bus had parked at the guesthouse area on the mountainside, and a single file of people made their way to the guesthouse with their backpacks and belongings with 4 people assigned to each room. They had just settled down when Lu Dao looked for her to grab dinner, and then gathered everyone, trainees and crew, to the conference room for a mass meeting. The meeting was hosted by Wei Xiaoyan, the director and producer of this MV. He arrived a few days earlier than most of the team to survey the location and set and was now efficiently allocating roles and duties. The schedule was tight and the workload was heavy, but everything seemed to be in place, organized and smooth running, just like a well-oiled machine. Almost all the crew members were expressionless and with their heads down as they quickly scribbled all the important notes. Only Xiaoling and the other trainees were in shock. I've always heard that Wei Xiaoyan was abnormally and disturbingly efficient, but I wasn't expecting him to be so perverse in his demands. How could anyone complete the tasks if he's assigning them this way? Lu Dao nudged Xiaoling. Hey, Yi Xingling, do you think he took the wrong schedule? The way he's setting deadlines is driving people to death. Did he? Xiaoling thought for a bit. Actually, it didn't seem too bad. In her previous life, when her producer Feng Kun was recording her music, the schedule was not as tight as this, but there were times they were in a mad rush as well. She had worked with this sort of pace before. It didn't drive anyone to death. Lu Dao rolled his eyes. Well, you haven't made it big yet, how are you similar to them? He stroked his chin as he watched the crew members at work. These people, it's obvious they are used to being tortured, they're not even protesting. Xiaoling laughed. Suddenly, nostalgia hit her, the busyness of the location set, the crew members' stern faces, the filmmaking equipment all around, even the air seemed to hint of a lingering presence of inspired artists. At that moment, she finally felt like she was alive again. Unfortunately, the other trainees evidently did not share her sentiments. Over the next few days, the filming did not go as smoothly as planned. Not only was Wei Xiaoyan's schedule tight and demanding, but he was also hypercritical, nitpicking at every minor detail of their movements and facial expressions, that a short 3-second scene took them various takes to complete. By the time they wrapped up each day, everybody was exhausted. In the lounge, Lu Dao lay on the floor half dead from exhaustion, but he was still in a good mood to talk to Xiaoling. Hey, I've noticed that in the past few days almost everyone was called out by the unreasonably demanding Wei Xiaoyan, but only you haven't been called out for any and retakes. What's your secret? Quick, share it with me. Otherwise, if this goes on, I will be tormented to death by unreasonable Wei. These few days, every single trainee had witnessed and experienced Wei Xiaoyan's nitpicking, thus unreasonable Wei had become his second name. Xiaoling looked at all the trainees lying on the ground in all sorts of positions and couldn't help but let out a little smile. However, she really did not have any secret. The choreography for their current project was not all that difficult. To her, it was just the basics that were basically second nature to her. Something that's almost like an instinct. Does it require any secret to achieve it? She thought for a bit, and then said, practice well and let it become instinct. Lu Dao let out a cry and stopped moving altogether. Under Wei Xiaoyan's reign, a good part of the month had gone by just like that. They were finally on the last lap of the project. When he announced that all the trainees could take a few days break, everybody went into a state of euphoria. Sadly, having been drained by the intensiveness of the past few weeks, even somebody as fit and energetic as Lu Dao, a street dancer, had chosen to spend his first rest day catching up on sleep. Having been held captive by Pei Ziheng for more than a year, she had a certain discomfort with all the bedrooms and spent as little time as she could in them. So, on a day like this where the weather was so warm and cheery, she put on an off-white dress, a thin cardigan, and then went out alone for a leisurely stroll. The forest was quiet and tranquil, and the beautiful scenery was an even rarer sight. It's no wonder Wei Xiaoyan picked it for the set. However, what took Xiaoling by surprise was that Ski Art Entertainment's big boss, Li Lei, agreed to that request. In her previous life, she had been around Pei Ziheng long enough to know what these big shots were like. A private estate like this with mountain villas and resorts for distinguished guests was already exclusive as it was, but using it as a set for filming and shooting was all the more an almost impossible task. And yet, Wei Xiaoyan had been given the green light. Was this because he was truly capable, or was it because Boss Li was being unconventional? Could this be a big reason why Ski Art Entertainment could develop and expand so quickly, because the quality of their productions was of utmost priority? She thought about it as she walked, and before she knew it, she had walked pretty deep in the forest. The temperature had dropped, and it was getting shadier and cooler. The woods had obscured the sun, and the forest was unusually quiet. Xiaoling slowed her steps. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she couldn't see the trail she left nor any person in sight. Right then, a weird sticky substance landed on her face. Xiaoling reached out to touch it. It was red and had a hint of warmth. It reeked of blood. Her heart started pounding uncontrollably. When she looked up, what she saw was a bloody corpse hanging on the branches. It must have been gnawed on by a wild animal. It was missing a leg, its abdomen had been ripped open, and its insides were a gruesome mess, flowing out in bits and pieces, coursing towards its now unrecognizable face. One of its eyes was hanging midair, the gaping eye socket right in her direction. She might have heard herself let out a scream. Everything before her became a blur as something leapt from above and sped past the trees. Before she could react to it, her legs had given way and the world would not stop spinning. The burning pain in her back made her realize that she'd been knocked to the ground, and a creature was breathing down on her, blood splattering on her face between every breath it took. Xiaoling opened her eyes and was horrified to see that what was just inches away from her face was a leopard. A leopard with a ferocious glare and a body dripping with blood. At this point, its strong front legs were pressing down on Xiaoling's shoulders, its immense weight pinning her to the ground. It arched its back slightly, bent forward, and with its mouth open, headed right for her throat. In that split second, Xiaoling was sure that she was doomed. She had only just come back to life, who knew that she would lose it in the jaws of a leopard this soon? How strange it was to die this way. But she was not resigned to it. She had only just regained her freedom, how could she die just like that? The next thing she knew, she had only felt a stabbing pain in her shoulder, like she just got clawed. Paralyzed, Xiaoling could only watch as it opened its bloody mouth, and as it drew closer, she closed her eyes and waited for it to happen. In that flash of a moment, a man's voice could be heard calling out. Mao. It wasn't a loud sound, but to Xiaoling, it meant the world as it seemed to echo endlessly. The leopard then suddenly stopped. Its shiny white teeth inched away from her throat, but its cold glare was fixated on her. The massive weight was still resting on her and, feeling its front claws stabbing into her wound, she let out a small cry. The leopard growled and threateningly swung its tail. Xiaoling felt her body go stiff, unable to make a sound. A distance away, she could hear the man again, his voice a little sluggish. Sorry, Mao isn't in a good mood today, and you happen to have entered his territory. Oh, so this leopard had an owner, and its name is Mao. It lowered its head and looked intently at her, as if it was food that lay before him. It was so close to Xiaoling's face she could even see some human remains around its mouth. She recalled the corpse hanging on the tree a while ago, feeling her insides churn. The man did not sound a bit bothered as he asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He did not tell Ermao to get off her, thus it was still weighing down on her. With only her cardigan between Ermao and her, she could feel his large, looming presence and the rise of his chest with every inhalation. The sound it made seemed like a growl of aggression, and also a growl of annoyance. She was sure that if it sensed any disobedience from her at all that was waiting for her would be her doom. Yet she couldn't bring herself to speak. The trauma had robbed her of her speaking ability. Even with her mouth open, she could not make a sound. The man waited for a while before lightheartedly saying, Mao, you're scaring our guest. He ordered it to let go of her, and the creature obeyed. As Xiaoling felt the weight lift off her, she was free again. Her body was now covered in human blood, and there were scattered bits of human flesh. The smell of blood and decay gushed towards her as she rolled over and got up. She wasn't sure if it was the fear or the smell, but she was holding onto a tree and retching. She hadn't eaten anything before going out. The retching was draining her, and all that came out was bile. Her gut was churning and in pain, her hand pressing against her stomach as she bent over to catch her breath. The man's voice was heard again. Mao doesn't usually eat people, you don't have to be this frightened. Usually, doesn't eat people, then what was it that she saw? Xiaoling tried not to think about the corpse hanging off the tree as she tried to calm herself down. It was then that she was able to look up and turn towards where the sound came from. He was an incredibly attractive man, probably of mixed race. His looks were a perfect mix of an Asian handsomeness and a Westerner's, deep and pronounced features. His skin was a healthy shade of tan, and his eyes, under the sunlight that seeped through the trees, reflected a deep green hue. His limbs were slender and well proportioned, and the neckline of his top revealed just the right muscles. He was just sitting under the tree leisurely, yet the air around him felt slightly dangerous as if he would turn aggressive at any time. Xiaoling looked at him and then took a calculated step back. He smiled, revealing his front teeth. I don't bite. In fact, I'm injured. He shrugged as he told her. That was when she realized that there was a thick bandage around his abdomen, stained dark with blood. As the leopard paced around the man in frustration, he reached out to pet its head, as if comforting it. What's your name? He asked again. Yi Xingling. She gave the name from her current life. From the MB filming team down the path. Who are you then? She countered. He smiled again, his intoxicating deep green eyes shimmering in the light. Little beauty, I'm the one asking questions, got it? The leopard roared at her. And so, she got it. I'm a trainee at Ski Art Entertainment's training camp. Xiaoling gave in. We're here with Tan Ying to film an MV. He gave a satisfied look, and then casually ruffled the leopard. Tan Ying is here too. I'm in luck. He then asked, do you have his number? Let me borrow your phone for a bit. Xiaoling really did not want to lend it to him, but given the situation, she had no choice but to give it to him. He caught it with one hand and then dialed a number. Hello, is this Tan Ying? It's not Yi Xingling, it's your boss. Alright, she finally knew who he was. Ski Art Entertainment's big boss Li Lei, rumored to be the brutal and violent grandson of the Li Triad family. As Xiaoling partially turned to face him, she heard part of what he was saying. I'm injured in the mountains, come quick, what, I have to wait. Your boss is dying, no, don't bring Wei Xiaoyan here, I don't want to have to experience the toxic words of that man. He shifted to a more comfortable position as he continued speaking, trying to sound childlike and pitiful. At that point, Xiaoling simply couldn't bear to think. This is the rumored Black Triad. What happened to Cold and Brutal? Before Xiaoling was over her shock, Li Lei had hung up and returned the phone to her. She subtly stole a glance at the blood spots on his head, unsure whether he got hurt or if they were stains left by the leopard. She resisted the urge to kick it aside, but as she deliberated over it, decided not to. Tan Ying arrived very quickly and even brought along a team, with some foreign faces that were not part of the filming team. Xiaoling guessed they were probably the workers who were originally already in the mountains. They quietly but swiftly laid the stretcher and placed Li Lei on it, their every move systematic and well trained. In the middle of it all, she could barely hear the urgency in Tan Ying's voice. How are you, is it bad? Gunshot wound, but no vitals. Can't die from it. Li Lei sounding so casual had a certain miraculous effect in reassuring people. Tan Ying, get some men to inspect the surroundings and check if there are other gunmen. Ignore the corpse on the tree, leave it for Mao's dinner. Also. He turned towards Xiaoling. That little beauty there is also injured, get someone to treat her. Tan Ying nodded to his every request, and then took a glance at Xiaoling as well, instructing the men. Get her a stretcher as well, we'll go down together. Throughout the journey down, nobody said a word to her nor asked for her take on anything, whether she was in pain or if she was willing to head down with them. In her previous life, Xiaoling would have lost her temper, but times have changed. She no longer had the same blessings as before. There was no halo on her anymore, thus she had to learn to live like an average person. Fortunately, she had had her share of tough times and simple contentment, having spent more than 12 years in an orphanage before she met Pei Zihang. Now she was back to being a common person living a common life, and maybe that's the kind of person she should have been since the beginning. The team brought her, on the stretcher, to the cluster of buildings at the mountain peak. They settled Xiaoling into the guest room and got professional doctors to examine her wounds and treat them as needed. It's just some superficial wounds, nothing too serious. Rest well for a few days, don't let them come into contact with water, don't take spicy food, and you should be alright very soon, the doctor instructed her. Xiaoling smiled and nodded, yet the moment the doctor turned his back and left, she walked straight to the bathroom. She filled the bathtub halfway and then immersed as much of herself into the water as she could. The warm, clean water surrounded her, and the smell of blood diffused in the air along with the steam. Xiaoling struggled to use her left hand to clean herself, careful not to open the wound on her right shoulder. But still, the smell of blood got stronger and stronger. The scene of the leopard pouncing on her kept replaying in her head. The next moment, it turned into a large, ferocious dog with dark shiny fur, standing at more than half a human being's height. It had tried to attack her as well, its massive body leaping towards her time and again. In Pei Ziheng's villa that seemed to be completely cut off from the world, she was in the dark basement trying to avoid that animal at all costs. She hit on the door like a madwoman and shouted for help, but still, she was trapped with no one to offer her a helping hand. That was the scariest day of her life. Even until now she'd tremble a little thinking about that day. Before that day, she was never compliant to Pei Ziheng. Even when she was placed under house arrest in his villa, she continued to argue with him, defying his every order. He always said, "Ling, one day I'll run out of patience with you." That day finally came. It was her 28th birthday. At dawn, he left a bouquet of red roses by her bed and bent over to caress her lips. Xiaoling made her best effort to avoid his lips, but her chin was gripped firmly and her hands were pressed down on the bed. She could only watch as his handsome face inched closer, his wine and lemon-scented lips pressing against hers. She then bit him brutally. The smell of blood spread from between his lips. He released her, with horror in his eyes. She lashed out, "Get off me, you beast." He looked at her very seriously, his eyes terrifyingly cold. He swiftly wiped the blood off his lips and said, "Beast. Well then, let me show you what a beast really looks like." He dragged her out of the bedroom and left her in a basement. The door was then slammed shut and locked from the outside. The basement was almost pitch black, and she could only see some vague outlines of what was inside. She heard a mad, raving bark, and then a huge shadow leapt towards her. Xiaoling let out a scream and scrambled back into a corner. It was not until the shadow in the dark knocked into something, emitting a loud clanking sound, that she realized that there was a metal barricade between the huge shadow and her. The huge shadow was a pedigree mastiff. She had been afraid of dogs since she was young, let alone a large pedigree mastiff like this one. Pei Ziheng had bred more than 10 similar mastiffs that stood guard in the surroundings of the bungalow to prevent her from running away. She never thought that they were able to be used in this way as well. She was locked up in the dark room for an entire night with only the mastiffs howling, constant crashing into the metal barricade, and sounds of its deep growling and attempts at biting at her to keep her company. She was terrified, cursing at Pei Ziheng with the most vicious of words, and then pleading with him in the most demeaning of manners. Eventually, she felt her voice grow hoarse with shouting and lay curled shivering in the wall corner, close to hysteria. She did not know when Pei Ziheng finally opened the basement door. All she heard was his voice from above, sneering. Still interested to see what an animal is. Her quivering lips could not produce any sound. His feet materialized in front of her face, and she heard him say, "Apologies, say that you were wrong and I'll bring you out of here." She could not remember how she admitted her mistake, but she seemed to remember that he had bent over to carry her in his arms and brought her back to the bedroom they were originally in. That bedroom, too, was a prison, with cameras everywhere. There were chains, handcuffs, and security was extremely tight. Yet, the natural sunlight in the room and the softness of the bed gave her a sense of security that she never had before. She collapsed on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. She developed a high fever that lasted a week and had constant nightmares. In her nightmares, she saw the recurring face of the mastiff snarling at her. When she recovered, she simply lay tamely in Pei Ziheng's arms every night, tolerating his every hug and every advance without resistance. It was as if she was still the Xiaoling that loved him with all her heart, that worshipped him like a god. As her memories faded away, the water in the tub slowly filled up. The warm water covered Xiaoling's entire body, wetting the open wound on her right shoulder. Her vision was a complete blur, tears flooding her eyes, the taste of saltiness by her lips. She gripped the bath towel tightly, rubbing it ferociously on her body, trying to wash off the stench of blood and animal on herself. However, even after her skin was red and painful from all the rubbing, the stench remained present. Eventually, she threw the towel in the tub, curled up and hugged herself tightly. The sound of flowing water circled in her ears, like a gentle, sad song. It seemed to be saying, if only she could go back in time, back to the time when she was 12 when the flowers were in full bloom. Back to the time when she could say no to that man's outstretched hand so that everything could have ended in that glorious moment. If that had been the case, it would be the best. Later, when she regained consciousness, she was on a bed. She opened her eyes to an intricately designed ceiling, a beautiful and tasteful chandelier and feeling the soft covers of the bed all around her. She heard someone shouting out at her, and then mustered a lot of strength before she finally could hear what was being said. "Yi Xingling, do you have a death wish? How could you have fainted while having a bath? Your wound was completely submerged in water. If the staff didn't bring you your meal and discovered you lying there, you would have died from the loss of blood." The person shouting at her was Tan Ying, clearly angered. Xiaoling took a while to recall how she ended up where she was. She opened her mouth to say something but was stopped by someone by her side. "Miss Yi, you've lost a lot of blood. I think you should not speak now and just have some rest." It was only then that she felt the dizziness and heaviness in her head and her body's weakness like she did not have an ounce of strength left. She had indeed lost a lot of blood. Hence, she obediently shut her mouth. Tan Ying watched as someone changed her drip and waited till everyone had left the room before sitting down by her bed. He said, "Yi Xingling, you really have a knack of creating trouble for me. All the other trainees are getting ready to return to the training camp tomorrow. You just had to pick this moment to get injured." Xiaoling looked at him in silence, not saying a word. Even though her massive blood loss had been from her own doing by fainting in the bath, but the wound had been done by Li Lei's pet animal, it wasn't as if she wanted to get injured. Shouldn't Tan Ying be blaming Li Lei instead? But of course, he wouldn't take it up with his boss. Thus, she could only tolerate. Tan Ying continued, given the severity of your injury, you definitely can't leave now. I've spoken to boss, and he said you can stay here for the time being to recuperate. When you are better you can find your own way back to the training camp. He paused and added, boss will also be spending some time here to recover as well. You would better stay in and not wander around too much. Do not disturb him. She understood him perfectly. The first half of what he said was inconsequential, it was this last line, for her not to disturb the big boss, that was the main thing he wanted to stress. He didn't have to worry, she was not planning to wander around even without him saying it. The leopard was still out there, it was not like she wanted to risk getting into trouble again. Xiaoling nodded obediently. Tan Ying gave a look of approval and continued saying, also, regarding what happened today, don't ask too much about it. When you return to the training camp, later on, make sure you keep mum about what happened as well. Understood. She understood. It was the underworld, they had to have secrets. Now that she thought about it, not everyone in the entertainment circle knew about Li Lei's background. Xiaoling only knew a little about his relationship with the notorious Li family because she had unintentionally heard Pei Ziheng talk about it. Pei Ziheng had said as well that Ski Art Entertainment was really low profile and did not flaunt who their backers were. If it were not for the fact that he had intentionally dug for information, he would have no way of knowing either. Hence, with her current identity as a small, normal trainee, it was expected that she would not know anything as well. It was not surprising that Tan Ying had to remind her to not run her mouth. Any normal person who had seen what she had would definitely think it was abnormal. Xiaoling looked over at Tan Ying and spoke with difficulty. Don't worry, I don't have much curiosity. Tan Ying smiled sinisterly. It's fine if you have curiosity as well. There is always a way to make sure you can never speak. A threat, this was without a doubt a threat. Xiaoling frowned, annoyance seeping into her voice. Mr. Tan, don't worry, I am not ready to die just yet. She paused before saying, I'm tired and would like to rest. I think you should leave. Tan Ying narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. After a moment, he said, Yi Xingling, I find myself increasingly unable to read you. Should I say that you are tactless or simply foolhardy? But, this is better than doing something stupid to warrant losing your life. With that, he gave a clap and stood up. I'll be off, then. If you encounter any problems you can call me. Also, if you need anything while you are here, you can also look for the staff in the premises. Xiaoling watched as he left. Before leaving, he considerately closed the door behind him. The room quietened down and she dimmed the lights, falling into a deep sleep under the covers. Her days of recuperation began. Since they were on a mountain the days were quiet, with an air of peace and relaxation that was enchanting. Every morning, Xiaoling would boil a pot of flower tea and sit reading on the balcony of the second-floor guest room. Sometimes, she would simply daydream, allowing her cluttered mind to relax from all the days of worrying. Li Lei never appeared. In fact, other than the staff that came by to clean and send her meals, Xiaoling had only seen one other person, the caretaker of the mountain villa, who had brought her a large bouquet of hibiscus mutabilis on Li Lei's biting. They were a type of flower that could change color depending on the time of the day. In the morning it was an understated but classy white, turning into a passionate red in the afternoon. Delicate and charming, pleasing to the eye. The caretaker had said that this was an apology from boss because of her injury. Xiaoling was not impressed. He was only giving her a bouquet of flowers after all she suffered. From a different point of view, however, he had readily footed all of her medical fees and took the initiative to provide her treatment. He also allowed her to stay in this spacious mountain villa's VIP guest room with full board completely free of charge. It could be said that he had taken full responsibility for the situation already. The current place that she was staying in was truly a VIP guest room. Unlike the drabby rooms that they were provided for the MV filming, midway up the mountain, the room here exuded class. The thick, soft carpet that came up to your ankles when you stepped into it, the well-stocked bar counter around the corner, the themed ceiling and wall designs, with interchangeable lighting effects, coupled with the natural fragrance and sound system, the starry sky at night, the ocean view, the desert. It was apparent that the owner of this place knew what it meant to enjoy life to the fullest. Resultantly, she had the privilege of enjoying the comfort of all these pleasures in the past few days. Undoubtedly, luxury and moderation really did help to lift her spirits. Yet, it was only a few days before Xiaoling felt bored. She never got used to doing nothing. She felt that she had to be busy while she was still alive. Since she had reincarnated, a large portion of her time had been spent in dance practice. Now that she could dance comfortably in this body, it was time to make sure that her voice could match up as well. After all, she was still ultimately a singer, even though she had to be involved in many other side activities. In this life, her voice was completely different than the voice she had in her past life. This was a natural gift, not something that could be changed via human means. In her past life, she had a riveting voice with the ability to sing across a vast range. No matter how high or low the song was, she was able to hit the notes effortlessly. Any melody that was of great challenge to other singers would seem easy when sung by her. Xiaoling thought sadly that perhaps this was the reason that Pei Ziheng had chosen her from the orphanage. Not only did she have an extraordinarily beautiful face, but she also had a voice that was one of a kind. Perhaps Pei Ziheng had simply wanted the perfect artiste from the very beginning, and she simply checked all the boxes. In this life, she was seemingly much more normal. In terms of visuals, she was pretty but not an immediate head turner, and her singing range was much narrower than before. High notes that she used to sing with ease now required more effort and concentration. Of course, the lack in talent was something that could be supplemented through hard work. All that needed to be done was to put in more energy and perseverance than anybody else. After all, music was the sound of one's heart, present deep down within everyone's soul. Like the stones silently sitting on the river bed, they might come in many different patterns and shapes, but if you put in the effort and patience to polish each one of them, every stone could give off its own unique charm. Her job was to find the projection that was most compatible with the voice she had in this life. In the following days, she tried to sing the songs she had sung in her past life. As expected, there were many twists and turns in the melodies that she felt unequipped to sing. She noted each of these parts down and categorized them into those which could be accomplished through practice, those which were simply impossible due to lack in talent, and also those that were not suitable for the voice she had in this life and had to be reworked. She proceeded to deal with each of these categories in turn. Her aim was not to create perfect covers of the songs that she was practicing but to familiarize and perfect the voice she had in this life by iterating through practice. As she solved each problem, the melodies of the songs were also modified drastically. Slowly but surely she pieced all the songs together, displaying a completely different but equally charming style. Familiar but strange, which both surprised and enthralled her. On this day, Xiaoling was leaning on the railings of the balcony, singing a song that she loved in her past life. The scent of sandalwood on my red sleeves, a zither in my hands. Playing a song of sophistication for you. Horses trampling on the peach blossoms on the ground. Bones warring against the desert sand. Jianmen Passage. Yongding River. To whom does this all belong to? The enchanting old melody, encompassing both a sense of sadness and ruthlessness, showcased the exquisiteness of her singing ability. Half of the reason why she loved this song in her past life was because few had the ability to sing this song in its entirety. She would admit that there was a period that she found enjoyment in seeing other artists seething with jealousy at what she could do. They used to say then that she was lucky to have been born with a good voice. Now, her good voice was gone. Xiaoling tried many different styles of singing, modifying the tune of the song where required, slowly but surely learning to manage this highly challenging song. Only when she was able to sing the song smoothly from start to finish did she stop, satisfied at her accomplishment. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. Xiaoling was not expecting this, jumping up in shock. The song sheets by her side were accidentally pushed over the balcony railings and floated down to the trees and grass below. She looked down and saw two men standing underneath a peacock flower tree. They were Li Lei and Wei Xiaoyan, who stood looking up at her. Hey, beauty, Li Lei waved at her flippantly with one hand, the other hand tucked in his trousers pocket. He looked ravishing today, with no semblance of someone that was injured. It seemed that he had mostly recovered from the injury. He was wearing an intricately woven silk shirt that was as white as the moonlight, with a light-colored flower pattern that was visible near the collar of the shirt which was kept slightly open, showing his tan skin and well-toned chest beneath. It was a fashion style that was hard to pull off but looked suitable on him even nonchalantly worn. In fact, it could be said that he looked heart-racing gorgeous. Xiaoling could not help but think that if he had chosen to be an artiste, he could make it big simply by standing there with his good looks. While her mind was in a flurry of activity, outwardly she calmly looked at him and said, "My name is Yi Xingling." "Okay, Yi Xingling." He corrected himself and continued, "What were you singing just now?" "It was really good." "Xiaoling's, The Scent of the Zither," she said. This was a famous song that had won 3 prestigious awards the year it was released. It topped the charts for a period of time and was heralded as a classic. It was shocking that he did not know it. "You don't know this famous song? How are you the owner of an entertainment company?" Wei Xiaoyan's voice drifted over from the side, a teasing tone apparent in it. He was similarly dressed in a white shirt, but unlike Li Lei, his shirt was completely white, simple and clean, and was buttoned neatly all the way to the top. Perfectly put together, with no room for criticism. Xiaoling was mildly shocked. A staff from Ski Art Entertainment could speak to his boss in this manner. When she was at Imperial Entertainment, Pei Ziheng was the unequivocal boss. If he said one thing, no one dared to say anything else. His force was overbearing, and no staff would dare to use such a tone on him. She looked over at Li Lei. Li Lei did not seem to have been affected by this little teasing. Smiling good-naturedly, he said, "That's why I have an elite like yourself managing things, Ah Wei." He cocked his head to one side and thought out loud. Though now that you mention it, the song is indeed familiar. Wait, the tune that I know of is slightly different from what she sang. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Wei Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly and remarked, "At least you picked up on that." He bent over and picked up the song sheets scattered on the ground and ruffled through them quickly. An expression of surprise came over his face, and then he asked, "Yi Xingling, you modified this yourself?" "Yes, these are all Xiaoling's songs." "I did not expect you to have researched her so thoroughly," said Wei Xiaoyan, a look of contemplation entering his eyes. "I'm a fan of Xiaoling," said Xiaoling lightly. The identity that Lu Dao imposed on her was coming in useful. Wei Xiaoyan smiled. "Xiaoling's songs aren't suitable for your voice. But after your modification, there is a different feel to them." "You're too kind," she politely replied. Wei Xiaoyan was unaffected by the lack of enthusiasm in her voice. He waved the song sheets in his hands and asked, "Mind if I take these back with me and have a look?" It was not anything important, so Xiaoling indicated that it was fine with a wave of her hand. Wei Xiaoyan said a quick goodbye to Li Lei, took the song sheets and hurried off. Xiaoling looked on at the sight of him leaving and thought to herself that the rumors in the industry of Wei Xiaoyan being a workaholic were indeed accurate. Li Lei was left standing alone under the luscious leaves of the peacock flower tree. Xiaoling looked down from the railing of the second-floor balcony she was in. He stared into her eyes for a moment, before giving a lazy smile and asking, "Did you like the hibiscus mutabilis that I asked the caretaker to bring over for you?" She thought of the bouquet sitting in her room and answered, "Yes, they are beautiful, thank you." His smile became deeper. There was silence for a moment. Xiaoling did not want to have anything more to do with him, thus she got up and made to leave. He called out to stop her. "Hold up, Yi Xingling. Can I help you with anything else, big boss?" She stopped where she was, turned around and asked. Under the splendid autumn sun, he leaned against the sprawling peacock flower tree, the golden rays of the sun shining on his face, perfectly complementing the radiant smile on his face, exuding an elusive attractiveness. He said, I had a lunch appointment with Awe originally and we happened to pass by here. We heard you singing and stopped for a moment to appreciate your performance. But who knew that he would run off because of you? Quote, comma, dot, dot, quote. Xiaoling was speechless. How could she be blamed for that? Wei Xiaoyan had unilaterally decided to go examine the song sheets he had borrowed from her. She was just a lowly trainee in the company, what power did she have to influence the top producer of the company? Li Lei continued in his own stride. So, why don't you join me for lunch? What? Xiaoling was a little taken aback at his invitation. Eating alone is boring. As he spoke, he laughed and persuaded. I promise it's a delicious and hearty meal. I'm not lying to you. Sorry boss, I haven't recovered fully from my injury and need to rest. Please forgive me for being unable to accompany you for lunch. Do look for someone else. She declined politely. He was the one that felt bored eating alone, not her. In contrast, she actually enjoyed being alone here. She still had many keys to practice, who had the spare time to entertain the big boss. Surprise flashed across Li Lei's eyes. He had probably not expected that someone would dare decline his invitation. Xiaoling thought that it was no surprise given his family background and position as the big boss of ski art entertainment. He was used to having people suck up to him, and would think that everyone would obey him unconditionally. She knew these wealthy people too well, they all had the same problem. Yet, it was but a split second before the lazy smile returned to Li Lei's face. An invitation is nothing compared to a coincidental meeting. As a guest here, are you not going to give me some face as the owner of this villa? Xiaoling frowned as she sensed the slight pressure in his words. If she declined this second invitation it would seem impolite. As she was living in his premises she had no choice but to give in. She gave an internal sigh and agreed to his lunch invitation reluctantly. Turning, she was about to head downstairs for lunch. However, she remembered something and returned to the railings, looking down pensively. Li Lei sensed her concern immediately and said, Mao isn't here. She breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Fortunately, that leopard was not around. Otherwise, even if it meant that she had to risk offending the big boss, she would definitely not go down for lunch. She said, please wait a little while for me. I'll be down after I change. The weather in the mountains was a little chilly. Xiaoling picked a light, khaki dress from the cupboard and then pulled on a thin cardigan. She only headed downstairs after ensuring that she looked presentable. When she saw Li Lei, he did not seem impatient at all and instead gave her a once-over, a look of approval entering his deep green eyes. He complimented. This long dress suits you well. Thank you, Xiaoling replied. Looking at Li Lei up close, she realized that he was even more handsome. His long and narrow eyes were slightly lifted at the sides, his thin lips lightly pulled into a half smile. Around his neck were two army dog tags on a metal chain that had a metallic gleam, though it was unclear what material they were made of. On his lightly tanned skin, it made him seem even more manly. There was a period the army dog tags were a popular fashion accessory. Yet, he was the only one that was so compatible with it on. Li Lei stood up and led Xiaoling in the direction of the dining hall. Making conversation, he asked, are you very scared of Mao? Xiaoling remained quiet for a moment. Other than fear, she also felt hate for the beast. Ever since she had endured what Pei Ziheng put her through, she would avoid any animal that was similar to the mastiff. What's more, the leopard had injured her. Yet, she could not tell Li Lei all of this. She simply said, a mons, wild animal, will always be a wild animal. She had wanted to say, monster, but had changed her word midway to accommodate the big boss. Li Lei brushed off her comment, saying, in many instances, they are more loyal than humans. It was clear that that leopard was good to him. Although nobody explained the situation that she saw before, from her observation it appeared that an assassin had tried to attack Li Lei but was killed by the leopard. That leopard had been pacing and restless seeing Li Lei injured, clearly anxious and worried for him. As such, they would definitely not see eye to eye on this topic. To change the topic, Xiaoling asked in passing, what's for lunch? Li Lei gave her a look, smiled and responded, you'll see when we get there. Xiaoling did not have any major expectations for lunch, but after hearing his reply, she could feel her curiosity rising. She followed him through the winding mountain path for a distance before she saw an exquisite jetty under the shade of the vegetation in front of them. On the water by the jetty was a small wooden boat that could only sit two people other than the boat captain manning the oars. Li Lei took a step onto the boat first, before reaching out his hand to her intending to help her onto the boat. Xiaoling avoided his hand and said, I can manage on my own. He raised his brows lightly and naturally retracted his hand as if she had never declined his help. She could not help but be impressed by his manners. For a big boss like him to give such respect to a lowly trainee was indeed uncommon. As she thought, she nimbly stepped onto the wooden boat, showcasing her perfect balance by barely rocking the boat at all. She lifted her dress a little as she took her seat. Looking up, she met his gaze as he looked at her, his eyes with a tinge of a smile. Tan Ying indeed has a good eye for people, he remarked. She was a little stunned with the sudden change of topic. Li Lei said, you've practiced dance for a long time, haven't you? It doesn't look like you have only been a trainee for 1 or 2 years. She secretly gave a start. She did not expect him to be so astute. He clearly did not recognize even a song as famous as The Scent of the Zither. How could he tell from a single look that she had practiced dance for a long time? She picked her words carefully as she replied, I've liked dancing since I was young. My family sent me to a children's dance training class, thus I've been dancing since I was little. He smiled lightly and did not respond. She felt a little uneasy, afraid that he had picked up on something. She asked in trepidation, "You seem to be quite the expert in the dance department." "I wouldn't say I'm an expert," he replied nonchalantly. "A few days ago when Aoi was torturing you kids, I watched you from afar. Your abilities are at a completely different level from the rest of the trainees. So it was by comparison." Xiaoling relaxed a little and said, "You're too kind. But wait, what did he mean by, you kids?" She looked over at Li Lei. He looked no more than 24 or 25 years old, even younger than she was in her past life. Li Lei was unaware of her thoughts as he beckoned to the waiter to serve lunch. A row of waiters in matching uniforms came holding similar wooden trays and silently served plates and plates of delicacies. Xiaoling quietly watched them. The spread was indeed extensive. There was a steamed base, barbecued meat, prawn fried with longjing tea, corn with pines, etc., all placed in polished, white porcelain plates. The food looked succulent and the aroma was intoxicating. Just looking at the food made her hungry. He poured her some wine with the impeccable manners of a gentleman. The rose-colored liquid swirled in the amber cup, the wine's fragrance lingering in the air. "This is a fruit wine that we produced in this mountain villa," he remarked. "Have a taste, it's very refreshing." She sipped for a taste and it was indeed a good wine. It was slightly warm as it entered her palate, and the initial sweetness left a subtle mellow aftertaste that lasted. In her past life, she had tasted many good wines while with Pei Zihang. At this moment, she was certain that this wine was not as simple as Li Lei had put it. Even if it were self-produced in this mountain villa, there was definitely an experienced and illustrious winemaker overseeing the operation. Yet he kept mum with no intention to brag. Xiaoling could not resist but steal another look at Li Lei, feeling increasingly impressed by him. The boat captain skillfully rowed the boat with the bamboo oars in his hands, and the wooden boat traversed the river between the green mountains, following the river's current. Along the way, Li Lei kept up the intermittent conversation and before long, the wooden boat had traveled past many twists and turns along the river stretch. The scenery on the two banks changed and there were no longer signs of houses or people. Li Lei told her that this river's name was the River of Longing. It flowed through many of the neighboring peaks with many twists along the way, and they were now no longer in the initial mountain where they started from. He peeled an orange and passed a segment to her, saying, "Have an after-meal fruit and rest for a little longer. We will be reaching another jetty. From there we can switch to a cable car to return to the mountain villa. You will be able to see the Jade Mirror Lake and wild geese midway up the mountain." His words were lined with a tinge of laughter, fulfilling his role as host well. Although Xiaoling felt that it was a little waste of time to traverse the entire mountain region just for a simple meal, the year-long prisoner life that she had experienced in her past life, as well as the mundane life of a trainee, was just too boring. Hence, she couldn't help but feel expectant upon hearing about the wild geese he spoke about. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. A sudden downpour sent them scrambling, soaking them from top to bottom. Li Lei used both arms to protect the wound in his abdomen while ordering the boat captain. "Lao Chen, quickly look for a place nearby to hide from the rain." The boat captain responded with a loud voice and then started rowing in earnest. The little wooden boat picked up speed as he guided it steadily through the many turns that he had become accustomed to. They came to a stop in front of a secluded cave. Li Lei jumped ashore and stretched out his arm to help Xiaoling out. This time, Xiaoling did not decline, mainly because the partially recovered wound on her shoulder was hurting badly having been wet through by the rain. She could barely lift her arm to balance herself. Li Lei half dragged, half carried her ashore. She looked disheveled and stood unsteadily as he pulled her into his embrace in one swift motion. Li Lei's chest was sturdy like it was made of metal, and her nose hurt from bumping into it with the sudden movement. Xiaoling panicked momentarily and struggled to stand steady. He released his hold on her and looked at her teasingly. "The ground is slippery from the heavy downpour. It's not the time for you to pretend like you don't need help." She covered her nose in embarrassment, not saying a word. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she felt that his words held more meaning than he let on the surface. Could it be that he was holding a grudge from her initial rejection? Yet, it was just a moment later that he turned and walked further into the cave, leaving her behind. His steps were steady, and nobody would be able to tell that he was still recovering from an injury. Xiaoling looked on in shock. His gun wound was definitely more serious than her shoulder injury. Her shoulder was still hurting badly but he was completely fine already. At this moment, the boat captain too came ashore after anchoring the wooden boat. Seeing Xiaoling standing outside the cave, he politely said, "Miss, you should head inside the cave too. The wind at the cave entrance is chilly, thus you'll easily catch a cold. I'll be okay here alone standing guard." Xiaoling nodded and followed in the direction that Li Lei had headed. The cave was not considered deep and was formed in a semicircle shape. As she took a turn to go further into the cave to look for Li Lei, she could no longer see the boat captain at the entrance. Li Lei had already taken off his shirt, revealing his naked upper body, his muscles proportionate and well-toned. She noticed that there was gauze wrapped around his waist and some blood was seeping out. Clearly, his wound was not fully recovered. She would not have been able to tell from the way he had acted earlier like there was nothing wrong at all. Furthermore, she could see countless old scars crisscrossed on his body, in all shapes and sizes. Many looked scary, with one spanning from his left shoulder to his right waistline, as if someone had tried to cut him in half. She couldn't help but wonder what did he go through to have scars like these. She kept walking forward while she pondered, her footsteps light, not obvious with the howling of the wind and rain. However, as she drew near to Li Lei, he raised his head alertly, the deep green of his eyes overflowing with coldness. Xiaoling felt her heart tighten in fear. It was as if an invisible hand held her in a choke the moment he laid eyes on her, making her freeze in place. There was an iciness in the air. Was this a killer's instinct? In a split second his death glare was replaced with his usual lazy smile. He said, "Oh Yi Xingling, it's you. Take off your clothes and come sit by the fire. It's easy to fall ill in this weather." She took a deep breath. Who else did he think would appear here? As she sought to tame her heart that was thumping wildly, Xiaoling thought to herself that she had but seen Li Lei twice and both times he had given her a massive fright. She felt no security being with him, a vagrant associated with the underworld, thus she would better keep a distance in the future. She carefully walked closer and sat down opposite him, as far away as possible. He had somehow found some firewood and was starting a fire. The confidence he exuded clearly suggested that he knew what he was doing. As he worked, he said, "The weather in the mountains is hard to predict. Lao Chen and his crew have been here for a long time, thus they know all the places to hide from the rain. This cave has already been scouted out before. It's safe, don't worry." She had nothing to worry about. Tan Ying had mentioned that there were no wild beasts in the nearby mountains on the very first day of filming. Furthermore, ever since Li Lei's injury, she heard from the caretaker that security in the mountains had been heightened. In the route that they took on the wooden boat, there were countless bodyguards around, some visible some not. He was the one that was worried. The aggressiveness in his glare earlier was too obvious. Warmth rose from the flicker of the orange-red flame that Li Lei started. She lifted her hands and warmed them by the fire, and then curiously asked, "Where did you find this firewood?" "We prepare them year-round in these caves, in case anyone needs them urgently while being trapped here alone." Li Lei replied and continued, "When we go back later, Lao Chen will replace the firewood here. Oh, there's also some dried food." He jerked his chin towards the direction of a stack of dried biscuits in a near corner of the cave. As they had just had lunch and were not hungry, neither of them touched the biscuits. Li Lei narrowed his eyes and watched her warming her hands by the fire, darkness entering his eyes. She noticed the change and lowered her head to look at herself. At this moment, she noticed that her long dress and cardigan, soaked in the rain, were clinging closely to her body, the curves of her body and muscles underneath her skirt shaped clearly by the wet fabric. With a start, she wrapped both arms around her chest reflexively. He chuckled. She glared at him, at the way he laughed, as her arms tightened around her chest. "You can let your guard down, little beauty." He was sitting casually beside the fire, not quite looking at her, instead concentrated on drying his rain-soaked shirt. It dried quickly, considering that the shirt was real silk. "Take off your wet clothes," he flung the shirt at her, "and put this on instead." Xiaoling was taken aback by his show of kindness. "Stop blanking out, unless you enjoy standing half exposed in front of me," he remarked. She could not tell if he was joking or not. "You're shameless, your entire family," she snapped. Then her eyes fell on how the firelight illuminated his upper body, and a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over her. She grabbed the shirt and left. She could hear his pleasant laughter from behind. Xiaoling had her back turned against him as she began to change, still suppressing her outrage. She had slipped off her outer jacket quickly. However, her fingertips slowed as they approached her dress and eventually froze, unable to move on. "You can take off your dress, you know," he drawled. "I'm taller than you, so the shirt is going to become oversized. If you're worried about exposing yourself." He was right, the shirt hit her about mid-thigh, so accidentally flashing anyone would technically be improbable. But her mind involuntarily flickered back to her year-long imprisonment by Pei's Ihang. In that entire year she had not gotten any legitimate garments to even clothe herself, and now incomplete outfits traumatized her to no end. Especially in front of men. "It's fine, this is all right," she feigned. Li Lei gave her a meaningful look. He was the Li family's grandson and had a silver spoon in his mouth ever since he was born. In his 20-plus years of existence, he had his fair share of women that plotted to crawl into bed with him. Xiaoling, drenched head to toe, literally had the opportunity to seduce him presented to her, and yet here she was, wrapped up like a dumpling as if she was afraid that he would take advantage of her. How interesting. His lips curled into an unknowing smile. All of a sudden, Xiaoling could only feel her shoulder throb in pain, as the rest of her arm faded into numbness. Nonetheless, she continued to struggle into his dry shirt, even doing up all the buttons and dragging her soaked dress back to where the fire was. The firelight was dancing across his face, illuminating his features. "Thank you," she said politely. He was side-eyeing her, considering something. "Come here," he said, as he motioned for her to come over. "Why?" She was confused. "Come here," he repeated. He said it smilingly, but somehow it still managed to hold some kind of authority, the kind that only the very powerful in society could possess. Xiaoling paused, thinking. Not wishing to entertain the thought of direct conflict, she very warily followed his instruction. "Sit," he commanded. She sat down, but before she could react, he had pulled her into his chest. "What are you doing?" She was visibly shaken, instinctively pushing him away. How dare he be so casual, with one hand on her waist and the other actually undoing the buttons on her shirt. "Be good, don't move," he replied calmly, easily resisting her struggling by flipping her arms to the back. The hand that was previously resting on her waist was now holding her wrists down, and Xiaoling could not, for the life of her, break free from his iron grasp. "Li Lei, let go of me," she threatened, raising her head to glare at him. He lowered his head to look at her. He had that unreadable look in his eyes again, the one where nobody could tell what he was thinking. Xiaoling could only see her own pale, frenzied figure reflected in his pupils, and unknowingly began to settle down. He grinned belatedly, saying with a gentle tone, "Don't look so scandalized, I only wanted to help you redo your buttons, they were a little off just now." His gaze was trailing, beginning at her face and slowly making its way down, and she remembered how he paused for a moment at her chest. "I'll admit, your figure is pretty sweet, and your face is my type." Xiaoling stiffened immediately. As he senses her discomfort, he patted her back as if in consolation. "Don't be afraid, I'm not interested in doing anything to you. Though I'm a little hurt by how you're so scared of me." He was still redoing her buttons for her as he said this, and she almost shuddered, sensing the warmth emanating from his fingertips. Time seemed to be passing slower than usual, and Xiaoling was praying with all her might for him to finish whatever he was doing, but to no avail, instead feeling his actions slow with every passing moment. Internally, she cursed herself for managing to mess up buttoning a shirt so badly, possibly giving some guy an opportunity to take advantage of her. Which then led her to question why she had taken the shirt from him so readily in the first place. After all, they weren't related. He was just her boss, and which boss treated their employees like this? After what felt like an eternity, Li Lei finally did up the last button, and she felt his slightly calloused thumb and index fingertip on her chin. It's done. His voice was low, practically ghosting across her cheeks. He let go as she escaped his grip. She subconsciously clambered away until her personal space was restored, sighing in relief. She felt a droplet of something trickle into her eye, and when she felt her forehead, she realized that she had broken into a cold sweat. He was still sitting beside the fire, single hand outstretched towards her. I said before, you don't have to be so scared. Xiaoling knew that she was overreacting, but nobody would understand her. Nobody would truly know the horrors she experienced in Pei Ziheng's villa. It was the reason why she was so talented in pushing people away today. She lowered her head in an attempt to conceal her expression from him. Yo, Mao. Li Lei's voice had considerably lightened. No way, it was here. Xiaoling looked over, only to be greeted by the sight of a leopard not too far from herself. It looked formidable, covered in a majestic rose pattern, amber irises silently trained on the both of them. It must have come in because of the storm, for its entire body was completely drenched, with countless water droplets falling off its slick coat, pooling in the form of little puddles beneath itself. Xiaoling could feel each individual hair on her body stand. Being so close to a creature never spelled good news for anybody. For some reason, Li Lei seemed unfazed, his expression brightening as he opened his arms. Mao, come here. The leopard turned his head and looked at Li Lei, as if inspecting whether its owner had gotten any new injuries before narrowing its eyes in satisfaction. It took several steps back, gaining momentum before pouncing onto Li Lei. Oof. Li Lei, overpowered by the impact of the creature, was tackled to the floor, but his tone was still smiling. Mao, you're disgusting. I just dried myself and now I'm wet all over again. Hey, don't dry yourself on me. I said don't do that. He was basically rolling on the ground with the leopard now, the leopard's head buried in Li Lei's chest as he patted its fur, obviously having fun. Xiaoling stared on dumbfoundedly. The leopard, was it really a leopard? Why did it seem like one of those big dogs? The only thing it had not done was run towards its owner wagging its tail. She seemed to have understood why the ferocious creature was called Mao. When it was unprovoked, it seemed to be a completely different being from the one she faced the other day. Finally, as the two of them were done rolling about and leaving mud prints on the ground, they returned to the fire. Xiaoling realized that Li Lei's wound seemed to have opened up, and the air around was beginning to smell of blood. He undid the bandage around his abdomen and began treating his wound, appearing more skilled than even a medical professional. Mao lazily lied beside him, head resting on its front paws and eyes half closed as if it was already asleep. Xiaoling wasn't sure if her gut feeling was right, but she felt that his line of sight never left her. Yet it was not the least bit interested in the smell of blood that came from its owner. It seemed like he really could differentiate what he should and shouldn't eat. Li Lei cleaned the dried blood around the wound without even batting an eyelid. Xiaoling felt the pain just by looking at it, yet he acted like it was nothing, there was not a trace of pain on his face. He even reassured her while cleaning his wound. There's a storm now and Mao is here because it's worried about me, you don't have to be afraid of it. Since you're wearing my clothes, it won't hurt you. However, she wasn't convinced by his words at all. The way the leopard sized her up didn't seem very friendly, and she felt that it could pounce on and kill her anytime. Xiaoling took a deep breath and gathered the courage to voice out. Boss, I'm going to go take a breather. Li Lei looked up at her, and then at Mao. He gave up trying to push for a peaceful coexistence between the two of them. Forget it, go ahead, it really doesn't bite. Xiaoling wasn't swayed as she took her leave. Old Chen, who was at the mouth of the cave, wasn't surprised to see her walk out. He smilingly said, Miss, come and warm yourself by the fire. I saw Mao enter just now and guessed that you'd be coming out. Oh, she looked at him, puzzled. Old Chen was using dried twigs and branches to nurse the fire. Young master's leopard grew up eating flesh and meat. Though it doesn't usually attack people, it's still a wild animal, and most people can't stand to stay around it. Old Chen was not a part of ski art entertainment, he was the Li family's servant, thus he only knew Li Lei as young master and not boss. Then, are you afraid? Xiaoling casually asked. Surprisingly, Old Chen shook his head. Initially I was scared, but after knowing that Mao had saved young master's life several times, I wasn't so scared anymore. Miss, let me tell you, this leopard has a spiritual nature, and animals like that don't attack anyhow. Yeah, she acknowledged half-heartedly as she looked across the fire at the rainy scene outside the cave. She thought to herself, no wonder Li Lei was so happy to see that leopard. His expression was softer than when he faced her. Having been in the entertainment industry for her whole previous life, she was discerning enough to tell that even though Li Lei was polite and nice to her, he did not feel much towards her. When he saw the leopard, however, the tenderness and love he expressed towards it were genuinely sincere. Oh well, so in boss's eyes, she couldn't even hold a candle to a leopard. The rain pattered down outside the cave, and after sitting by the fire for a long while, she finally felt some warmth. Xiaoling leaned her head against the wall of the cave and dozed off, yet in her subconsciousness, she dreamed of something, thus she could not sleep soundly. The wound in her shoulder was starting to hurt slightly. She tossed and turned in her sleep, the discomfort getting increasingly distinct, but still, she refused to wake up. Some time passed before somebody apparently called out her name. It was a gentle voice, almost seductive. She softly mumbled. Brother Pei. She dreamed of Pei Zihang's gentle and handsome face. She was still young when she overexerted herself during practice and came down with a high fever. The family clinic happened to be closed that day, and at 2 in the morning, Pei Zihang had carried her to the hospital. They were the only people in the emergency room in the dead of night, and he had removed his coat to wrap around her. She remembered him foolishly humming a tune as they waited. At that time, Xiaoling had criticized his singing and minded that he comforted her like a child. 12-year-old Xiaoling had frowned when she told him to stop singing. She had told him seriously. Brother Pei, I've grown up, don't treat me like a child anymore. Back then, her sister, Xia Yu, always endearingly called him Brother Zihang, while she only ever called him Brother Pei. When they became a couple after that, she only addressed him as Zihang. Acting all coquettishly around people was something she never could bring herself to do. Hence, from then on, she never heard him sing again. But now, she really hoped to go back to the time when she would tug at his sleeve and say, "Sing me another song." Semi-conscious, she seemed to hear a sound. It was broken up and disjointed, just like her memory. Yet it was in these notes and melody that she was finally able to be at peace, finally falling into a deep sleep. When she woke up, Xiaoling found herself in a car. Night had fallen, the shadows from the trees along the sides of the road stretching across the car. It was very quiet in the car, but as the dim street lights peeked inside, it revealed the handsome face of the man holding her. It was Li Lei. He had her on his lap and his eyes were closed, probably asleep. His head was resting on the seat of the car, his long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyes. The image she saw had a little less life than in the daytime, but a lot more gentleness. He was truly a very attractive man. Xiaoling flinched a little and he sensed it right away. He opened his eyes and took a glance at her, smiling. Why are you up so fast? How are you feeling? Are you in any discomfort? His deep, dark green eyes were so full of life that they looked like a night sky full of stars. Only then did she realize that she felt cold despite being wrapped in a thick blanket and having a warm towel on her forehead. She opened her mouth but struggled to speak, her voice so hoarse that she could barely recognize it as her own. What happened to me? You're running a fever, he replied lightheartedly. Told you to take your soakingly wet dress off, but you refused to listen. You were so stubborn despite being drenched in the rain, serves you right that this happened. He was being harsh with his words, but meanwhile, his hands never stopped working, helping her up a little and holding a cup of water to her lips. Drink up. She drank a few sips of the water, it was actually warm. She wondered how they could have gotten warm water in the car. He seemed to have noticed her bewilderment and said, "You were already running a fever this afternoon when we sought shelter from the rain in the cave. Seeing that you were unconscious, I had no choice but to get old Chen to contact the emergency team on the mountains. Once the rain stopped, they came to get you with all the medical supplies." Thank you, her throat was strained. What's there to thank me for? I'm your boss. I heard from Tanying that you're still somewhat of a newbie. If anything happened to you, where would all the resources that we've pumped into you go? He joked. She was slightly confused listening to him. So, he was taking such care of her because of that. Rich people really are jerks. Xiaoling turned over and ignored him, yet he still rambled. You're being petty if this makes you angry, little beauty. Have you forgotten that while you slept, you wouldn't let go of my hand and even demanded that I sing for you? Her heart clenched. Perhaps the voice was not a dream. She raised her head incredulously. You sang for me. His face broke into an attractive smile. That's right, if I wouldn't sing, you wouldn't let me go. You wouldn't sleep well, waking up in a cold sweat. I had no choice, I had to just hold you and sing. I sang so many songs, I think I sang all the songs I know before you finally went to sleep. Li Lei mockingly continued, you're so hard to please, little beauty. Xiaoling could not understand. In this life, she would consider herself pleasant looking at best, but she was nothing compared to the stunning drop-dead gorgeousness from her last life. Even among all the other celebrities, she was average. How could he call her little beauty so easily? Of course, at this moment, her main concern was not his peculiar choice of nickname. She had more urgent things to settle as she frenziedly asked, what did I say when I was sleeping? She could vaguely remember Pei Zihang somewhere, and she prayed that she had not let slip what she should not have said. Li Lei squinted in her direction and broke into a grin. Don't be so nervous. I only understood what you were saying when you were begging me to sing. Anything beyond that escaped me entirely. Really? She asked, not quite convinced. Why would I lie to you? Li Lei leaned back into his chair, hand outstretched to pat her head before closing his eyes yet again. Go to sleep, we still have a long way to go. Cocooned in a soft, warm blanket, his steady breathing low by her ears, she gently drifted back into a dreamless sleep. When she woke up, it was already the next day's afternoon, in her luxurious room in the mountains. She had been given a prescription and even got a shot, but most importantly, the doctors advised her to rest. Her rest days were fundamentally different from before though, no thanks to Wei Xiaoyan. From the day he borrowed her song sheets for study, he would come to her every other day. In the beginning, he would discuss matters regarding the song sheets with her, and gradually, the topic of conversation gradually deepened. It began by analyzing the different transitions and continuations of different musical theories. The discussion was mostly centered around the works of her previous incarnation. There was no other way about it. Xiaoling's music style was just too classic. Anyway, Wei Xiaoyan's MB was in honor of Xiaoling. The song title was lyrical and melancholy, called, I'll Sing Another Song for You. I'll sing another song for you, the last song, bid farewell to yesterday's blossoms, yesterday's legends. I'll light you another lantern, a lotus lamp on the other shore, forget the ebb and flow of time, let the smoke and rain bring you home. The production was Wei Xiaoyan's style, no doubt, but for some reason, it was lacking something. This was inevitable. After all, why did he want to work on a song for her? In Xiaoling's last life, they were never familiar, neither with each other nor her work. They were essentially strangers. In this life, Xiaoling and Wei Xiaoyan met by chance. He was a top producer, she was an unknown trainee. And she sometimes felt like she was not in the position to pry into certain things. However, as their musical discussions deepened, she let the question slip. Mr. Wei, if I'm not wrong, you and Xiaoling have never been close, why do you want to dedicate a song to her? The bitter aroma of his deep roast Manheling coffee punctuated the air as Wei Xiaoyan swirled the porcelain cup in his hand. His posture was elegant, and in his voice, she could hear a note of feigned ignorance and helplessness. I have no choice, my Na forced me into it. I don't think you know her, she's the most difficult manager in our company, and a famous, die-hard Xiaoling fan. My Na. Xiaoling turned the name over in her head for a moment, but to no avail. The truth was, in her last life, she hadn't kept tabs on her fans, so it was not surprising that not a single fan's name could come to mind. Thinking back to how they had mourned for her after her death, she could not help but feel that she had let them down. Xiaoling took a shallow sip of her tea and softly asked, just this reason? Wei Xiaoyan smiled. Of course, there's also the money. Xiaoling's popularity is no joke, writing her tribute song will be extremely profitable. Even though he was a genius producer, he was still essentially a businessman. She nodded in comprehension but faltered. But if the company releases a tribute song, and then all the other companies follow in succession, I don't know if the fans will follow. After all, in her last lifetime, she had 10 years in the spotlight, spanning from her debut to her suicide, and all of it was spent in Imperial Entertainment. This is the magical part. Wei Xiaoyan laughed, reminding her of a sly fox. I met Feng Kun the other day. He said he wasn't intending on writing any tribute. Feng Kun had been her producer, and all her songs from her last lifetime had been exclusively produced by him. In the company, if Feng Kun did not take on the responsibility of the tribute song, then nobody else could. Xiaoling's heart sank, probably like how the remaining notes of Wei Xiaoyan's coffee settled deep, bitter and sour. She supposed that Feng Kun had simply abandoned her after her death. Feng Kun, her most treasured and trusted friend on her musical journey, didn't even want to do her a last favor. Wei Xiaoyan continued, Feng Kun says that Imperial Entertainment doesn't deserve it. What? She had to take some time to react. He said, Imperial Entertainment doesn't deserve to make Xiaoling a tribute song, and doesn't deserve to make this money. Wei Xiaoyan repeated. A gold star producer that has worked for Imperial Entertainment for over a decade said this. It really makes people wonder what relationship he has with his own company, or perhaps, what relationship Xiaoling had with the company. She did not hear his last sentence, only fixated on the fact that Feng Kun had said that Imperial Entertainment was unworthy. She shut her eyes, overwhelmed. Feng Kun and Chu Chen were the same. They had both known the truth, except unlike Chu Chen, Feng Kun had not abandoned her. Out of all the people who had been around her, there was only him. Only him. In her memory, Feng Kun was like her. They had great pride, and demanded nothing less than perfection in their work, despising anything less than that. He was much more mature though, and like an older brother, he was always keeping her in line. Whenever Xiaoling offended people, he would chide her. Xiaoling, be more down to earth, please. After all, being the bigger person is how we can be happier. Unfortunately, she never listened. Until today, after everyone had left her. He really had her best interests at heart. Feng Kun, I'm sorry that I put so many years worth of your work to waste. Since she had a second shot at life, she promised to herself that she would never forget his words, to never commit the same mistakes again. Wei Xiaoyan fiddled with his cup as usual. Feng Kun provided his 2 cents on this song, and the removal of some of Xiaoling's music segments was also authorized by him. He even recommended that Shen Manyao be the main singer for this song. Xiaoling was bewildered. Shen Manyao, why would he recommend her? Feng Kun says that a lot of those who praise Xiaoling sky high are actually hypocrites, they can't wait to do her in. I think he's right. Given Xiaoling's arrogance and temper, it's no wonder she's not well liked, said Wei Xiaoyan matter-of-factly, before carrying on. He said that Xiaoling detested being lied to and betrayed more than anything else. If those hypocritical artistes were to sing for her bereavement, Xiaoling's spirit wouldn't be happy about it. In this case we might as well get Shen Manyao to sing it. Her singing might not be exceptional, but at least she was the only one who dared to voice her unhappiness to Xiaoling's face. So that's why. Xiaoling couldn't decide if it was funny or sad, but she felt warm inside. Feng Kun had always known her well, and now it seemed like the one who knew her best wasn't Pei Ziheng nor Xia Yu, but him. Choosing Shen Manyao based on such a reason seemed odd, but it was exactly what she would have wanted. Previously, Xiaoling had no idea that those who flattered and exalted her were so hypocritical. Now that she knew, she indeed would rather pick someone like Shen Manyao than give the rest of them a chance to boost their reputation with this opportunity. She nodded. Feng Kun, that's great. She couldn't think of how else to say it, no words could express the gratitude she felt. Wei Xiaoyan did not notice the slight change in Xiaoling's mood. He simply said, yeah, he has always been very nice to Xiaoling. But I'm the one suffering now, having to work with someone like Shen Manyao who can't even vocalize properly, half of the time was used just to teach her singing from scratch. Xiaoling snorted, but quickly kept her smile when she looked up to see Wei Xiaoyan's deadly glare. At least the melody of the song is catered for the masses, it doesn't require much of a prerequisite for the singer. We're working under time constraints for the song, and Shen Manyao's standards are just, there's no way we can give her a challenging song, said Wei Xiaoyan. Moreover, this song was written by Xiaoling's fans, and most of her fans don't have much singing capabilities. For it to be sung well and be moving, the only way is to have a melody that's mass-oriented. On this note, he seemed to have another thought as he said, I really wonder what the fans are thinking. Singing any of Xiaoling's songs make them sound like they're making a racket, yet they just like her anyway. Like Sister Mina, for instance. Xiaoling slowly sipped her fruit tea, her head held low. She had no comment. It's true, her songs easily make it to the top hits, but her fans rarely won by singing her songs at competitions. If she could do it all over again, she would be nicer to them, she would write a few songs that they could sing well and sound good. The good thing is that you're around, said Wei Xiaoyan. Some of Xiaoling's original tunes are incorporated in this song. Her songs have always been challenging to perform, thus having them in here is causing some problems with the bridging. I've tried working it out with a few songwriters, but it hasn't been very fruitful. Talking it out with you, on the other hand, has given me some direction. Xiaoling looked up and smiled. Oh well, I'm just glad I'm of help. Wei Xiaoyan nodded. You're of a very big help here. I'll make some modifications to the song, thus the final product should be way better than what we have now. As he said this, a new thought seemed to have come to mind. He turned and looked straight at her. Yi Xingling, I never knew you had a talent in this area. Would you consider coming to help us out at the recording studio? Help Wei Xiaoyan out at the recording studio? Xiaoling was a little stunned, and then casually asked. Will I get paid? Wei Xiaoyan was stunned as well now. After pausing a moment, he said somewhat seriously, this is more than what most people can even dream of, and all you're thinking of is whether you'll get paid. She believed him. In her previous life she'd seen how people had fought with their lives to get a place in Feng Kun's recording studio. People were willing to even pay to that job, not to mention work with no pay. He and Wei Xiaoyan were considered to be in the same league, thus it seemed like the situation wouldn't be much different over here. But Xiaoling was different. She didn't need the experience, wasn't interested in the credentials, and had no intention to get close to anyone. Wei Xiaoyan's invitation was of no use to her. She said, Mr. Wei, thank you for your suggestion. But I already owe the company a lot of money and my priority now is to clear my debt. Whatever doesn't help me achieve that is not within my consideration. Wei Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. You owe the company money. Seeing that she wasn't about to reply, he didn't probe further. He simply said, trainees who haven't made it big yet are not paid for these contributions to the company, and I can't make it an exception for you. However, if you do make it big, I'll write your first song. How's that? This time it was Xiaoling who was surprised. Who knew he'd be so magnanimous? A newbie's first song as a celebrity is of great significance. If they could rise to stardom with that song, their road ahead would be a lot easier. And if their first song was a flop, they could forget about breaking out of that vicious cycle of unpopularity and lack of opportunity. There were way too many newbies out there who resorted to unthinkable means just to secure a good enough first song. Yet over here, Wei Xiaoyan had so lightly made such a promise to her. She couldn't figure out why he was doing it. Mr. Wei, I heard you're very particular about who you pick. I have enough self-awareness to know that I'm not fantastic at dancing and my voice is nothing out of the ordinary. You already surprised me when you picked me out to be featured in the MV, why are you still willing to write that song for a nobody like me? She obviously did not really think she was a nobody, but on the surface, she really was just average. You're very special, Yi Xingling, said Wei Xiaoyan. I found you special the very first time I saw you. Now that's weird. Their first meeting was during the MV selection, where she deliberately appeared as just an average dancer. He managed to get something out of that. Xiaoling shifted a little, now looking all ready to listen on. Wei Xiaoyan spoke pleasantly. If we're talking about your dance moves and posture alone, you were indeed just average. And if that was a solo audition, I definitely would have just overlooked you. But you were lucky, he smiled. The other candidates who were at the selection that day were confused by you, they messed up their steps. Huh, she was beginning to sense that there was a problem. As she guessed, Wei Xiaoyan went on. You had an aura that wasn't dimmed by anybody in your surroundings, even those who seemed to have beautiful dancing techniques. On the contrary, your seemingly ordinary moves managed to sway the people around you naturally and subconsciously, even when your ways were wrong. And that's why you selected me to be part of the MV. Yes, you never got your dance moves wrong, and you're able to spur the people around you. That's what it takes to be a good candidate for a group dance. Wei Xiaoyan told her. The question was finally answered. Xiaoling now knew why he had specially picked her then. Besides her, all the other trainees have only been dancing for a few short years, how could they even come close to her with her 15 years or so of intensive practices in her previous life? Moreover, as a diva, she had encountered all sorts of situations, including tough ones, spurring them on was no big deal to her. During the MV itself, I focused on observing you in particular. Although you weren't especially spectacular, your improvements were impressive, you seemed to learn something new to better yourself each day. Wei Xiaoyan explained. The others just regard this filming process as a task, but you're able to pay attention to the learning points and experience gained. You're an intelligent and diligent dancer. Thank you. Xiaoling had no idea how to respond to his praises. She wasn't even gaining experience. In fact, she was being extremely careful in revealing her actual ability, so as to improve to her former standard at a believable rate. Otherwise, it would be too much of a torture for her to pretend to not dance well despite being outstanding. But this can't be all there is to you offering to write my first single for me, right? She asked. The entertainment industry was full of smart, diligent people willing to strive for their dreams. It was not easy for someone to be able to truly shine and thrive in their career. Of course, there's more. Wei Xiaoyan laughed easily. What struck me more than anything was when I heard you singing the other day, you were standing on the veranda and singing Xiaoling's song. Your voice obviously wasn't suited to sing a song with that melody, yet with the modifications you made, you managed to sing it beautifully. The entertainment industry is indeed full of intelligent people, but few are actually wise and creative. You have a very good understanding of yourself, and you're motivated and capable enough to work on your shortcomings. If this doesn't change, you will definitely achieve great things. So, Wei Xiaoyan concluded. Being able to write your first single does not deflate my reputation in any way. On the contrary, being able to have a hand in grooming a rising star makes me more than happy. Many thanks for your favor and looking out for me. In that case, I will do as you wish and help out at the recording studio. Since all had been laid out, Xiaoling had no good reason to reject him. Truth be told, she was very happy to know that Wei Xiaoyan was willing to write her first single for her. At the very least she didn't have to worry about ending up with a song made by a third-rate producer. After all, nothing annoyed her more than having to work with silly people. The thick of autumn was approaching. The trees outside were beginning to fall and flutter to the ground, and Xiaoling's condition was also taking a turn for the better. It's time she left. The butler led her to the back garden to inform Li Lei about her leaving. In that garden, the hibiscuses bloomed splendidly. She was a little surprised to see him trimming a large bush. His skill was professional, his movement leisurely. She thought to herself, this man really is good at everything. The butler smiled at her. Miss Yi, the hibiscuses that were sent to your room last time were also personally trimmed by young master. The house servants were not very friendly towards Xiaoling initially, as in the case of the hibiscuses, nobody told her about this when she received the flowers. But ever since her meal with Li Lei and her being carried home by him, their attitude towards her improved slightly. Xiaoling was not bothered by such a change. The world is as such, people are as such, there's nothing much to it. What bothered her was that Li Lei actually trimmed flowers for her personally. Did he have too much time on hand or was there another motive? Not that she was being narcissistic, but it was beyond odd for someone of his status to be this nice to just another dancer like her. Li Lei put down the shear in his hand and walked over. His outfit for the day was a gray long-sleeved round collar, loose-fitting and casual, bringing about a homely feel. As he moved towards her, the faint outline of his toned muscles beneath the fabric surfaced, diffusing an air of masculinity that was seductive yet threatening. He stopped in front of Xiaoling and smiled lightly. Not going to stay a few more days. My health is restored and the schedule at the training camp is very tight. I have to go back to practice. She explained politely. Li Lei paid no attention to it, and instead prompted her to take a seat on a deck chair by the side. You can always choose not to go. Her brow twitched ever so slightly as if it was a premonition. Indeed, what came after was his voice of insolence. As long as you're willing, you can continue to stay by my side. I will get somebody to handle it over at the training camp. If you wish to continue practicing, you can go for a class or two when the mood arises, but it's also alright if you don't wish to attend at all. There are things that need not be said explicitly, but in this case, Xiaoling still did not understand what she was hearing. Oh, how she had lived 2 lifetimes in vain. Li Lei meant to provide for her as his own. This was not something new or uncommon in the entertainment industry, there was nothing to be surprised about. If not for Pei Zihang's protection in her previous life, there would have been plenty of people harboring designs on her. In hindsight, wasn't she his mistress anyway, despite how she naively thought that she and Pei Zihang were a couple. That thought stung a little, and Xiaoling turned away to mask her emotions. Li Lei took his sweet time to sip his tea, patiently waiting for her response. He had an elegance in the way he was in control of the suspense, easy, firm and even charming. She couldn't help but think. For a man who had wealth, power and status, and not to mention a handsome face, wouldn't he be able to have any belle and beauty he liked? Why did he only have eyes for somebody just ordinarily pleasant like her? She really was puzzled. Why? She asked, with the slip of tongue. Li Lei looked at her, his smile dissipating in his deep jade green eyes. As I said before, you're the type one like. And also, you're very pure, and you know how to behave in delicate situations. Xiaoling's eyes hardened. Pure, he was already evaluating her body based on terms associated with mistresses. Maybe he had even hired somebody to do a background check on her love life. She felt insulted. She suddenly stood up. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I in no way know how to behave in delicate situations. Boss, Your Honor, thank you for your hospitality all this time. I'm leaving tomorrow. He did not stop her. In fact, when she set out the next day, he got the butler to see her out. The butler helped Xiaoling load the luggage, and even handed her a beautifully packaged box. Miss Yi, young master said he'd dirtied your mobile phone the last time, so he's gifting you this new one. Please keep it well. Only now did she remember that her phone was covered in blood last time after she had lent it to him when he was injured. She was already unhappy with it at that time, who knew he had noticed it all along. The only issue was since he had ulterior motives with regards to her, his gifts must not be accepted. Xiaoling gently declined the box. I appreciate your young master's goodwill, but please keep it. The butler seemed to have seen it coming as he handed it over once again. Young master said if Miss Yi would not accept the gift, then it must mean that he hasn't been sincere enough. In that case, I would have to bring a group of people along with me to send this gift to the training camp. Miss Yi, please don't make things difficult for a servant like me. It was a very tactful statement, but the threat that was packed into it was no less felt. Led a group of people to the training camp. God, how big a hullabaloo that would be. Xiaoling chewed on it. Li Lei must have known that she wouldn't want to blow things up, such that he could be so sure of his ways. She swallowed her annoyance and received the box. Extend my thanks to your young master. The butler remained warm and respectful. Young master also said that you can give him a call anytime you feel that you've changed your mind. There is a speed dial button on the side of the phone, which would be his number. Thank you, but I will never use it. Xiaoling resisted the strong urge to hurl the phone to the ground. She finished her sentence with teeth clenched and got into the car. When she returned to the training camp, she realized that a lot had changed in the time she wasn't around. For one, Lu Dao had found a street dance buddy, a teenager called Leng Wei. With dark hair, delicate eyes, and an ever-expressionless face, he was the cool guy type that swooned all the girls. He transferred over from Imperial Entertainment, and at the same time, Luo had chosen to go over to Imperial. Xiaoling had her concerns for that adorable girl. Imperial Entertainment's training was the best and also the harshest in the industry. Competition was extremely intense, the elimination rate was incredibly high, and every year there would be news and rumors that someone had committed suicide due to the immense pressure. She wondered if Luo could persevere. Tan Ying called Xiaoling into the office and handed something to her. Luo told me to pass this on to you. She said that it must have been because you were in a bad mood from being taken advantage of last time that you didn't regard her as a friend. And that she would always see you as a friend and support you no matter where she goes. She hopes that both of you would make it big soon. Xiaoling looked down at the four-leaf clover pendant that was lying still in her palm, her heart aching a little. Luo was such a pure and simple child, she could still show unbounded life and magnanimity even after such a rejection. She said, please let Luo know to take good care of herself. However, after a pause, she changed her mind. Forget it. Tan Ying poked fun at her. How cruel. You very well know that she admires you a lot, how could you bear to treat her like that? What do you expect me to do then? Cry and sob and tell her I'm wrong and let's reconcile. Xiaoling couldn't contain her irritability, and her tone was curt. Chairman Tan, this is my personal matter, thus I won't bother you with it. Who doesn't want a friend? Who doesn't want another person to look out for them? But she could not, never. From then on, she just wanted to walk her journey alone. With no worries and cares, there would be no betrayal. The days went by like water flowing out a stream. Xiaoling went about her days in solitude, in practice, having meals, brushing up for bed. Apart from that, she occasionally went to Wei Xiaoyan's recording studio to help him out with the miscellaneous work, organizing the scores and assisting in the recording. She also followed him around sometimes and heard him discuss his plans and proposals with people from all walks of life. They were usually beautiful and elegant works, vastly different from her gorgeous, demonic works. After increased exposure with such a style, she had learned a fair bit about this once foreign genre. Incorporated into her voice, it slowly evolved to become her very own aria style. In Wei Xiaoyan's words, her voice was sounding cleaner and more distant, like watching a world on a rainy day through crystal clear glass panes, simple yet beautiful. Coupling that with your face, it's a pretty good match. Wei Xiaoyan concluded. He handed Xiaoling an invitation card. Attend it with me when the time comes. Xiaoling studied the invitation. It looked familiar with its golden rim on a dark red velvet card. It was the annual ceremony hosted by the nation's largest, most popular music and television station. Every year they would invite the big shots in the industry, including singers, producers, and songwriters. It was a splendid event, a truly honorable get-together. She used to be invited every year, but she never once saw Wei Xiaoyan there. You don't seem to be very interested in such events. Why this time then? She asked. Events like this are a hassle. Wei Xiaoyan frowned and sipped his coffee, the rich aroma of his quality Manheling brew dissipating around him. It's crowded, noisy, and extremely dirty. He paused for a while and repeated. Extremely dirty. Xiaoling laughed a little. Wei Xiaoyan's mild obsession with cleanliness, she only found that out after getting along with him for a while. He disinfected his office every day, brought his own utensils and tumbler around, and never used tissue paper, only his handkerchief that he carried everywhere he went. She heard he was a Virgo. He side-eyed her unhappily. You think I'm in for this? Feng Kun rejected their invitation first, and Chen Yu, Mu Rongxiao and a few others are either hospitalized or on their honeymoon. The only person left in the production team is me. The station came personally a few times and even made a call to the boss. They promised a year of golden opportunities next year, thus I have no choice but to make a trip down. Feng Kun rejected it. This was surprising to Xiaoling. He used to attend it every year. What happened this year? Wei Xiaoyan dully said. He said he's been too busy and drained recently, and wants to recuperate overseas for a while to get back in shape. Everyone knows that it's been an eventful few months. Xiaoling has left. Xia Yu is releasing her debut. There's been too much on his hands. Right, Xia Yu's debut. Xiaoling did not just find out about it. In fact, posters and publicity materials were spread soon after she had returned to the training camp. News about Xia Yu was everywhere. She was famous even before she had released her first song. Wei Xiaoyan rose from the wide leather couch and accompanied Xiaoling as they looked out the full-length window. Outside, the streets were bustling, and the enormous LED screen featured Xia Yu's delicate features. In terms of her appearance, she shared some similarities with the previous Xiaoling, but she was nowhere as stunning as her. On the other hand, what she had was a look that moved many, one that had the ability to sway people into adoring her. It's very suitable for her current status. Wei Xiaoyan commented, after having a taste of his coffee. What? Xiaoling was baffled. Xiaoling's helpless and lonely sister, people feel for her. He sneered discreetly. Xiaoling was having mixed feelings. You don't seem to like Xia Yu that much. Wei Xiaoyan did not deny. Xiaoling might have been hot-tempered, but she never portrayed her weak side. All of her successes were achieved with her actual strength and substance. Xia Yu is different, she's simply taking the shortcut with her sister's reputation. Xiaoling stayed silent. Wei Xiaoyan had no idea how much thought and effort Xia Yu had put in for this day. She might be riding on her sister's fame, but this shortcut was painstakingly built by Xia Yu and it was in no way easy on her, nor did it have any bit of luck at play. Now that she thought about it, maybe Xia Yu had started planning from a long time back. The year that they were taken in by Pei Zihang, Xia Yu was only 9 and very sickly. She was sent overseas for the best possible treatment, but congenital heart disease was in itself extremely difficult to treat completely, and it was even more so that she had delayed it for so long. In that period of time, Sha Yu went through unthinkable and unbearable pain by all the surgeries and medication she had been put through. Pei Ziheng rarely let Sha Ling visit her, as he did not want her to delay her practices nor secretly shed tears in a corner every time she saw her. So he went on her behalf and provided for what she needed, even telling her bedtime stories and gifting her little trinkets once in a while. She did not know when it was that Sha Yu fell for him. Sha Ling only found that Sha Yu increasingly did not welcome her visits but instead was exceedingly close to Pei Ziheng, using her nasal, high-pitched voice to plead him to stay longer with her. The funnier thing was that Sha Ling then had just thought Sha Yu was going through an attention-seeking phase and did not take any of it to heart. Sha Yu was getting better day by day, the yellowness of her skin fading away and the swelling in her limbs reducing. What remained was a beautiful girl who looked like an exquisite porcelain doll made by a master dollmaker. The year Sha Yu turned 15, Sha Ling decided to send her overseas to study. She stayed up several nights to pick what she thought was the best school for Sha Yu and brought the application documents before her. Sha Yu pushed the documents away, barely glancing down at them. Smiling at her sister, she said, "I've already decided to be homeschooled." Sha Ling voiced her objection. "Xiao Yu, you should be mingling with children your age. Going to school would be the best way to do that." In all the years that Sha Yu received treatment, she was constantly in the hospital alone, without playmates or friends. The person she spent the most time with was Pei Ziheng, who only flew down once a month to visit her. Sha Ling did not want her to be so lonely. "You should make more friends, Xiao Yu. Ziheng is busy with matters in the company, he can't spend too much time with you," she persuaded gently. Sha Yu's face swiftly turned pale, a mist of tears entering her eyes. She pleaded, "But sis, I want to help the both of you. I want to enter the best university and learn business management so that when I graduate I can go to Imperial Entertainment and help lift some of the pressure and burden off you and brother Ziheng. My foundations are weak, and if I go to school as you say, I won't be able to keep up, and I definitely will not make it to a good university. Sis, let me be homeschooled, please. You and brother Ziheng will get me the best homeschooling teachers, won't you?" Sha Ling was unable to decline Sha Yu's begging. She thought that perhaps this was for the better. Sha Yu had always been weak and susceptible to illnesses. Letting her stay at home would mean that her daily meals and living conditions would be well taken care of. Eventually, Sha Yu managed to fulfill her wishes and was successfully accepted into Cambridge University. After she had successfully graduated, she entered Imperial Entertainment in a managerial position. Pei Ziheng was a strict superior and expected Imperial Entertainment to function with precision and efficiency. As a result, the work was intense and with long hours, the projects never ending. Sha Yu worked hard and excelled beyond what anyone expected of her. However, her body was weaker than others, after all, and within a few months, she had lost a lot of weight from the pressure. Sha Ling persuaded her sister to stop working. She had already made it big in the entertainment industry then, amassing a small fortune that was sufficient for Sha Yu to comfortably live her entire life without worry. Yet, Sha Yu did not want to stop and continued to press on with difficulty at Imperial Entertainment. She executed Pei Ziheng's every command with perfection, running in and out of the chairman's office where he sat more often than everybody else. Sometimes, Sha Ling would be in the chairman's office as well, exchanging loving endearments with Pei Ziheng and being embraced in his arms. They would be admiring the latest new expensive toy that he bought or sharing a pot of exquisite tea. Whenever she saw Sha Yu enter to report never-ending pages of numbers and spreadsheets, Sha Ling would feel disinterested, stand up from within Pei Ziheng's embrace and making to leave. Every time this happened, Pei Ziheng would frown slightly. Seeing this, terror would enter Sha Yu's face, and she would softly stutter. "Sis, brother Ziheng, I'm so sorry, I'm disturbing the both of you, should I perhaps come back later?" Sha Ling would smile and assure her that everything was fine, shooting a glare at Pei Ziheng, wordlessly warning him not make Sha Yu feel bad. As this happened more often, Pei Ziheng became accustomed to it. After all, Sha Yu was highly competent and the reports that she delivered were on topics at work that he was strongly interested in. They would engage in long discussions forgetting about the time. Sha Ling would return home first and wait alone on the sofa for Pei Ziheng, many times waking in the middle of the night in the same position. This was until she received a call from Pei Ziheng one day, telling her that Sha Yu had fainted during a meeting in the office. She frantically rushed to the hospital, her hands and feet cold from fright. The doctors informed her that Sha Yu had fainted from fatigue and that her old ailment had relapsed. She cancelled her attendance at an important awards ceremony scheduled for the next day, staying by Sha Yu's side in the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights. Ever since that incident, she refused to allow Sha Yu to continue working at Imperial Entertainment. Pei Ziheng never went against her wishes. Kissing her lightly, he said, "Okay. I can always hire a new manager for the office. As long as my dear Xiao Ling is happy." After being removed from her position in Imperial Entertainment, Sha Yu was depressed and unhappy. She would squeeze out a smile whenever Xiao Ling asked about it, saying, "Sis, I'm fine. I was too stupid and incompetent. Sorry for having made you worry." But, Xiao Ling caught her one day, crying in secret behind her back. Xiao Ling could not bear to see Sha Yu in such condition. She took out her entire savings from under the care of her financial consultant and handed them over to Sha Yu. She said, "Xiao Yu, this is all the money that I have earned these few years. I'm handing it over to you now to manage. You needn't do too much, nor am I concerned about how much you make or lose. Just do whatever you want with it in your spare time, the money here is yours as much as it is mine." She wanted to give Sha Yu something to do to apply what she had learned, but that was not too taxing on her body. She hoped that this would make Sha Yu happy. Sha Yu accepted the money, gratitude shining through her eyes. She resolutely said, sis, I will not disappoint you. Xiaoyu chose a highly risky venture to invest in and, within a year, she had lost more than 50% of the money that Xiaoling had given to her. Xiaoling hadn't said a word of reproach before she found a suicide note left by Xiaoyu to her. Xiaoyu had swallowed sleeping pills in an attempted suicide. Xiaoling hugged Xiaoyu tightly when they had saved her from death's door. She consoled her, saying, Xiaoyu, don't scare me. Even if you had lost all the money I wouldn't care, I just want you to be okay. Then, Feng Kun had been suspicious, saying to Xiaoling, your sister has been astute and clever in all the decisions she made while being a manager at Imperial Entertainment. How did she make such a big mistake once she took over your finances? Xiaoling had defended Xiaoyu, saying, when Xiaoyu was at Imperial Entertainment, whatever she did was still under Pei Zihang's supervision even if she was in a managerial position. She simply executed Pei Zihang's commands. Now that she had to do things by herself and make her own decisions, it's normal to make some mistakes. She's still so young, and it's her first time. Thinking back, she had been too naive then. Later, when she was imprisoned by Pei Zihang, Xiaoyu would visit her every now and then. It was only then that Xiaoyu told her all her grievances. Sis, why do you think I worked so hard? What did you do to deserve everything? Money, fame, status, and brother Zihang's love. What did you do to deserve his undivided attention? That whatever I do is not enough to get him to take notice of me. Whatever he did for me, it was all because of you. It is unfair, completely and utterly unfair. Xiaoling stared incredulously at her sister as if she was looking at a stranger. She was shocked to the core of her existence. Xiaoyu had continued, coming closer to Xiaoling with a chilling smile and sinisterly said, sis, didn't you care for me the most since we were kids? Why don't you do one last thing for me, just kill yourself? Don't you feel disgraced and tortured being kept here against your wishes? Someone as prideful as you would not be able to sit this down right. Just kill yourself and you will be free from this. Then I will be free to take your place and win the affection of brother Zihang. Xiaoyu had tenderly held Xiaoling's face in her hands, saying, so yes, please go and die, my dear sister. It was only then that Xiaoling had realized that the sister she had loved with all her heart hated her so much that she wanted her dead. Xiaoyu had used all the methods she could think of to insult and agitate Xiaoling, hoping all the time that Xiaoling would be pushed over the wall and commit suicide. Xiaoling thought to herself that perhaps if the incident at the concert never happened, maybe she would have been killed at the hands of her very own sister. No, there was no way to know if the murder at the concert was the doing of her sister or of the Wang family. She dared not think too deeply into the matter, willing with all her heart that the culprit was the Wang family. The sound of the click of a camera rang out. Startled, Xiaoling came back to her senses. Turning, she saw Wei Xiaoyan pointing a camera at her, clicking the shutter twice in quick succession. She raised her eyebrows, looking at him questioningly. You are very calm in front of the camera, not like a trainee at all, said Wei Xiaoyan, and then commandeered, turn your body a little more, towards your 9 o'clock direction, tilt your head to the left a little, 30 degrees, yes, very good. He clicked the shutter twice again. I charge expensive fees for my pictures, said Xiaoling said as she obediently struck several poses. I told you trainees must do many things for the company free of charge. Wei Xiaoyan responded instantly, his hands not intending to stop. What do you want these photos for? She asked with curiosity. To sell when you get famous. He laughed such that his eyes formed a line. With that, he stopped and kept the camera. Xiaoling sat back down on the wide and spacious sofa that was made of genuine leather. She turned to look at him and asked, are you so confident that I will become famous? Any trainee that I, Wei Xiaoyan, have chosen to nurture have all made it big. He sat down on the other end of the sofa, his long index finger drumming on the glass top of the coffee table. What were you thinking about just now? Your expression was what? He did not reply but threw the camera to her. Xiaoling turned it on and scrolled to the image that he had taken. The first was a half-body profile shot. She was wearing a loosely fitted, pale-colored cardigan, with one hand touching the glass window of the full-length window, rays of the setting sun on her face. The expression on her face in the camera was exceedingly gentle but sad, weakness showing from the depths of her eyes as she stood to stare out of the mirror blankly, the evening sun giving her a soft glow. Undoubtedly, Wei Xiaoyan's photography skills were stellar. Xiaoling switched the camera off and returned it to him, not saying a word. Wei Xiaoyan did not press her with questions, but simply refilled her cup with warm water. The warmth traveled up from the tips of her fingers, making her feel alive. Being alive was just this simple, to be able to feel a bit of warmth. Several days later, the end-of-year music extravaganza kicked off as scheduled. It was a live broadcast. A long security barricade was erected surrounding the square outside the broadcast station under the starry night sky, a bright red carpet stretching from the grand entrance to the carved stone steps. Xiaoling attended the ceremony alongside Wei Xiaoyan as his assistant. He arrived in a Ferrari worth tens of millions, wearing a wine-red silk shirt with a silver-gray tuxedo and the same Patek Philippe on his left wrist. The moment he stepped out of the car, there was a sea of screams from fans looking on. His popularity even overshadowed some of the actual artistes. He walked confidently on the red carpet, while Xiaoling followed along outside the security barricade. She heard someone asking, who is that hunk? Her companion replied, don't you know him? Wei Xiaoyan from Ski Art Entertainment, the one that is considered Feng Kun's rival. A new round of cheers and screaming rang out. Mixed in were sentences like, Wei Xiaoyan, I love you, your song, I'll sing another song for you, was so touching I cried, the MV for, Snow in the Barren Land, was really cool, produce a song for my love Ning Chen. The shouts came in all ways and types. The most out-of-the-world comments was when someone shouted really loudly. Date Feng Kun, date Feng Kun. She even managed to get responses of approval from many in the crowd. Xiaoling wanted to facepalm. These crazy fangirls had amazing imaginations. As the saying goes, two kings in the same line of business are enemies, they will not see eye to eye. For the many years that both Feng Kun and Wei Xiaoyan were in the industry, the number of times that they bumped into each other was few and far between. She turned her head to look at Wei Xiaoyan. She thought that since he had been in the limelight for some time, he should be used to this crazy situation and the incredulous rumors of the entertainment circle, but underneath the calm demeanor he displayed on the red carpet, she could see iciness and anger at the depths of his eyes. Clearly, he did not enjoy this red carpet experience and was on the verge of losing his temper. She sighed. Being a Virgo, he was a perfectionist and hypochondriac in both the material and mental realm. He could be really picky. She picked up the pace to catch up with him and walked towards the large hall in the broadcast station. In the large hall, they were shielded from all the crazy fans. A staff member guided them to the lift lobby to head upstairs, where they were greeted with many waiting rooms and dressing rooms of differing sizes on both sides of the corridor. Wei Xiaoyan was a well-known figure and had high status in the industry, hence, the broadcast station had reserved a waiting room further inside to give him more privacy. As they were being guided to the waiting room, they passed a makeup room along the way. They could hear a loud commotion coming from within, and before they could react, a large group of bodyguards had pushed a lady out of the room. The lady was wearing a red evening gown and her long hair was in a mess as she fell to the floor after being shoved out of the room. Her handbag flew out of her hands and her makeup foundation spilled open, staining the foot of Wei Xiaoyan's trousers. Wei Xiaoyan came to a stop, his face 3 degrees colder than before. Xiaoling recognized the lady as a singer that was popular in the past, whose name was Hua Shui. Although she was past her time, she had no choice but to continue on in the entertainment circle to pay off the debts that her husband had racked up from horse gambling. Hua Shui stared up at the group that had pushed her out, her heavy makeup unable to completely mask her aged face. Holding back her tears, she chokingly said, Sha Yu still has a lot of time before having to go on stage. I am the opening act, you can't just cut my line. The makeup artist needs to finish my makeup, there isn't enough time. Sha Yu, this is her makeup room. She is here too. Xiaoling lifted her head abruptly but was only able to see a wall of bodyguards in front of the door, all tall and muscular, completely blocking her view of the inside of the room. She only recognized the man standing in front of all the bodyguards in a sleek suit. A man that she had not seen in a long time, Chu Chen. The man she had once considered as a trustworthy, good friend. When she was imprisoned in Pei Zihang's bungalow, she had given her all to escape to the door, only to bump into Chu Chen slowly striding in. She had been happy to see him and called out to him for help. However, all he did was to glance down fleetingly at her barely usable clothes and the gold chain on her ankle that she had snapped with difficulty, take off his jacket and drape it across her body. He then reached out and helped her up, his hands only touching the jacket around her, and called out from above her head. Boss. She realized then that something was off and wanted to push him away. But his arms were solid as steel, and he held her in a strong grip, such that no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to struggle free. He handed her back into Pei Zihang's hands. That day, she finally believed that sentence that Sha Yu had told her. Sis, did you really think everyone was so nice to you? Before you hit a pet you need to see who their owner is. Her past memories floated up in her mind, and Xiaoling had to reach out for the corridor wall for support. She silently took a few deep breaths. She heard Chu Chen's voice say, Hua Shui, just give up. Ken approached us himself to offer his makeup services and we've already given him the assignment. He doesn't have the time to do your makeup anymore, go look for another makeup artiste. Through the cracks of the human wall erected by the bodyguards, Xiaoling could make out many makeup artists surrounding one person, busily going about their work to make her look stunning. Xiaoling had attended many music ceremonies before and was well aware of the distribution of the makeup artists. The number of people surrounding Sha Yu was clearly way over the quota for each person. Yet, Sha Yu was not entirely to blame for this situation. Every year, many makeup artists would volunteer to assist in the makeup of the top artists, hoping to leech off their popularity. Even if it was just helping to do something small, they could still say that they had done the makeup for so-and-so, easily duping those that did not know how things worked in the industry. What was unexpected was that there would be so much commotion around Sha Yu, who was a new singer in the industry. Hua Shui begged, but Ken was the makeup artist assigned to me. The other makeup artists have their own artistes that they are responsible for. Even if I wanted to find someone else now, I wouldn't be able to. On seeing the entire group still blocking the corridor, Wei Xiaoyan's impatience clearly showed on his face. He told Xiaoling, bring her to my makeup artist and get her makeup done. During the days leading up to the ceremony, Wei Xiaoyan and Xiaoling had been spending a lot of time together. As such, he no longer called her Yi Xingling but instead called her conveniently by her nickname, Xiaoling. This nickname made her recall the unhappy memories of the past. She had tried raising her objection to the nickname. Luo and everyone else called her Xingling, why did he insist on calling her Xiaoling? Wei Xiaoyan had said that for some reason he felt Xiaoling suited her better than Xingling. Xiaoling had been speechless. She thought to herself that this man had the instincts of a wild animal and was a, music producer that could touch souls. Now, this music producer that could touch souls had just thrown her another problem. On hearing Wei Xiaoyan's voice, Chu Chen suddenly turned to look at them, his gaze only stopping to look at Wei Xiaoyan for a split second before turning to look at her. Xiaoling knew that this was because he had heard the name, Xiaoling. In her past life, everyone that she was close to would call her the same. She sighed in her heart but looked calmly straight at Chu Chen outwardly. Even if her acting was not on the same level as an award-winning top actress, it was still sufficient to deal with this situation. Their gaze met in the air for a moment, and then Chu Chen first frowned before the expression on his face was replaced with disgust and disdain. She had spent a lot of time with Chu Chen over the years and could now guess what was running through his mind. He probably felt that she was too lowly to share the same name as the former money spinner of Imperial Entertainment. Xia Ling might have passed away, but her identity and status were still intact. Lowering Xia Ling's class would similarly lower the class of Chu Chen, who was her manager, HMPH. She had never tried to second-guess a person from such a perspective before. After dying once, she was able to read more into things and became more realistic. She turned her gaze away from Chu Chen, bent over and stretched her hand to Hua Shui. Hua Jia, let me help you up. I'll bring you to get your makeup done. Although it was the first time Wei Xiaoyan was attending the ceremony, with his reputation as a gold-class top producer, no broadcast station would dare treat him shabbily. As a result, the makeup artist assigned to him was also considered one of the best in the industry and did not care to suck up to any of the popular artists. At this moment, he was taking a rest, and after hearing Xia Ling explain Hua Shui's predicament, he immediately started to do her makeup. Hua Shui was extremely grateful to Xia Ling. Xia Ling felt a sense of pity for Hua Shui. When she had first debuted, Hua Shui had been the most popular singer of that time. Who would think that she would be in today's predicament? However, if it were the Xia Ling of before, she would not have been so empathetic. Her road to stardom then had been too smooth. When she heard of the news of Hua Shui's husband losing all his money from gambling, she had sneered at Hua Shui in her heart, thinking that she was undiscerning and had willingly married a useless man. She only had herself to blame and was not worthy of pity. Who would have thought that Xia Ling was even more undiscerning than Hua Shui? She draped a tasseled scarf over Hua Shui's shoulders to cover the bruise that was starting to form from her being pushed out of the makeup room earlier. When Chu Chen was her manager, he had done things in the same ostentatious manner, but she never felt that he was being too cruel or too much. Now, she understood clearly why so many in the industry had hated her then. Hua Shui thanked her as she left with her makeup complete. Xia Ling and the makeup artist adjourned to Wei Xiaoyan's private makeup room and started to assist him with his makeup. Wei Xiaoyan had already changed into a black, snakeskin shirt with unobvious prints, with pants of the same color scheme. He was tall and lanky, with well-built proportions, able to pull off any outfit with ease. Xia Ling commented, wasn't it just a little bit of skin-colored foundation at the base of your pants? I don't think it was noticeable even if you had put a magnifying glass to it. Did you really need to go back to the car to get a new change of clothes? He would usually bring several sets of clothes with him and change whenever he felt mildly unhappy with one. At this moment, he was fighting with the buttons on his cuffs, his face with a cold expression. After buttoning with difficulty, he looked at her and replied seething with hatred. Imperial Entertainment is full of horrible people. Xia Ling did not know how to respond. Clearly, he blamed Imperial Entertainment for both the fans' chance of get-together with Feng Kun, and the commotion outside Xia Yu's makeup room that caused him to get foundation on his suit. Wei Xiaoyan got up and headed to the recording studio after his makeup was done. Xia Ling remained in the makeup room curled up on the little sofa in the room, bored. She watched the live broadcast cupping a glass of lemon water in her hands. The TV screen showed what was happening in the recording studio. Artists of differing styles would go on stage one after another, using all kinds of techniques and methods, like peacocks with their tail feathers in full display. She understood their mentality. Those that were still struggling to become known would be giving their all to gain recognition, whereas those who were famous were afraid of being overshadowed by somebody else. The competition was rife and bustling. Wei Xiaoyan sat elegantly on the VIP panel with two other big names in the industry, giving comments on the performances. He was in a bad mood today and was not saying much, just sitting there with a cold expression that nobody could read. Yet, he was winning fans over. In the small screen at the bottom of the TV screen which showed text messages from the audience outside the studio, his name was being mentioned with increasing frequency. She squinted at the message for a moment but soon felt bored. Every year the music shows would have the same few segments. Live performances, live interviews, a broad overview of key happenings of the year, some small games. She had been a participant for many years and knew it all. She was impressed with her own patience at being able to still sit and watch the show for so long. Getting up, she poured herself another cup of lemon water. Suddenly, she heard a familiar tune ring out from the screen. Her hand that was reaching for the glass stopped midway. She turned to look at the screen. This was Xia Yu's debut single in MV. Tonight was the first release. The Xia Yu in the screen was exquisite and beautiful, dressed in a gold and silver feather coat, singing an enchanting melody in the flurry of stage lights. Her voice followed the twists and turns of the song, grand and complicated, riveting but highly challenging. It was unclear how much effort Xia Yu had put in to be able to sing this song well. Xia Ling frowned, looking to the bottom left corner of the screen. Under the eye-catching song title and singer name was the names of the songwriter, lyricist, and producer. As expected, Xia Yu's debut song was produced by Feng Kun as the rumors outside suggested. It was a classic Feng Kun style. He only sought for extremity, not bothering about how difficult the song would be to sing. There was an air of arrogance and lack of care for others. In the past, Xia Ling did not find singing Feng Kun's songs difficult. Now that Xia Yu was singing the songs, she could not help but worry. This child did not have the same foundation that she had from going through countless classes. She was a sudden entrant to the industry and had a weak disposition, lacking in both skill and stamina. How would she be able to handle Feng Kun's songs? She laughed at herself bitterly as she recalled all that happened. Why should she be worried? In her past life, she had taken care of Xia Yu for half her life, only to be repaid with betrayal and conspiracy. Being reborn in the body of another, they were no longer sisters. They were but strangers in this life. Gripping tightly to the cup of warm lemon water in her hands, Xia Ling curled herself back into the little sofa. The MV had stopped showing in the screen. In the recording studio, the female host dressed in a formal gown and smiling pretentiously was interviewing Sha Yu, who was standing beside her, microphone in hand. She started with a long string of compliments to Sha Yu, eloquently peppering Sha Yu with nice words about her and her performance. She then continued to read the comments received from the audience outside the studio, which was all from enthusiastic fans promoting Sha Yu's music. Many were saying that they were camping in front of their computers throughout the night to be in the queue at the company's official website, just to be sure that they will be able to buy a copy of the limited edition album being released the next day. Imperial Entertainment was generous with their publicity budget when honing a new star, thus Sha Yu did not need to worry about her popularity. Sha Yu smiled daintily under the limelight and expressed her utmost thanks to the audience for their support and how surprised she was at the good response. An image that was reserved and elegant, completely different from the person that had allowed Chu Chen to berate a veteran singer past her prime. In the VIP panel, several panelists gave Sha Yu encouragement and praises they deemed appropriate. After all, it was not hard to see that Sha Yu was the artiste that Imperial Entertainment was pushing hard into the limelight. None of them were interested in offending Imperial Entertainment, who was such a big player in the industry. Moreover, Sha Yu's song was indeed stunning. Wei Xiaoyan was the exception. His lips curled up slightly as he sneered, the lyrics and music aren't too bad. The film team also put in great effort for the MV. Xia Ling, sitting in the backstage makeup room, heard this and knew in her heart that this was not a good move. She narrowed her eyes and slowly drank a mouthful of lemon water. The female host did not catch the undertones of Wei Xiaoyan's statements. She smiled and continued, yes, Mr. Wei. This song was produced by Feng Kun, who is regarded in the industry as your equal. It is definitely something. As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to Sha Yu. Sha Yu also did a great job in her delivery of the song. We received many calls from the audience outside the studio conveying that they were touched by the song. For a new singer, this is an incredible feat. A perfect smile spread across Sha Yu's exquisite face as she humbly accepted the compliments in a mellow voice. The female host turned back to Wei Xiaoyan, asking, Mr. Wei, would you perhaps like to give a few comments regarding Sha Yu's singing? I imagine you have a lot to say to this promising newcomer to the scene. In the backstage makeup room, Xia Ling kicked off her shoes and curled both her legs into the sofa to get into a more comfortable position. She silently offered her condolences to the female host. The biggest mistake this female host made was that it was her first time hosting across Wei Xiaoyan, and did not know that he was a picky and irritating person. In this period that Xia Ling had spent with Wei Xiaoyan, she knew that he was an extremely difficult person. Every time he showed that sinister smile on his face, somebody would be in deep trouble. As expected, the sneer in his voice became more apparent. You really want me to comment? He looked towards Sha Yu with a sinister smile on his face. Sha Yu was clearly more sensitive than the female host and could detect something was up from Wei Xiaoyan's attitude. A flash of uneasiness crossed her face. However, her pride would not let her back down in the face of a challenge from a top producer. She put a radiant smile on her exquisite face, saying, I've heard from long ago that Mr. Wei and Feng Kun are both gold-class producers in the industry and have extremely high standards for singers. I was of the impression that you would not easily comment on a singer. These words were an unobvious compliment to Wei Xiaoyan, while still pointing out his high standards and strictness, which would allow her not to lose face should anything bad be said of her. She continued, to receive your advice would be my honor. Wei Xiaoyan simply shook his fingers and said, no, you don't need my advice. Shock and confusion were on everyone's faces. He continued, if there was anything that needed to be said, Feng Kun would probably have already told you. I can only say that you are exceedingly brave for daring to sing this song. Sha Yu clearly did not expect him to say this. Her face slightly pale, she asked, I don't understand what you mean by that, Mr. Wei. Wei Xiaoyan gave a cold laugh. You want me to say it more clearly? Sorry, I don't give advice to people who are ignorant and court death. Sha Yu wanted to say something but decided against it as she bit her lips. Tears entered her eyes and threatened to fall. Thinking back, Xia Ling had been deceived by this pitiful expression many times. Today, as she watched Sha Yu's performance, she found that she was able to remain calm. Simply watching as a bystander, not being affected at all. Yet, the female host was clearly unable to stay calm. Seeing Sha Yu being bullied until she was close to tears, her expression showed that she felt sorry for Sha Yu. She repeatedly tried to stop Wei Xiaoyan by sending him eye signals to say a few good words. Wei Xiaoyan was completely unaffected as he lowered his head to drink tea. The female host could only laugh in embarrassment as she tried to save the situation, changing the topic abruptly. The new singer debut performance that Imperial Entertainment took many pains to craft had now been hugely discounted with Wei Xiaoyan's damaging statements. Xia Ling drummed her fingers lightly on the edge of the glass that she was holding. She wondered if Feng Kun had any regrets. If he had attended the end-of-year music show, the broadcast station would not have tried so hard to invite Wei Xiaoyan. And if Wei Xiaoyan had not been present, the situation that had played out would not have happened. The result now was that the new singer that Imperial Entertainment was promoting had been publicly embarrassed on stage. Yet, her finger came to an abrupt stop. Feng Kun was careful and meticulous in his work. When she debuted, he was almost constantly at her side, attending every event that she attended. He would explain the concept of each song to the media in detail, afraid that she would be thrown off by any situation. Why was it that with Sha Yu he would miss something as important as her debut? As she pondered this question, the recording studio had already switched shows. Wei Xiaoyan returned to the makeup room as if he had taken a huge burden off his shoulders. It's finally over. What a chore. I definitely will not attend next year. He was a VIP invited for the first half of the show. Now that the first half had ended, he would not be appearing in the second half of the program. Xia Ling reluctantly got up from the small sofa and poured him a glass of iced water. She said, to others, you are the most difficult thing. He turned to her, his face confused. She sighed and prompted, Sha Yu. He thought for a moment and suddenly reacted. Oh, you're talking about that debut song of hers. She was courting death singing Feng Kun's song. You didn't have to be quite so direct for her debut performance. HMPH. He drank a mouth of the iced water and glanced at the base of his trousers. You can't blame me. Nothing from Imperial Entertainment is good. Oh my goodness, he is still bearing a grudge. Xiaoling couldn't help but be sympathetic to Xia Yu. She was simply unlucky to have crossed paths with this petty and vengeful Virgo man. You don't have to feel sorry for Xia Yu. Wei Xiaoyan glanced at Xiaoling, his face full of disdain. It was for her own good that I was harsh to her today. If she is clever, she will give up on Feng Kun. If she keeps going down this track, she will find herself in deep trouble one day. Xiaoling was silent. Wei Xiaoyan was right. The song that Xia Yu sang, though grand and could propel her to fame, had a hidden scary problem. If she chose to avoid the problem, it would ruin her singing career eventually. What Xiaoling was uneasy about was that for a problem of this proportion, it was unlikely that Feng Kun did not see it. Given his meticulous nature, it was impossible that he did not tell Xia Yu. But Xia Yu still insisted on singing this song. Why was that? If Xiaoling were still at Imperial Entertainment, she would never have let Xia Yu sing a song like that. Even if Xia Yu had stubbornly refused to listen, Pei Ziheng would be there to help her make it happen. Unknowingly, she was thinking about that man again. Xiaoling closed her eyes gently as she chased the tall handsome silhouette out of her mind. She told herself, don't look back, you can never return there again. Outside the makeup room, someone knocked on the door. Wei Xiaoyan responded with some irritation in his voice. Come in. The door opened and two people entered the room. They were Chu Chen and Xia Yu. Meeting them for the first time in this life, Xiaoling was shocked at how calm she remained. The Xia Yu in front of her seemed like a stranger. She was dressed in a stage outfit that Xiaoling had never seen before, made of a material that was silver and sparkly, and specially tailored to bring out the best of Xia Yu's good figure. Xia Yu called out with trepidation. Mr. Wei. Wei Xiaoyan put down the glass in his hand and replied coldly. What is it? Xia Yu bit back her words and looked at him pitifully. Chu Chen took a step forward and looked Wei Xiaoyan straight in the eye. He said, Mr. Wei, don't you feel that you were a little harsh to have said what you did on the show? Wei Xiaoyan gave a cold laugh and retorted. I was just speaking the truth. Why, do I have to seek approval from Imperial Entertainment to express my views? Chu Chen tried to remain calm as he replied. I know that Boss Lee of Ski Art Entertainment has a formidable background and you guys aren't afraid to offend Imperial Entertainment. However, it might be prudent for you to remain amicable so that there won't be trouble if we meet again next time. Mr. Wei, I hope that you can retract your statements on the show. Imperial Entertainment will be appreciative of that and will make sure to repay you in the future. This last sentence had a slight commanding attitude towards it. With a light tisk, Wei Xiaoyan said, Chu Chen, are you kidding me? Nobody said anything about your attitude before when you were managing Xiaoling because of her abilities. But now, you are managing this kind of artiste. He cocked his chin in Xia Yu's direction. One that has no idea what kind of music style suits her. How long do you expect her fame to last in the industry? Mr. Wei, do be careful of what you insinuate. Chu Chen's face darkened. I thought I was already being very careful. Wei Xiaoyan confidently met Chu Chen's gaze, continuing, she's just a recording studio singer. Who does she think she is? This title was a big insult to any singer in the entertainment industry. A recording studio singer referred to a singer that had bad foundations and could only rely on autotune and other recording edits to make their song sound presentable. Xia Yu's face turned pale as she tried to defend herself. I'm not a recording studio singer. Wei Xiaoyan glanced at her and said with disdain. I am very curious what Feng Kun has against you to have written such a song for you. Your voice is nowhere near that of Xiaoling's and you dare try singing something this challenging. Yes, this debut song was recorded very well, but I bet it was completed by breaking up into sentences, with you singing one sentence and requiring significant edits as you went along. Whether it was completed through a lot of background touch-up or that you actually sang it smoothly at one go, you would be the clearest on that, and you dare say you are not a recording studio singer. Feng Kun's songs were known to be difficult to sing. With Xia Yu's foundation and skill, there was no way she could have sung it through smoothly. Chu Chen frowned and said, Mr. Wei, you are being way too harsh. Xia Yu just made her debut and is bound to be less experienced. Some touch-up work in the recording studio is normal. With time, she will get better. Wei Xiaoyan looked at him as if looking at an idiot. Chu Chen, you were Xiaoling's manager for such a long time, are you pretending to be dumb or really dumb? Whether Xia Yu is able to sing Feng Kun's song is not a matter of experience, it's a matter of lack of talent. If she keeps stubbornly going down this track singing songs that she cannot handle, there is only one final result. One day, she will destroy her voice completely. This was the scariest consequence. A blow that would destroy her career in totality. There was silence in the makeup room. After a moment, Chu Chen turned to Xia Yu, his face ashen, and asked, Xiao Yu, didn't you say that you were fine? Xiaoling sighed in her heart. Chu Chen was a shrewd businessman, but he did not have the same instincts when it came to the arts. With his music abilities, he was unable to sense that something was off with Xia Yu's singing. On the other hand, it only took one song for Wei Xiaoyan to point out the key issue. Xia Yu's voice trembled as she said, I thought Feng Kun was just trying to scare me. Wei Xiaoyan looked at her with some interest. Looks like Feng Kun and you indeed have some history. Feng Kun worked with your sister for 10 years and you still don't trust him. Both Xia Yu and Chu Chen's expression changed. I don't have anything against Feng Kun. I was simply willful and did not listen to his advice. Sha Yu said with a weak smile. A singer that has just debuted is able to question and go against the views of the top producer, said Wei Xiaoyan lightly. You guys at Imperial Entertainment are indeed interesting. Chu Chen's face darkened further but, remembering the purpose of the visit, he controlled himself from losing his temper. Mr. Wei, he said at a slower pace. I apologize for my impoliteness earlier. He was indeed a good businessman, changing to a softer attitude once he saw that being hard would not work. Xiaoling had never seen Chu Chen apologize to someone before, and he was always in a position where others had to plead with him. Since when did he need to beg someone for help? She lamented. Since she passed away so many things had changed. Chu Chen said, you're reputable in the industry for being the best producer around. Why do you need to lower yourself to bear a grudge against a new singer? It would hurt your status if others were to hear about this. So, Wei Xiaoyan responded, his tone less agitated. After all, everyone was part of the same industry and had an image to keep up. It would not be pleasant for the issue to blow out of proportion. Since Chu Chen had offered him an escape route, Wei Xiaoyan did not mind taking up the offer. Xiaoling continued to sit and watch the scene unfold like she was invisible. A polite, formal smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. He said, so, let us have a chat. Mr. Wei, if you're willing to retract your statements, Imperial Entertainment will express our most sincere appreciation for your help. Express the most sincere appreciation. What did he plan on doing to express that? Was this an under-the-table transaction? Shouldn't she make herself scarce? A series of question marks entered Xiaoling's mind as she thought about this for a few seconds. Yet, she did not know what to do since her experience as an assistant was lacking. Wei Xiaoyan's cold voice rang out, solving her problem. Sorry, Mr. Chu, I will never retract statements that have already left my mouth. A deep frown replaced the smile on Chu Chen's face. However, being the gold-class manager that he was with many years of experience, he continued persistently even in the face of this hard wall. Mr. Wei is indeed principled as many in the industry have said. He thought for a moment before saying, I understand your insistence, but I hope you understand Sha Yu's difficulty as a newcomer. He glanced at Sha Yu as he spoke. Sha Yu immediately displayed a weak and submissive expression, with the innocence that could rival a deer. She said, Mr. Wei, please forgive me. Don't act like I'm bullying you. Wei Xiaoyan turned to Chu Chen, mildly irritated. I didn't know that you were this persistent before. Talk, what exactly do you want from me? Other than retracting what I said. Chu Chen lowered his eyes slightly. I will arrange for a little publicity to cancel out the negative impact from this show. I just ask that Mr. Wei remain silent when that happens. Of course, the publicity will not harm your reputation or you in any way. And like I mentioned, Imperial Entertainment will show you our utmost appreciation and sincerity. At the end, he was still offering a bribe. After all, Imperial Entertainment had strong financial backing and could bribe each person as required. Chu Chen had used the same method to help Xiaoling resolve many problems in the past as well. It was clear that he was still highly adept at using this method. Wei Xiaoyan gave a light laugh and asked, what do you think I would need? He picked up his glass to drink a mouthful of iced water, the Patek Philippe sparkling on his left wrist. He lived a life of luxury, drove expensive cars, wore expensive watches, and bought the most expensive music equipment. He clearly did not lack in riches. Should Chu Chen try to bribe him with money, he would be barking up the wrong tree. After all, as rich as Imperial Entertainment was, they could not be spending that much of a fortune to keep Wei Xiaoyan quiet. It was difficult to convince Wei Xiaoyan using power as well. He was already amongst the top in the entertainment industry. There was no way to give him a promotion or to poach him over. He was highly regarded at Ski Art Entertainment and could call the shots freely, and even Boss Li had to give him due respect. Why would he want to go to Imperial Entertainment and fight with Feng Kun for the top producer position there? Xiaoling was getting a headache on Chu Chen's behalf just thinking about this problem. Chu Chen could not give Wei Xiaoyan money nor status. What else could he give him? Mr. Wei, I don't know what you would like exactly, Chu Chen replied calmly, but I can assure you that I will do all in my power to fulfill any requirement you may have. Xiaoling almost felt pity for Chu Chen after hearing his response. She was aware of how boring Wei Xiaoyan was. Other than music and cleanliness, he did not have any other interests. And was there anything that he couldn't achieve in his music career? As expected, Wei Xiaoyan shook his head and said, I don't have anything that I need. He then turned to Xiaoling and asked, what do you want? Me. Xiaoling gave a start. Did he just give her his bribe? Tisk, that's really generous of him. As everyone looked over at Xiaoling at the same time, Chu Chen gave her a look of surprise. He clearly did not expect Wei Xiaoyan to care for a mere assistant. Without so much as a thought, Xiaoling said, money. Wei Xiaoyan disdained. Have some pride. Xiaoling was indignant. Yes, he was filthy rich, but he should still have an understanding of her predicament. She owed the company a large sum of money and needed to pay it off as quickly as possible. Then she would be able to leave the entertainment industry. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, Wei Xiaoyan clearly did not think this way. He pointed at Xiaoling as he replied Chu Chen. Make sure you fulfill her request. Deal with it as you may, other than giving her, he gave a smile, showing 2 perfect rows of white teeth. Money. Oh my goodness, Wei Xiaoyan was a terrible person. Xiaoling looked away dejectedly. Other than money, she really did not need anything at all. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Bidding goodbye, he left with Sha Yu in tow. Wei Xiaoyan turned his head to Xiaoling and lectured her. Money is the most worthless thing in the world, and you only want it. Xiaoling felt like ignoring him altogether. At the door, Chu Chen stopped midway as he was closing the door. He turned to take one more pensive look at Wei Xiaoyan and Xiaoling. Xiaoling was too lazy to fathom a guess at what he was thinking about as she sulked, prodding at the lemon slice in her glass. Wei Xiaoyan lifted his wrist to look at the time. He said, "It's almost time for the closing of the show, I need to go to the recording studio. Take our stuff and wait for me outside. I'll drive the car over to fetch you." He liked to drive his own car and would not hire a chauffeur. Xiaoling could only express her unhappiness in her heart, secretly scolding him for being a hypochondriac and exceedingly petty. He was not aware of her grievances and left the room to go about his business, leaving her alone in the empty makeup room. She turned full circle on the same stop before putting on her jacket reluctantly, collecting the scattered things and turning to leave. The back door of the broadcast station was very quiet, opening up into a large private open space. There was no need to be worried about harassment from fans. This exit was near to the parking lot and was where most of the artists would make their way off after recording a show. There was a beautiful, green barricade of plants, making the surroundings both peaceful and tasteful. Xiaoling came out early, and there was nobody around. A cold evening wind blew over her, causing her to shiver. It started to snow. She lifted her head and looked at the falling snowflakes against the night sky. Under the dreamy, European-style road lamps, the soft and white flakes fell and created small pretty halos, looking like angel feathers. She lifted her face and raised her hand to touch the flakes with her fingertips, watching as they melted away slowly and formed a small, clear droplet of water. In her past life, this was a game that she loved to play. All she needed to do was to lift her finger to see the purity and transparency of this world. Pei Ziheng had laughed and said that she was like a kid. He would hug her from behind, afraid that she would catch a cold, and use his warm, dry hands to cover her hands and pull her into his arms. Then, she would find him a bother and complain that she did not feel cold, struggling to free herself from his embrace. Sometimes, he would give in to her little tantrum, but there would also be times that he would refuse to let go and say, "Xiaoling, be good and listen to me." Thinking back, perhaps whatever she did or did not do, her every action had never been out of his control. Xiaoling retracted her hand as she dwelled in her emotions, her soft eyelashes casting a light shadow on her lower eyelid. Her death had given her the freedom that she craved, but that man was no longer behind her. The night wind coupled with the snow blew onto her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She pulled the thin jacket closer to herself. As she turned to leave, she suddenly saw a tall shadow at the bottom of the stairs leaning on a black Rolls-Royce and silently staring up at her. At that moment, she stopped breathing momentarily. That is, Pei Ziheng. She could not move and stared back at him. At that moment, it was as if the rest of the world was in black and white and only his face was in stunning clarity. Every line on his face would affect her heart rate and breathing. The falling snow fell haphazardly between the two of them. He was thinner than before, though this made him look more boyish and charismatic. Between his brows was a deep frown line that made Xiaoling feel compelled to approach him and rub it smooth. She silently clenched her fist, her fingernails digging into the center of her palm, and the sharp pain helped her to regain some of her senses. He was wearing a tailored, black trench coat, which he paired casually with an ash-gray long scarf. The cigarette between his fingers was almost burned up. She remembered that he did not use to smoke. She felt tears start to well and a sharp pain in the depths of her heart. She had tried to run away from him regardless of the consequence, and had told herself time and again not to think any more about him. Yet today, as he stood alive and kicking in front of her, she realized in despair that she was still deeply in love with him. How scary was that? Xiaoling was shocked at herself. She turned to leave, but her feet felt like they had grown roots. The chauffeur came out of the car to hold an umbrella over Pei Ziheng's head, but he ignored him and continued staring at her in silence. His eyes were dark, and there was an unreadable expression on his face. The chauffeur said a few sentences to him in a low voice. He stubbed out the cigarette with one hand and received the items that the chauffeur handed to him. A familiar voice rang out from nearby. "Brother Ziheng." Without turning her head, Xiaoling knew that it was Xia Yu. She quietly watched as Xia Yu approached and lifted her head to look at Pei Ziheng by the car. Her small face was filled with joy and innocence as she said, "Brother Ziheng, did you come specially to pick me?" Pei Ziheng finally shifted his gaze away from Xiaoling. Looking down, he slowly wrapped the item in his hand around Xia Yu's neck. It was only then that Xiaoling realized that the item was an intricately woven scarf. The style was very familiar, and she remembered that it was from the brand that she had liked to use in the past. There were countless times in the past that he had been so gentle to her. Now, Xia Yu was at the receiving end of his gentleness. The cold snowflakes fell on her face, and she felt a chill enter her body down to her bones. Xiaoling took a step back, deeper into the shadows of the street lamps. She lowered her eyes to the ground and pondered. Perhaps she should wait for Wei Xiaoyan in the parking lot. However, before she could move, she heard Wei Xiaoyan's clear voice coming from her front. "Xiaoling." Before she had time to react, Pei Ziheng, who was getting into his car, abruptly turned back and stared at her again, his eyes like that of an eagle as he tried to burn a hole through her body with his gaze. An almost sexual sense of terror swept over her, and her past memories flooded into her mind. She suddenly recalled what a monster this man was as a chill slowly came over her body and every cell in her body screamed from the pain. How weird, she was clearly in a completely different body, but the terror seemed to be ingrained in her soul. She could remember every excruciating detail with clarity. Xiaoling could not help but ask herself, do you really still love that man? Still love that monster? She felt her body rock on the spot and could barely keep steady. Wei Xiaoyan raised his voice again. Xiaoling. As she came back to her senses, she saw Pei Ziheng's gaze become fiercer. She cursed at Wei Xiaoyan in her heart for being more trouble than help. She thought seriously for 2 seconds if she should change her name after going back but woefully thought that Pei Ziheng had already heard her name and it was too late to change it now. She turned to look at Wei Xiaoyan and saw him sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari. He had lowered the car window and was calling her over impatiently. The ostentatiously expensive car was just behind Pei Zihang's Rolls-Royce. She took a deep breath to give herself some strength. It was only 10 meters away. Xiaoling, you can do this. Just walk over. As she was giving herself a pep talk, Wei Xiaoyan was getting increasingly impatient. Are you coming or not? Hurry up, I need to arrange a new song for tomorrow. Pei Zihang was still staring at her, the edge of his trench coat silently fluttering in the wind and snow. She saw that he did not make a move and consoled herself that he could not have recognized her in her new face and body. Finally, she steeled her mind and slowly walked towards the car. She walked right past him. The bitter smell of cigarette smoke lingered on his body, not blown away even in the blustering weather. Close enough to touch, he said in a low voice, you. She stumbled a little and started to shake uncontrollably. At this moment, all kinds of thoughts ran through her mind and she barely controlled her tears from falling. Yet, all she did was to quicken her steps and walk away, as if she was escaping from him. When she got onto Wei Xiaoyan's car, she was still in a state of confusion. Her hands were shaking and it took her a few tries to buckle her seatbelt. She lifted her head and looked up ahead, where she saw Pei Zihang still standing with one hand on the car door, seemingly unaware of the blistering snow beating down on his body. Wei Xiaoyan started his car. He drove a distance before suddenly asking, you know Pei Zihang? Xiaoling did not respond. The warmth in the car made it seem like spring, and soft music was playing in the background. Her cold and stiff body was regaining its sensations. As she relaxed, all she felt was a sense of fatigue. Wei Xiaoyan's clean, white hands holding onto the steering wheel and his gaze still resolutely on the road, he said, the look that he gave you just now looked like you owe him a few $100 million. She gave a bitter laugh and finally found the strength to retort. Do you think I can afford to owe him that much? Wei Xiaoyan laughed as well, saying, that's true, you are already in the tenterhooks for owing our company just a few $1,000,000. If you really owed Pei Zihang a few $100 million, you should just jump off a building. She wished that she simply owed Pei Zihang several $100 million. That would have been easier, and there would be an end to her misery. But what was this situation now? Even death could not banish that man from her world. What did she have to do to forget him completely? Wei Xiaoyan lowered the music volume but pressed on astutely. So, do you or do you not know him? Mr. Wei, she closed her eyes and said softly, Yi Xingling is but a small, insignificant trainee in ski art entertainment. How would I know the big boss of Imperial Entertainment? I told you to just call me Ah Wei, why won't you listen? Wei Xiaoyan complained. Seeing that she did not react, he said, that was what I thought as well. But that look he gave you, it does not look that simple. Bosses are all crazy, she coldly said, who knows what they are thinking? Wei Xiaoyan glanced at her, sensitive to the tone of her voice. Which boss in our company offended you? She had to admit that his instincts were impeccably accurate. She turned to stare out of the car window and unhappily said, no one. She could not possibly tell him that Li Lei wanted to pay for her to sleep with him. She felt a slight headache coming on. What was all this rubbish? As she recalled Li Lei telling her that he would wait for her to change her mind, her mood became even worse. In this life, she just wanted some peace and quiet. She wanted nothing to do with and could not afford to take care of these important people. In the following days, Xiaoling was in a depressed state. Wei Xiaoyan's recording studio was incredibly busy, but Xiaoling's mind was preoccupied and she made several mistakes. Wei Xiaoyan gave her a piece of his mind and she almost had to pack her bags and return to the training camp. On this day, she managed to end work early with great difficulty and was walking back home alone. It was a sunny, winter day with few pedestrians. The small shops along the streets were playing the most popular songs of the season. As she turned the corner at the end of the street, a grand-looking Audi came to a stop in front of her. Xiaoling raised her head and saw someone wearing a black, long trench coat step out from the car and remove his sunglasses, a familiar face. It was Chu Chen. She stopped and silently looked at him. He passed his name card to her and asked, Miss Yi, do you remember me? Yes, I know you. Chu Chen from Imperial Entertainment. We met that day at the end-of-year music show. She said lightly and did not accept his name card. He did not get angry and naturally retracted his outstretched hand like it was not awkward at all. He looked down at her, and put on the voice he used in business negotiations, shall we look for a place to have a chat? Imperial Entertainment has prepared a little gift for you. Oh, so the bribe that Wei Xiaoyan had blackmailed them into giving her had arrived. She turned and took a quick look around. Pointing at a random cafe along the street, she said, let's just talk there. Chu Chen nodded and followed her into the cafe. There were very few people in the cafe. Xiaoling picked a seat near the window and sat down. A waiter came up to ask if they needed anything. Chu Chen ordered a Blue Mountain coffee and Xiaoling said, warm water, thanks. Chu Chen looked at her closely. You are very similar to someone I once knew. He suddenly said. Xiaoling gave a start but did not show it outwardly. Oh, she responded. She had the same air of disregard for others, liked sitting near the window at cafes, and had the habit of drinking warm water. Chu Chen's voice actually contained a little yearning and sorrow. She gave a cold laugh, saying, I believe the powerful manager Chu did not look for me today to recount old memories. He looked like he had been pricked by her acrimonious words, and his face darkened as he looked at her for a few more seconds. He laughed coldly and said, look for you to recount old memories. Yi Xingling, you think too highly of yourself. Someone like you cannot even dream of being compared to a fraction of her. It was truly her good manners that prevented her from splashing the glass of water at him. In this life, she was much more tolerant. If it was Xiaoling from before, to hear a person that had betrayed her and pushed her into the realms of despair say this, she would definitely make sure that he lost everything. It was he who had betrayed her first. What right did he have to recount old memories? The hypocrite. Xiaoling gripped tightly onto the glass in her hands before releasing it again. She controlled her flaring temper and said, "Get to the point." Chu Chen pushed a paper over to her and said, "You have a sister called Yi Xingfei who has been staying in the hospital for a long time, right? I've contacted your parents to transfer her to the best hospital in this state. The special care ward. All expenses will be borne by Imperial Entertainment." She was stunned and looked down at the paper. That was a notice informing of the transfer of hospitals. Her parents' signatures were on the paper in black and white. Xiaoling said, "No one told me about this." Chu Chen crossed his fingers on the table. "I told them to keep it a secret. It was meant to be a surprise for you today," he explained. Surprise. Shock was a better word for it. She was completely in the know about Feifei's condition and doctors had told her that it was possible that she could never wake up again. This meant that she would be staying in the hospital for life in a vegetative state. Feifei was still young, thus there were still several decades for her to live. The hospital expenses were long-term and the cash burn would not stop after a few days. This was a black hole. This was a huge outlay and a problematic one that would last for a long time. Would Imperial Entertainment be so generous just to keep Wei Xiaoyan quiet for their publicity stunt? And handle everything first, without her knowledge at all? Xiaoling's first thought was to transfer Feifei back to the original hospital she was at. Even though the conditions were not as good, but she was using the money she had borrowed from Skiart Entertainment to maintain the expenses, giving her a free conscience. However, Feifei and her were stepsisters. They shared the same father but a different mother. Her stepmom did not like her and only loved her own daughter, Feifei. There was no way her stepmom would agree to transfer Feifei back to the original hospital after this significant upgrade. She felt uneasiness creep into her heart. She took a sip of water and slowly asked, "Is this all you wanted to tell me?" Chu Chen laughed. "You are very intelligent." As he spoke, he pushed another item across the table. It was a nicely wrapped, long rectangular box that looked like it costed a fortune. Xiaoling opened the box. On the luxurious black silk base lay a rose made of Viennese crystal. The beautiful petals spread out in layers, the color exceedingly pretty and the workmanship exquisite. Every cut was perfectly executed. The sunlight shone in from the large glass window, reflecting off this elegantly cut red rose, making the rose look like there was water flowing through it, exceedingly beautiful and untouchable. "This is a personal gift from Chairman Pei," said Chu Chen. She knew exactly what giving her a rose meant. An emptiness and dread filled her heart. She had just been killed for a few months, her body was still warm, and he was already looking for a new lover to take her place. What was her unchanging love for him for over a decade worth to him at all? And all the pain, unwillingness and quarrels when he had announced his engagement to Wang Jingwan, what did that count for? Without Wang Jingwan, there would still be a Li Jingwan or Yi Jingwan. Pei Ziheng would never have a lack of women to choose from as long as he wanted them. Only she had naively believed the fairy tale of just the two of them being together for the rest of their lives. Time was cruel. The human heart was even crueler. The bright red crystal rose lay in the black silk box, its beauty almost blinding. Xiaoling closed the box and pushed it back to Chu Chen, saying, "Mr. Chu, my apologies. I cannot accept this gift." Chu Chen was not surprised. "Is it because of Wei Xiaoyan?" "Don't worry, that can be settled easily," he said. She was slightly taken aback and saw the meaningful look in his eyes. She realized that he had misunderstood. This was probably because of how Wei Xiaoyan had taken care of her during the end-of-year music show, giving Chu Chen the wrong idea. Xiaoling's tone of voice turned cold as she said, "This has nothing to do with Wei Xiaoyan. Not everyone is this dirty." "You find this dirty?" Chu Chen laughed as he continued, "Miss Yi, no, little girl, you are completely unfathomable. You are but 16 this year, or 17 perhaps. What do you know about the ugliness of the world? Let me tell you, being noticed by Chairman Pei is something that many people can only dream about. It would boost you right to the top, don't you understand?" Of course, she understood. She understood more clearly than anyone else. She had been a lowly orphan, as insignificant as a speck of dust. How did she become the big star that the whole world worshipped? That little Xiaoling who had to tolerate the looks of disdain from others just to enjoy a sweet. How did she become that person that everyone pandered to? Every incident was clearly etched in Xiaoling's mind. However, what she was even more clear about was the price she had to pay for this treatment. She looked straight into Chu Chen's eyes and slowly said, "Mr. Chu, please don't waste your time. This offer, I will politely reject." Coldness entered Chu Chen's eyes as well as he looked at her for a moment. "Yi Xingling, you might want to reconsider while I am still being friendly." He had many methods to get his way. This was also the reason Pei Ziheng had chosen him to be Xiaoling's manager. Regardless of the problem she was met with, he would always have a way to resolve it and ensure that things panned out like he would like it to. Xiaoling used to be in awe of this ability of his, but now she only felt unsafe. She unknowingly clenched her fingers together, her hands holding the glass on the table more tightly. She said, "Chu Chen, what are you trying to do? Don't forget, Skiart Entertainment's big boss is Li Lei. He won't allow you to have your way." She subconsciously used Li Lei's title, hoping that this would scare Chu Chen away. However, she didn't harbor high hopes that this would work. If Chu Chen was so easily scared, how could he possibly have obtained the status he had in the entertainment industry? As expected, Chu Chen just smiled. "Don't be silly, Yi Xingling," he said. "If you were really Wei Xiaoyan's person, Li Lei would perhaps help you out, giving face to his favorite general. But you said so yourself that you have no relation with Wei Xiaoyan. Then, why would Big Boss Li help you? Even if he has all the money and power in the world, he would not be so free as to care about the personal business of a small trainee, would he?" She wanted to tell Chu Chen that Li Lei was so free that he wanted to pay for her services. Why wouldn't he care about this? However, she realized in resignation that Chu Chen was right. Why would Big Boss Lee help her? She had not agreed to his request, and if she was thick-skinned enough to go beg him for help, would that not be looking for an insult? Yet, she could not back down on this issue. Manager Chu, Xiaoling looked at him and said, no matter how many times you ask me, my answer is going to be the same. I reject this offer. Chu Chen did not try to persuade her anymore. He pulled out some money to settle the bill. Slapping it on the table, he got up and said, good luck to you, Yi Xingling. Outside the large glass windows, the sun was setting bit by bit. She watched as he walked away and finished her water, which had long turned cold, slowly and quietly. She left without touching the crystal rose that Chu Chen had left behind. She returned to the training camp. The next day was a normal day. She got up and washed up, changing into a clean set of dancewear. She went for her practice as per normal. In the dance studio, the scene was still the same familiar one, strict coaches holding classes, trainees perspiring hard and putting in their all, everything was wondrously simple. In that instant, it made her feel like her encounter with Pei Ziheng and Chu Chen was but her hallucination. She returned to her dormitory after a day of training. As she pushed the door open, she saw that there was something on her bed. It was an exquisite, long rectangular box that was half open, revealing the black silk base and the blood red, sparkling Viennese crystal rose. A chill ran over her body as she looked at it. Her roommate, Lan Lan, walked in from behind her, wrapped in a bath towel. As she toweled her dripping hair, she asked, Xingling, aren't you going to take a shower? Seeing that she did not move, Lan Lan followed her gaze to the rose. You're looking at that. I don't know which of your admirers sent this. I was in the dormitory the entire day and only left in the afternoon to grab lunch, and this just appeared on your bed. Lan Lan looked at the crystal rose again, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. The other two roommates also crowded over, saying, yeah, I even asked the supervisor and people in the neighboring dorms. None of them saw anyone come in. It's really weird. The rose silently emitted a cold, inorganic shimmer. Xiaoling's roommates continued to exclaim. Such a beautiful rosé. This crystal looks really expensive. I wonder who had so much money to spend to pay through the nose in here, and didn't even leave a name. Xiaoling did not have time to care about them, simply staring at the rose without a word, like she was staring at a scary demon. When she left the cafe yesterday, she had unmistakably abandoned it on the table. How did it appear on her bed today without anyone knowing what had happened? This was ski art entertainment, even though it was just a small training camp, but the security was still very tight. Chu Chen, no, she should say Pei Ziheng, if he wanted to do anything here, it was like entering no man's land. At this moment, Xiaoling understood one thing. Pei Ziheng would not easily give up. This beautiful, cold crystal rose was his way of indicating that he would not take no for an answer, and also a silent warning. Xiaoling looked paler than usual as she picked up the box of roses. To the horror of her roommates, she hurled it to the ground with immense force. A shrill sound echoed across the room as the crystal fragments scattered on the ground. Xingling, you, Lan Lan was too shocked to speak. Xiaoling could not be bothered with her. With a blank look, she mechanically got a broom, swept the fragments up and transferred them into a black trash bag. She then left the room, walked 3 streets out, and dumped the trash bag into the largest and dirtiest bin she saw. The night was dead silent. She dragged herself back to the dorm, exhausted, and tucked herself in. The nightmares kept coming. A huge prison cell stood deep in the boundless fog. She did not know when she walked into the cell, all she knew was that every time she desperately looked for an escape route, and no matter which direction she ran in, she would end up in front of a stretch of cold, steel barricades right in the way of the escape, and something would be looming from behind her, masked by the woods. She started to have a cold sweat. She wrapped her arms around her knees as she sat up on her bed, too afraid to shut her eyes. She held it out the whole night. In the morning, Lan Lan looked at her as if she was seeing a ghost. Xingling, were you out robbing a house last night or did you just fall out of love? Why were you sitting up the whole night instead of sleeping? Also, you don't look very well today with your dark eye circles. Xiaoling acted like she did not hear anything and went ahead to wash up for practice. At a dance, she almost twisted an ankle. And while singing, she went off pitch several times. She gave Wei Xiaoyan a call, informing him that she wouldn't be going over for a while. Wei Xiaoyan mockingly answered, yeah, you'd better reflect on yourself. For the previous song you were more a hindrance than a help, you're thinking of cutting a debut in this state. She was in no mood to bicker with him, and instead weakly said, if that's all, I'm hanging up. Wei Xiaoyan paused for a moment. Xiaoling, is there something on your mind? What problems have you run into? She replied, no. Wei Xiaoyan continued lecturing her, it's best if that's the case. If there's anything, just let Tan Ying know. He's in charge of you trainees anyway, you don't have to go easy on him. Got it, she said, her head hurt as she hung up. How was she supposed to tell Tan Ying something like that? She couldn't possibly go. Chairman Tan, Director Pei of Imperial Entertainment wants me to be his woman, please help me get rid of him. It was not as if Tan Ying could get rid of him. One nightmare after another, the boundless fog encapsulated her the moment she closed her eyes. Over consecutive days without proper rest, she was all haggard and tired out. She had been waiting in trepidation for Pei Ziheng's and Chu Chen's next move, but it was as if they had disappeared, making no moves at all. Just like that, it went on till the new year when the training camp called for a 2-week break. The life of a trainee was a tough one. They hardly got to take breaks throughout the year, and the 2-week leave for the new year was the only chance they had to go home. So the moment the break commenced, most of them left the camp as soon as they could. Lan Lan and the other 2 roommates set off for home almost instantly, and the only person left in the empty and lifeless room was Xiaoling. Tan Ying asked why she had not left. Xiaoling was a little disoriented. In her memories, there was a lot of information regarding her parents, but none of that seemed anything but foreign to her, be it the term, parents, or the two very much alive people involved. She did not know how to face them. Father called several times to hurry her. Tan Ying said, go back for a visit, Yi Xingling. You've been out here alone for so long, your parents must miss you a lot. Returning for reunions during celebrations and festivals is a child's duty. That's right, duty. She calmly thought about it. Since she had taken over Yi Xingling's body, she should take over the responsibilities that came with it as well. Very well, visiting Yi Xingling's family on her behalf shall be her way of thanking her for loaning out that shell of a body. The Yi family was in that city. Xiaoling followed the muscle memory that the body possessed, journeyed across half the city, and arrived at a door. It was the stepmother who opened the door. She was cold and curt towards her. Yet, Xiaoling felt relieved by that. After all, she had no idea how to get along with her so-called parents but was more than immune to cold glares and enmity. Father Yi felt extremely guilty and looked at her apologetically. Even so, all he said was, Xingling, I know it's not fair to you, but be a little more tolerant of your Aunt Lu, all right? She hasn't had it easy all these years. Xiaoling nodded her head indifferently. But on the inside, she found it a mockery. If she remembered correctly, this Aunt Lu was actually a mistress who chased her rightful mother out of the house. It's no wonder there was a resistance to calling her mother. Whatever love that people talked about wasn't real. The only reality was the fleeting nature of people. She still did not sleep well at night, the same nightmare repeating over and over. The next day when she saw the way Father Yi and Aunt Lu interacted, she was reminded of Pei Zihang, the way he eased her into her coat, the way he fed her, all the little things in the past surged back into her head. The stepmother was extremely sarcastic to her. Wow, is a celebrity not used to living in a small, commoner's house like ours or something? She's been pulling a long face since she came back. If there's so much unhappiness, just pack up and return to the training camp sooner instead of being a jinx at home. On the account of Father Yi, she pretended not to hear it. A few days passed before Father Yi approached her. Xingling, you've been back for a while and haven't seen Fei Fei yet. Shall we go together as a family to visit her tomorrow? Xiaoling had no comment. She and this sister of hers were basically strangers. In her memories, the original occupant of her body seemed to like her little sister Yi Xingfei a lot. Yi Xingfei's smile was always filled with pure happiness, seemingly able to eradicate all the troubles in the world. But that wasn't how Xiaoling felt. All that Xiaoling knew about kinship was in her past life, and it was spent on Xiaoyu. In this life, she didn't need any more attachment, she just needed to treat this so-called sister fairly and nothing more. She, Father Yi, and Aunt Lu headed for the hospital in a packed public bus. This family was not all that well-to-do, they were just middle class at best, and had to meticulously budget even for the smallest of things, so the routes they chose to take were always the cheapest but also the most congested. They spent a good 2 to 3 hours on the bus, and after they alighted, Xiaoling had a giddy spell that made even walking feel strangely effortless. With every step, she felt like she was walking on the clouds. She followed Father Yi and Aunt Lu into the hospital building and then arrived at the VIP area in the top level. Aunt Lu suddenly grabbed Father Yi. Dear, I'm feeling giddy and nauseous, I think it must have been the ride earlier. I feel like I might puke, follow me to the toilet, quick. Father Yi frantically assisted her, as he shot Xiaoling a look of helplessness. A second later he finally said, Xingling, how about this, could you go into the ward first? It's not far from here, just walk to the end of the corridor, 2206. It's easy to spot. She replied, okay, she turned around and went to look for the ward herself. It was easy to spot all right. At the end of the corridor was a wood-textured door to the ward. It was gorgeous and exuded an air of magnificence, looking way more presentable than the one at home. She looked up to check the ward number again. 2206, this was it. She pushed the door open and walked in. The ward was very spacious, with intricately patterned parquet flooring, full-length windows and a ceiling with a design that resembled fog. On the side of Yi Xingfei's hospital bed was a set of expensive leather couches, and a man was sitting on it. His fur coat was casually hung over his forearm, while he, dressed in a figure-hugging black shirt, sat quietly at the window smoking a cigarette. Xiaoling came to a sudden stop. In the next few seconds, her mind was a blank. He turned his head around and examined her without batting an eyelid, high and mighty, just like an emperor. She took a few steps back, abruptly turned herself around and reached for the door. It was as if the thick, sturdy door had planted roots in the ground, it didn't budge a bit no matter how hard she pulled. She knocked herself against it a few times, and then Pei Zihang's voice came from behind. Don't waste your efforts. The moment you walked in the door was locked from outside. Xiaoling turned around, terrified, as she faced his dark, solemn eyes that looked too deep to decipher even in the light. She involuntarily tried to shrink herself. Her back was glued against the smooth wooden door, badly wanting to integrate into it. You're very afraid of me. He looked at her and very slowly asked, why is that? She stiffened up, unable to say a word. He took his time to quench his cigarette in the ashtray. Chu Chen is a little rough when he handles things sometimes. If that frightened you, I'm sorry. Right, I haven't introduced myself, I am Pei Zihang. Xiaoling tried to suppress the tremble in her voice. Get your men to open the door. Let me out. So you know who I am. He smiled gently as he spoke. Few have dared use that tone with me. I admire your courage. In fact, she had no courage at all. Her legs were giving way and all she wanted was to run out of the door. Hiding her hands behind her back, she discreetly tried to pull the door handle. But no matter how she tried, the door stood strong like a mountain. Xiaoling broke out in cold sweat and was losing control of her senses. At the same time she was worried about how the parents had not arrived yet. How nice it would be if they could arrive now and open the door for her. Pei Zihang seemed to read her mind. Give it up. There's no use in pinning hopes on your parents. I got Chu Chen to contact them, which is why they brought you here today. She was shaking. Her heart sank. So, they were all in cahoots to deceive her. This trip had nothing to do with visiting Fei Fei. In this life, she had been extremely careful, consciously distancing herself from everybody around her. Still, it was impossible to guard against everyone. She got utterly betrayed by the people around her anyway. What benefits did you offer them? She asked, hurt. Just a little money was enough to get them overwhelmed with gratitude. Pei Ziheng smiled, as usual. Rather than bother about others, let's talk about us instead. Come sit over here, I'm not used to looking up when I talk. He pointed to the couch opposite him. Xiaoling did not move, she only said, there is nothing to talk about between us. He collectedly replied, there's a limit to my patience, Yi Xingling. Do you want to come over here on your own, or do you need me to help you with that? Xiaoling sensed the danger that lurked in his voice. More than 10 years of knowing this man taught her that the softer his voice and the gentler his disposition, the more horrific his ways of handling someone. In this instant, the trauma that was buried deep in her soul took over like a curse inside her. She instinctively shuffled her feet, and before she snapped back to herself, she was already standing right before him and heading for the seat he assigned her. He grinned in satisfaction. That's a good girl. She was startled, horrified by what just happened. What was going on? How was it that even after experiencing life and death, she still meekly responded to his every command? She looked at him, flustered. Across the glass coffee table, his features were clearer than they were in the winter night. He was imposingly handsome, practically divine, just as he always would exist in her memory, as her father, her teacher, her lover. She felt a stab in her heart and decided to look away. Pei Ziheng was still sizing her up, she knew it even with her head turned away. She could feel his line of sight like it was a scorching ray, peeling her clothes inch by inch, evaluating her body and broiling her soul. With him, she never seemed to need even a thread of silk. Xiaoling was frowning hard, she scrunched herself up in the couch in unbearable awkwardness and embarrassment. He laughed condescendingly. Up till this moment, you've been satisfactory to me. As he spoke, he reached for something in his pocket and tossed it on the table. Maybe Chu Chen hasn't made it very clear to you, but if you come with me, you can get so much more than you could even imagine. She looked down at the table. It was a blank check. As long as you're agreeable, you can fill the check with any amount you like. She felt like she was in a trance in a moment of deja vu. That year, in a bid to pay for her sister's medical fees, 12-year-old little Xiaoling followed Pei Ziheng home. And now, this man was offering money once again to tempt her to go with him. Too bad, right now she was no longer the little Xiaoling that she was then. She would not make the same mistake. Her voice was dry and hoarse. I don't need such a thing. Pei Ziheng patiently asked her, what do you need then? Tell me. She bit her lip instead, thinking to herself, Pei Ziheng, you can't give me what I want. As such, she chose to remain silent. He lit another cigarette. Seems like Chu Chen wasn't wrong when he said that you're an insensible child. He puffed a ball of smoke, his eyes seemingly distant. But you need to know this. There's no harm in throwing a tantrum once in a while, but if it gets overboard, there will be punishment. His voice deepened as he spoke. He seemed to be speaking to both her and himself. Xiaoling's eyes were experiencing some discomfort, probably due to the smoke. She shut her eyes a little. The scenes of the past appeared before her eyes, the days of imprisonment, the terrifying memories. She couldn't help but shiver a little, before garnering her guts. Director Pei, she begged softly. I'm just an insignificant nobody, I don't deserve this much attention on your part. Let me off, will you? So many others are waiting to be picked by you. You're in no position to interfere with who I pick, Yi Xingling. He cut her off, his gaze now clear and alert. What you need to do is simply to accept this check, or... He looked at her coldly. Or maybe you'd like to watch what happens when your sister is taken off her IV tube. Everyone used to speak of how cold and heartless the world was, except her. She was completely oblivious to the troubles that existed, because he was so incredibly nice to her, always showing the kind, gentle side of himself. And now, as she stood before him as a nobody and no longer as the Xiaoling who was the apple of everyone's eye, she truly felt the cold strength of solidarity. In his eyes, crushing the Yi sisters to death was akin to crushing an ant. But Xiaoling could not waver, the only outcome of it was doom. Either Yi Xingfei was doomed or she was. If her only option was to return to her past life of being treated like a pawn, she'd rather die once more. Xiaoling calmed herself down and tried to sound more composed. It's up to you, Director Pei. She dully said, actually, if you want to hear from me, it's just as well that Fei Fei's IV is removed. Being a living corpse with no way of thinking for herself and no way of making decisions, it's no better than being completely dead. At this point, she paused and thought about herself in her past life. Till now, she never regretted that decision. When Pei Ziheng's fiancé passed on, he initially just kept Xiaoling locked in a secret villa and sent bodyguards to watch her, but that was all. She kicked a fuss about wanting to leave, wanting to break up with him, hysterically screaming and trying to escape time and time again. Once, her escapade was almost successful. She had been hiding in a small forest near the villa and got found by the search team he sent. The team had brought along a herd of mastiffs to encircle her and left her glued helpless against a tree, trembling in fear. Pei Ziheng then strolled from outside the circle. His look was overcast and incredibly intimidating. He grabbed her messy hair and dragged her by it, her knees on the ground. Xiaoling, he said menacingly. Try escaping again and I'll let you know what it means to have a life more miserable than death itself. He dragged her in that manner across the uneven terrain, all the way back to the villa. The fallen twigs and branches had ripped her dress, scraping her fair and tender skin, leaving them bloody and wounded. There was no end to the blood trail she left. By the time she was back in the bedroom, she was panting weakly, and there was no skin on her left unscathed. The family doctor took an entire day to remove the sediment bits etched in her back. And then took a few more days to cleanse, medicate and dress her wounds. Pei Ziheng stood beside her and watched coldly the whole time. Her body was hurting, but her heart was hurting even more. It felt like her heart had been crushed into a ball and hurled to the ground, only to be stepped on repeatedly and recklessly. Yet, she was too naive then and underestimated his cruelness. She continued the reckless tantrums, the resistance, smashing and shattering whatever she found in the room, went on a hunger strike, and engaged in self-harm. But he was unwavering. He got people to create a full set of chains and locks, chained her arms and legs, and had everything in the room replaced with safe, non-harming items. She cursed and swore, agitating him. Pei Ziheng, I must have been blind to have agreed to be with you. I don't love you anymore, I never did. He flew into a rage, beating her up and leaving her with blood at the corner of her mouth and momentarily impaired senses. When she still did not stop her rant, he tortured her brutally, until both of them were completely exhausted. She lost consciousness in his arms. Day after day passed. He was looking increasingly gloomy, while she repetitively claimed that she no longer loved him. The more ferocious he got, the more satisfaction she gained, even if it meant more scars and lashes on her body. Until one day, he stared at her for a long while and caressed her face with a gentleness he had not displayed in a long time as if he was handling a treasure. Xiaoling, he said gently, you still love me. You will always love me. The sun rays entered his eyes and reached into a bottomless abyss, and not a single bit of light was reflected. She was scared of the look he had now, a premonition rising in her chest. He ripped her clothes off, tied her arms and legs up in black leather rope, and wrapped her in a windbreaker. Then, he carried her to the car and gave the chauffeur a location she had never heard of. It was an isolated but luxurious building. Shrouded in thick fauna, great precaution was taken with concealing this place. Pei Ziheng's Rolls-Royce drove over and the many gates, carved in a beautiful floral pattern, opened slowly to receive him. Behind every gate was an armed guard post. Pei Ziheng carried her inside. A man who appeared like a doctor came forward and led Pei Ziheng to a pre-allocated room where he put her down. It takes about 20 days, said the man somewhat solemnly. Mr. Pei, the specialist team will hand you a complete report. You can then take her home. I would like to witness the entire process, said Pei Ziheng. The man's tone was formal and professional. If you insist, there is a VIP suite in Zone B where you can watch a live stream of what is happening. But I have to remind you, the process isn't very pleasant to watch. Xiaoling did not understand the conversation and naturally felt scared. Pei Ziheng, what are you doing? She shouted at him furiously. Let go of me, I want to leave. Pei Ziheng did not take another look at her. He turned his back and followed the man out of the room. In the following days, she was given a full body check by several women she did not know. They wore white coats, covered their hands in thin rubber gloves and used all sorts of equipment and apparatuses on her while recording a string of measurements. Xiaoling felt ashamed and resentful but had no way to escape it with her arms and legs still tied up. They replaced the rope. Pei Ziheng tied her with metal handcuffs. The inner surface was lined with soft fur so she wouldn't get hurt in it, and it allowed for more thorough checks. Yet, it also made her more embarrassed. She had no idea how she pulled through those few days. After her full body check was a never-ending interrogation. All sorts of ruthless questions were laid out, but she was not in the right state to deal with them and rejected to answer, all the while incoherently cursing at them and Pei Ziheng. The women in the white coats remained expressionless and made recordings while exchanging jargons she could not comprehend. Finally, Pei Ziheng came for her. That day, Xiaoling was chained onto a chair. Covered in a thin white blanket, she breathed feebly watching as he came closer. In the same way, as he did when they first arrived, he removed his windbreaker and picked her up in it carefully. Xiaoling, we're going home, he gently said, stroking her eyes and the corner of her lips. Xiaoling gathered all the strength she had to bite him in the palm. The cold-looking man who led them in previously stood silently and watched what happened. He then said, Mr. Pei, you should trust our expert's opinion, she's not suitable for this procedure. It's too dangerous. Pei Ziheng carefully removed his hurt hand from Xiaoling's clenched teeth and even gently helped her wipe the blood off the corner of her lips. I just want the procedure plan and the tools, please send them over as soon as possible. The man kept silent for a while, revealing a trace of sympathy in the way he looked at her. As you wish, Mr. Pei. Back at Pei Ziheng's villa, he locked her in a small enclosed space. Her limbs, neck, and torso were fixated to the ground, with not an inch of room to move. Beneath her was an incredibly soft blanket, and her mouth was stuffed with a hollow metal ball so she could not make a sound. Absolute silence, boundless darkness. Xiaoling panicked as she heard her heartbeat increasingly clearly. Hallucinations were forming in her mind and breathing was getting laborious, she was practically losing her mind. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, a ray of light appeared. The door was pushed open, and Pei Ziheng's imposing figure loomed over her as he walked in with a whip. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. Xiaoling, he said. Everything you get will be bestowed by me, be it pleasure or pain. He lashed her with the whip in his hand. A shrill sound split the air, the pain sharp and the smell of blood filling the narrow space. Yet she gratefully and greedily embraced it all, as she whimpered and begged for him to give her more. This pain reminded her that she was still truly alive. He cast the whip aside, removed the ball in her mouth, and leaned over to kiss her, his forceful grasp almost suffocating her. Xiaoling, my beautiful butterfly, he brushed his lips against her quivering lashes, whispering. You are mine and mine only. It was always the case. He would first abandon her in the pitch dark and empty room, where it would be so lonely, so quiet that she could barely feel her existence. Once she was on the verge of insanity, a divine-like figure would appear, whip her brutally, torture her, and then in the gentlest of manner, feed her food and water and wipe the stains off her lips before eventually leaving. The narrow space once again regained its state of loneliness and darkness until she reached a breaking point, where Pei Ziheng would reappear and repeat the process all over. Every time Pei Ziheng left, Xiaoling would tell herself she could not go on her cowardly ways, that she would not surrender to it the next time. Yet her body's reaction was truthful and terrifying. No matter how resolved she could not escape the fear and insanity in the dark, nor could she break free from the gratitude she had towards him and the violence he inflicted on her. Subsequently, when he saw that she was tamed, he let her out. Though she dared not lash out at him like before, leaving the dead silence and darkness allowed her to regain consciousness and clarity, and she remained hostile to him. When he entered her, she did all she could to resist him. He had other moves. She did not like the pain, and always struggled in resistance, yet she submitted to him under his firm repression, and then the next time it would be the same, resistance, repression, submission. The cycle repeated. Xia Yu came to see her. She was in a simple-looking flare dress, her hair was a mess, and white gauze held her scrawny body together. But Xia Yu looked at her with a tinge of envy, and questioned coldly, "Sister, why is it that Brother Ziheng cares so much about you, and puts in so much effort for you?" Xiaoling just looked at her, hostile. "What are you here for?" Xia Yu smiled. "Sister, let me tell you a story." She spoke slowly and tirelessly. As such, Xiaoling learned a new term, Stockholm Syndrome. "Sister," Xia Yu said, "here's Brother Ziheng's and the doctor's plan. You will suffer from Stockholm Syndrome under their conscious guidance to reach the ideal state. No matter how Brother Ziheng treats you, be it with love or through torture, you will always be loyal to him, and will return to him voluntarily even if he lets you go. You will lose yourself forever. Brother Ziheng doesn't even love you, what he wants is simply an obedient plaything." Xiaoling took a long time to digest what Xia Yu had said, not believing that was the truth. But all of Pei Ziheng's actions recently fit what she said. Xiaoling once thought that Pei Ziheng really loved her, just as she loved him with all her heart. Even when she was held captive by him, she continued to believe that he loved her, but maybe a little less, and not as wholeheartedly as she had thought. Yet now, Xiaoling realized that Xia Yu could be right. Pei Ziheng had never loved her from the beginning, all he needed was a plaything that he was satisfied with, whether that was Xiaoling or someone else, he did not care. "Sister, consider my words seriously." Xia Yu picked up her exquisite handbag and left gracefully. Pei Ziheng went on every day with new ways to torture Xiaoling. He would stop right as she was about to crumble, and hold her in his arms gently, lightly tracing her every wound. Xiaoling kept recalling Xia Yu's words. She realized that she indeed was becoming reliant on Pei Ziheng. Though she feared and dreaded the atrocities, the overwhelming gratitude and admiration she had for him when he was tender with her was irrational and out of her control. She was afraid of the person she became. Looking at the scrawny-looking person in the mirror who had such a cautious, fearful expression, she could not recognize herself. Maybe one day Pei Ziheng would succeed, and the real Xiaoling would be completely shattered and gone for good. And in her place would be a tamed and obedient walking corpse. She feared living so pathetically. If living means having no say in my life, having my soul being crushed to nothingness, and being a living, walking corpse, I'd rather die. She muttered. As she snapped back to herself, what came into view was the ward, the gloomy skies outside the full-length windows, and an antagonized Pei Ziheng on the couch. Xiaoling looked at him. "I'm not threatened, Director Pei. If Feifei was conscious, she would agree with what I'm doing." "Yi Xingling, you're too unbridled." Pei Ziheng's voice was low, lined with anger and coercion. But Xiaoling was not as afraid anymore. Since she was on that note, she went on. "Forgive me, but I can never belong to anybody. Director Pei, please get your men to open the door, it's time I took my leave." "You think you can leave?" He pressed a button. The thick and sturdy door opened silently, and two brawny bodyguards walked in. Pei Ziheng got up and walked towards the door, casting his words. "Take her along." The two bodyguards took the command and lifted her by her sides, following behind him. Xiaoling initially thought that it was on a whim that he wanted her, that even if he got rejected by a nobody like her, the worst that could happen was teaching her a lesson before he cast her aside for someone else. She was prepared for his rage and revenge in the coming days, but she never expected such obstinacy, nor that he would resort to kidnapping her. Inexplicable fear rose inside her as she was reminded of terrors of the past. She never wanted to relive the days where she was treated like dirt. Xiaoling struggled with might, screaming, "Pei Ziheng, get them to let go of me. What you're doing is illegal." He continued ahead, not in the least bothered. Suddenly, he stopped. Xiaoling looked up and saw that the spacious corridor before was now packed with a crowd. In the distance, a group of about 10 burly men streamed out of a ward, chatting and laughing noisily as they walked towards the elevators, getting in their way. Xiaoling recognized the man in front. He was in a casual white outfit, the soft fabric revealing the faint outline of his toned muscles. His tan had a healthy glow and his features were handsome and well sculpted. In his eyes she saw a charming expression. No matter where he was, he always looked outstanding. Xiaoling was brimming with gratitude at this point. In a panic, she shouted, "Li Lei." The eye-catching boy turned around, and hence, the men clustered around him did too. Upon seeing Xiaoling being surrounded, Li Lei's brow furrowed, and he did a hand signal. On this command, the crowd of tall men stopped laughing and quickly resumed their professionality and got into position. What seemed like a crowd that one could easily breeze through immediately became an iron wall of sorts, and a vague sense of lethality buzzed in the air. The hold that the two bodyguards had on Xiaoling tightened. The atmosphere turned into silence. There was a pause before Li Lei chuckled. "What is Imperial Entertainment's Mr. Pei doing with my artiste?" Pei Ziheng looked serious. "Li Lei, this is a private matter." Xia Ling's heart leapt into her throat, fearing that Pei Zihang's rationale would turn Li Lei away immediately. After all, her boss never really mixed his relations with work, and shortly before she had just rejected becoming his lover, so surely she must have dealt a blow to his reputation somehow. If he wanted to be a bystander and watch her get humiliated and bullied, this was the perfect time for him to do it. Yet, he just looked curiously at Pei Zihang. Ski art entertainment trainees have no private matters. Xia Ling let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding and immediately felt like her boss was a great person. He was clearly planning on intervening. And he was not completely wrong. Ski arts trainees did not have any secrets. Trainees were backup artistes, and in the eyes of an artiste, there was no divide between what was private and what was public. Li Lei, Pei Zihang's voice rang low, mildly amused, she's just a small fry. I can't believe someone as important as you can recognize a mere trainee. Li Lei innocently replied, I am a boss that cares about my employees. He started again, Mr. Pei, please release Yi Xingling. She is still a kid, so she still makes mistakes. If she offended you in the past, please let me take her to the task. I will be made answerable for her mistakes. Pei Zihang studied him deeply, an unreadable look on his face. Li Lei's demeanor still had not changed. He was relaxed, a half-smile was playing on his lips as the tens of men behind him continued to step up their guard. The tension in the air was thick and suffocating. On the other hand, Pei Zihang only had 2 bodyguards, and Xia Ling in tow. Finally, Pei Zihang lightly raised his hand. The bodyguards let Xia Ling go. The moment of freedom startled her momentarily, in disbelief that it came so simply, that Pei Zihang had moments of weakness as well. Yet, immediately after, her heart swelled with dismay. Why are you still standing there? Come over here. She heard Li Lei say. A moment of clarity struck her, and she clambered over to his side, staying close behind his figure. His gang of men swarmed around her, and she tried to calm down as cold sweat drenched her back. Pei Zihang's eyes never left her, targeting closely, and it was becoming a thorn in her back. Li Lei shifted, almost unnoticeably, and his figure eclipsed hers. Li Lei, Pei Zihang spoke slowly. You can defend her now, but that doesn't mean you can do the same for the rest of her life. I don't need you to worry about that now, Director Pei. Li Lei grinned. As the words fell, he raised his hand again, and the entire procession headed towards the elevators. As she slipped into the elevator, Xia Ling could not help but turn her head, and through the crevices of the crowd, she caught glimpses of Pei Zihang. He hadn't moved since then, but his gaze was impenetrable. His eyes were trained on her like flames, like an abyss she couldn't crawl out of. The fear struck her again, and she scrambled into the elevator. As the doors slid shut, the men broke into chatter. Boss, are you for real? Even something like a trip to the hospital can make you a hero. This little beauty is from Ski Art's training program. I thought you hardly cared about that business. That's right, boss, introduce us to her. Little beauty, do not be afraid, you have brothers like us here. People won't even dream of bullying you. As they chattered, at that moment the intimidating men that had faced off with Pei Zihang were no more, replaced with gossipy aunties that wanted the latest scoop. Xia Ling could feel the onset of a headache, and the remaining slivers of trauma and pain from before had been eliminated thanks to the chaos. Whoever said that a group of noisy women were like a flock of ducks clearly hadn't seen what a group of noisy men could do. In the chaos, only Li Lei remained quiet, chuckling at the sight with his arms pressed against the glass wall. She was caged beside him at close proximity, and she could even observe his breathing pattern and smell the sunshine and fresh grass on his skin. It was the most comforting feeling in the world. It wasn't long before they reached the basement, the door opening with a ding. The crowd spilled out, bidding their farewells to Li Lei before haphazardly making their separate ways. Before she knew it, it was just the both of them again. Xia Ling raised her head to look at him. In the dim light of the garage, his eyes were dark and deep, and his chiseled features were as handsome as ever. With one hand in his pocket, he looked like a billboard model, stunning beyond words. It was hard to believe that this person had saved her from Pei Zihang. Thank you, boss, she said sincerely. Unsmiling, he replied, instead of thanking me, how about you give thanks to your luck? Do you not want to live anymore? Why would you mess with Pei Zihang? She couldn't reply. How could she say that she hadn't been actively out there looking for trouble? That Pei Zihang had tracked her down and had come in for the kill himself. Nobody would believe her. I was in the wrong, she said, resigned. His attractive brows furrowed, considering her for a moment. Now she genuinely didn't know why he was unhappy with her again. I don't like it when people brush me off, he said, and it's not like you to wreak havoc any other day either. If you are so quick to apologize, I am sure there's something you aren't telling me. Tell me the truth, how did you get on Pei Zihang's bad side? Her heart leapt again, surprised at his acute inference skills. He was right, she had apologized early on in order to let the situation die quicker. And her past with Pei Zihang had been a roller coaster of emotions, too intense for her to consider without feeling the same flashes of trauma again. She only wanted to give the simplest explanation. But Li Lei refused to let the matter rest, instead of waiting in silence for her response. She tilted her head, not wishing to meet his eyes. Pei Zihang, just speaking the name itself expended much of her energy trying to quash down her feelings, is interested in me. He wants me to be his woman. I don't know what he sees in me. The look in Li Lei's eyes deepened. There was still something more that she wasn't revealing. His detective skills nagged, but he decided to let the matter rest upon seeing the clenched fists by her sides. He then smiled and thoughtfully changed the topic. Where are you staying? I'll send you home. Ah, she questioned in disbelief, never having expected her own boss to be so nice. It's okay, it will be a hassle. I can go back on my own. You want to go on your own? He scoffed. I don't mind, but I'm afraid you won't make it in time because Pei Zihang's minions might be at it again. Xiaoling remembered Pei Zihang's gaze, and a shiver ran down her spine. Then, could you send me back to training camp? She whispered. She definitely could not return to the Yis. After all, her so-called parents had already betrayed her once, and surely had no qualms about betraying her once again. She had not yet grown familiar to other places, and upon deep thought, the only place she was comfortable with was the training camp. Li Lei laughed again. You really are giving me a run for my money, huh? We are now in South City, but camp is in North City. Having to cut across the city is one thing, but the problem is that the traffic at this timing is terrible. Yi Xingling, you're kidding me, right? Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. Realizing that she was the boss now, she cursed silently. Wasn't he supposed to send her? She weakly said, you tell me what should be done then. Li Lei spun the car key around his finger, his eyes gleaming. Come over to my apartment and we'll get together for a night. I'll get someone to take you to the training camp tomorrow morning. His apartment. She recalled his suggestion about her being his woman and frowned. Li Lei seemed to have read her mind. As I said, I have no interest in coercing anybody. And given your guts, what made you think you could provoke Pei Zihang? He walked on without a care. Come with me when you've thought it through, otherwise you can go back on your own. As Xiaoling gazed at his back view, images of Pei Zihang's sinister eyes came to mind. She weighed her options for an instant and decided to catch up with him. Li Lei's private vehicle was an SUV. In her previous life, Xiaoling was also a highly experienced driver, and with one look she could tell that. The people in Ski Art Entertainment seemed to enjoy driving their own cars. Wei Xiaoyan was one, Li Lei was another. Xiaoling got into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, as Li Lei then skillfully steered the wheel and merged into the heavy traffic on the freeway. A half hour later, the SUV drove into a relatively serendipitous high-end estate, with large green areas of various types of rare vegetation. The place boasted thick shades of lush with a tranquil absence of people. Li Lei parked the car into the garage and then led Xiaoling to a personal elevator which they took to a higher floor. As they entered the front door, what came into view was an extremely spacious living area, taking up about half the floor area of the entire level. The ceiling was about 5 to 6 meters high, the four walls were replaced by full-length glass panes and the natural light was streaming in abundantly, illuminating the place beautifully. Li Lei casually flung his outerwear onto the couch and then said, sit. That said, he turned his back and walked off. Xiaoling looked at the sofa and was just about to sit when she noticed a leopard resting lazily on a white carpet near the couch. It had beautiful rose-like spots all over and its legs were stretched out, almost laying like a carpet itself. She cautiously took a step forward. Yet, she couldn't help but back off a little, letting out a small gasp. The leopard, Mao, looked up at her with heavy eyelids, and then shut them again and continued resting. Xiaoling dared not make another sound. She held her breath and took a few slow, cautious steps back until she bumped into a sturdy physique. She was about to let out a scream when she got wrapped around in someone's arms and heard Li Lei's deep, magnetic voice from behind her, don't be afraid, it's me. She exhaled in relief and calmed down slightly. Recovering from the shock, the first thought that came to mind was, this owner leopard pair must be my nemesis, giving me one shock after the next. Freeing herself from his embrace, Xiaoling turned to look at him. I'm not sitting on that couch, is there another room? He laughed, his eyes twinkling, no more dinner for you. Huh, he turned around, come help out in the kitchen. Xiaoling was stunned for a moment but followed him anyway into the well-lit and spacious kitchen. She got another shock. In the kitchen, Boss Li Lei had a white apron around him as he held a pot in one hand and a ladle in another, looking skilled. You prepare your own meals. She stuttered. This shock was definitely greater than the one she got from almost stepping onto the leopard. Really, a big boss like him with a triad background actually had such a hobby. Watching him go about it with ease, it was obviously not his first attempt. Li Lei took no care about her shocked expression and tossed her a tomato. Get the skin peeled. Xiaoling instinctively caught it and stared at the fresh red half of the tomato in her hand until he told her to hurry. She snapped back to reality and started on it clumsily. Though she had lived for 2 lifetimes, she had never cooked, and so only just realized how difficult it was to peel a tomato. After a long struggle and a whole lot of tomato juice on her hands and clothes, her job was still not well done. She looked at the bruised tomato that suffered in her hands and thought seriously. Can this even be eaten? Hand it over once you're done, it's going into the pot, said Li Lei. When there was no response, he turned around, only to see Xiaoling bent over the counter at a loss as she held a clump of something red that had lost its shape. Boss had seen much of the world, its novelties, and quirks, but faced with the scene before him, even he was shocked. Yi Xingling, are you sure you're a woman? Boss, Your Honor, you can't blame me, it's my first time. She held the tomato up with a look of innocence. Li Lei wanted to sigh in disappointment as he grabbed the red clump of the unidentifiable object and threw it, with an incredible trajectory, into the bin. He then took another tomato with a look of resignation and did the work himself, peeling the tomato as he instructed her, wash the vegetables in the sink. If you can't do that either, then go and accompany Mao in the living room. He thought for a bit and felt that he was a little harsh, and so turned his head to flash her a smile. Xiaoling was frightened by that smile and went ahead to wash the vegetables, indignantly thinking, HMPH, what's the big deal about owning a creature, there's nothing to be so conceited about. I've really never seen somebody who flaunts like this, and then she realized that disaster had struck, the vegetables had been ravaged into broken pieces. Boss, Yi Xingling, you should go accompany Mao. She swore never to return to Li Lei's apartment. Having gone through so much for this dinner, she had to admit that Big Boss Li's culinary skills were indeed good, his delicacies were almost like that of a chef's. Boss, you really are good at everything. She complimented him from the bottom of her heart. Li Lei smiled kindly. After living out here alone for a while, you tend to learn a bit of everything, including cooking. She nodded her head in understanding. The fact that he drove his own SUV showed that he was likely a very independent person who liked to get things done himself. In this case, it wasn't too surprising that he didn't hire a domestic helper. She was curious. How did he keep his house in this condition? Compared to Pei Zihang, he was the complete opposite. She unintentionally thought of that scheming, scary man, adhering to the rules and etiquette of his aristocratic family, donning luxurious silk dress shirts and fur coats, employing a bunch of helpers, and always looking impeccably refined. His voice was deep, his tone mild, as he calmly told her, I need a wife who can match up to my family's status, a woman worthy of the title of Mrs. Pei. Pain crept in the depths of her heart. To hell with these rich people's rules. Xiaoling fiercely scooped up a mouthful of rice and swallowed the tears that were on the verge of falling. From an angle that she had not noticed, Li Lei looked at her thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. After their meal, Xiaoling volunteered to stay behind in the kitchen to help him clean up the mess. She primarily did not want to stay in the living room facing the leopard named Ermao alone. Li Lei saw through her and said, don't create more trouble here. Go rest in the guest room, it's the second room on the left. She obediently went into the guest room, as if he had just saved her life. The guest room was neat and spacious, with a thick and soft carpet spread out over the floor. An oak wine fridge contained a variety of expensive wines. Xiaoling pulled open the closet and saw many unwrapped outfits hanging in it. The tailoring was professional and made of specially selected materials, and the tags on the outfits indicated that they were all pieces from internationally renowned luxury brands. None of these could be purchased by a normal person. Scanning quickly across, she found that there were many different sizes and ranged comprehensively from pajamas to jackets, clearly with close consideration and preparation for different guests. The only unfortunate thing was that they were all male outfits. Xiaoling frowned as she found this odd. Boss Li was handsome, rich and a Casanova. His playboy tendencies could be seen in his attempts to flirt with her. How could someone like him not prepare female outfits in the guest room? She suspected that she had entered the wrong room and turned back to look for Big Boss Li. She asked, Boss, do you have a guest room with female outfits? Li Lei was in the midst of cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. Under the dim yellow lights, he looked dashing in his tan. Strong fingers were glimmering under the lights in accordance with his movements being covered by the white foam bubbles from the dishwashing liquid. On hearing her question, he turned his head to look at her and laughed. Female outfits. I completely forgot to prepare that. I usually don't invite female guests here. Wait a moment, I'll get someone to send some outfits over. She hurriedly said, no, it's fine. I can wear the male outfits as well. She was well aware of her current status, an insignificant trainee at the bottom of the company food chain, and the big boss had already graciously saved her and took her in. She was already enjoying free meals and lodging, she couldn't possibly ask for more. However, Li Lei said, just wait. A command that was not to be questioned. He cleaned his hands on a white piece of cloth, took out his mobile phone and rang a number. Su Tang, go buy some female outfits and bring them over. Yes, I'm in my place at Changnan Apartments. It's for a 17-year-old girl, and she needs bathrobes, pajamas, jackets, everything. Size. He gave Xiaoling a once-over and told the lady on the other end of the line a string of numbers. They were an accurate estimation of her height, weight, and measurements. Xiaoling was speechless. She had underestimated the extent of Big Boss Li's Casanova tendencies. There was no way he could so accurately estimate a girl's measurements simply by looking unless he had a wealth of experience doing so. Not long later, the doorbell rang. Without waiting for Li Lei to open the door, the person came in on her own accord. Clearly, she was someone that Li Lei trusted and had the house key. Xiaoling looked over and saw a graceful, pretty girl with long hair that reached down to her waist, which looked like smooth seaweed shimmering under the warm light of the crystal chandelier. She was wearing a lilac, silk-embroidered long dress with a tasseled scarf draped over her shoulders. She had a silver bracelet on her wrist and was carrying many luxurious-looking shopping bags, leaving a trail of fragrance behind her as she walked. She stopped in front of Li Lei and greeted him. Young master. Li Lei asked, did you manage to buy everything? The girl's voice was pleasant as she replied, yes, I got everything. They're right here. She handed over all the shopping bags that must have cost quite a lot of money. Li Lei took them from her and, in turn, passed them to Xiaoling. Here, take your clothes. The bags were slightly heavy and had the pungency that brand new luxury items tended to have. Xiaoling was familiar with these items in her past life and thus did not feel shockingly pampered at receiving them. She politely said, thank you. Li Lei replied lazily, don't mention it. It was my mistake for not being considerate and forgetting to prepare female outfits. If you are still lacking anything, do tell me, or just inform Su Tang directly. She will make sure to get it for you. Xiaoling indicated that there was nothing that was lacking and turned to Su Tang to express her thanks. Su Tang was well-mannered and only spoke with reverence to the young master that she knew after entering the room. She did not even give a glance to the guest in the house for fear that it might make her feel uncomfortable. She only lifted her eyes to look at Xiaoling upon hearing her word of thanks, smiling at Xiaoling politely. Yet for some reason, Xiaoling felt that her smile was cold and insincere. This graceful, elegant girl seemed to dislike her. As Xiaoling started to guess how she had managed to offend her, Li Lei commanded. All right, Su Tang, you can go back now. Su Tang did not leave immediately. She said to Li Lei, young master, you mentioned yesterday that you wanted to eat ox bone stew braised with tomatoes. I have already prepared the ingredients in the kitchen this morning. Shall I prepare dinner for you now? As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaoling and said, I can prepare more for this miss here. Her cooking abilities were outstanding and not inferior to that of her young master. Most girls were unable to match up. Su Tang had already made up her mind to show off her skills. However, Li Lei said, oxbone stew braised with tomatoes. Are you referring to the tomatoes that were in the fridge? I've already used them up. He glared at Xiaoling as he spoke. Xiaoling rubbed her nose in embarrassment. Alright, she would admit that she had wasted all the tomatoes. But all she did was peel them a little unevenly, he did not need to throw them all in the bin. We've just had dinner, Li Lei told Su Tang. You can go about your other business and needn't be up here. It was Su Tang's turn to be stunned. Since when did her young master cook together with another woman? Even though her young master was skilled in the kitchen, he was lazy and had not touched the stove for several years. Dinner would usually be prepared by Su Tang. Why did he make an exception for this stranger? What's more, she could not resist giving Xiaoling another once-over, her gaze landing on the shopping bags in her hands. Young master might be a playboy and had one date after another. However, he had never allowed a female to stay in this apartment. What was his deal today that he was allowing this little girl to stay here? As she pondered, the coldness in Su Tang's glare became more apparent. Xiaoling's mind was still on the wasted tomatoes and did not discover Su Tang's animosity. Even if Su Tang was really unhappy deep down, she could only display her elegance in front of Li Lei. She looked down as she composed herself, saying calmly as she gave a small bow to Li Lei, then, I'll take my leave. She backed out of the apartment as she spoke. Li Lei narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Su Tang leave. Turning to Xiaoling who was still in a daze, he could not help but say, that is what I call a woman. What? Xiaoling looked at him, confused. Li Lei expressed his unhappiness. You can't even cook. What kind of woman are you? Xiaoling did not know how to respond. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes at him. Xiaoling clenched her teeth together in frustration as she returned to the guest room. She then locked herself in the bathroom to take a shower. As warm mist sprinkled out from the showerhead, she felt herself slowly relax. There had been too many things that happened today, especially the shocking encounter with Pei Zihang, making her feel tired both physically and mentally. After her bath, she picked out a soft bathrobe from the clothes that Su Tang had brought for her. She changed into it and fell into the huge, fluffy down feather duvet. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Her conscience became fuzzy and she found herself surrounded by a heavy mist all around, no end in sight. She was completely naked and, somehow, had returned to that giant cage. In the mist, she saw the majestic, white fence around her and she could not pry it open no matter how hard she tried. Lowering her head, her ankles were shackled with a pure gold chain. Xiaoling gave a scream and woke from the nightmare, a cold sweat breaking out over her body. She turned on all the lights in the room with shaking hands. Curling her body in the corner of the bed, she hugged herself. She did not dare to close her eyes as Pei Zihang's face would emerge every time she did. He appeared suddenly like a god, swishing the whip that he would hit her with, or forcing himself into her against her will. And also that sinister, unreadable look that he had given her earlier at the hospital. Xiaoling, my beautiful butterfly. Everything you have is mine. Li Lei, you might be able to protect her now, but you cannot protect her forever. In her trance, that deep, hoarse voice lingered in her ears, like a demon speaking from the depths of a deep valley, not going away. She stumbled off the bed, knocking over the glass of water on the side table. She fumbled for the vinyl player at the corner of the room and randomly put on a song. A slow melody filled the room. She did not want to have time to think and forced herself to sing along with the song, trying her best to focus entirely on the music and lyrics and away from the scene in her nightmare and memories. She tried not to remember and tried not to let her emotions run wild. Her consciousness was a blur. The music and the terrifying images crisscrossed in her mind out of control. The room door opened. It was Li Lei. He had rushed over after hearing her scream and the music from the vinyl player. He found her curled into a ball in the corner. Yi Xingling, what's wrong? He bent over and lifted her pale face. She mumbled the song's lyrics sporadically and looked at him with both eyes void of emotion like she was looking blankly into the distance. Her eyes reflected terror and loss, similar to that of a hurt animal. Li Lei frowned and felt a dull pain in the depths of his heart as he saw Xiaoling in this weak state. Yi Xingling, you really treat me like your slave. He mumbled to himself as he carried her in his arms. She was very light and her body trembled as she curled closer to his chest reactively, trying to get warmth from his body. Li Lei carried her to the sofa in the living room, rubbing his hand gently along her spine to calm her down. He had just taken a bath and was wearing a silk bathrobe. The warmth of his bare skin came into contact with her cold body like he was trying to transfer all his strength and courage to her. It was a long while later before Xiaoling felt the terrifying scenes from the nightmare fade away and her consciousness return. She found herself in a suggestive position hugging close to his chest. The steady beat of his heart ringing in her ear had the amazing ability to calm her down, and she felt a peace come over her. Did you have a bad dream? He asked gently. She nodded, then shook her head, looking at him guardedly. He saw her cautious expression and found it funny. You had a nightmare and are trying not to feeling ashamed. Really, seeing that she was still very defensive and her spine had tensed up again, he shook his head and released her. Xiaoling watched in confusion as he got up to leave. A short while later, he came back with a blanket and draped it over her body. The soft touch of the blanket on her skin was comfortable and the tension in her back started to relax. She let out a long sigh. Li Lei left again. The light in the kitchen lit up and there was the sound of the opening and closing of the fridge, followed by the stove being turned on. He walked back carrying a glass of warm milk. Handing it to her, he said, drink this, it will make you feel better. She blinked in surprise at his consideration, slightly overwhelmed by his care. Giving away a few luxury items to a girl was easy, but personally warming a glass of milk on the stove was rare for a big boss like him. However, she did not like drinking milk. She shook her head and feebly said, I'm not drinking it. He raised his brows and asked, "You don't want it?" He had just finished his question when the leopard walked out from the shadow of the corner of the living room. His fur was majestically covered with spots that looked like roses, and his steps were lazy but elegant. Strutting like a king who was walking before his people, he came beside the sofa. Xiaoling felt fear consume her. The leopard was so close that she felt she could hear his beastly breathing. Mao, this is not for you. Li Lei casually rubbed the top of Mao's head. The leopard stared at the milk in his hand and gave a soft whine, sounding a little pitiful. Li Lei stuffed the glass of milk in Xiaoling's hands, saying, "Drink this up, I'll go prepare one for Mao. If you don't drink it," he gave a smile, showing his white teeth, "then feed it to Mao yourself." Xiaoling looked at the milk in her hands and then over at Mao. She weakly said, "I'll drink it." Li Lei smiled in satisfaction. Calling Mao over, he left the room. The light in the kitchen lit up again. As Xiaoling drank the milk in small sips, she heard Li Lei saying as he fed Mao, there, Mao. You're already 7 years old but is still whining away. I just stole a little of your milk, that's all." "What, stole?" Xiaoling stared at the milk in her hands in shock. After a while, Li Lei came back to her side alone. Seeing that she had finished the milk, he looked happy. As such, he generously consoled her, "Don't be afraid. Mao won't stay in the living room after finishing his supper. He has his own room." "But," Xiaoling carefully asked, "this milk, you stole it?" Li Lei gave a start and laughed. "Well, you could say so," he said. "I don't drink this at all, so all the milk in the house is prepared exclusively for Mao." Xiaoling was momentarily speechless. This milk had a special taste to it, and if she was not mistaken, it was an expensive imported brand. In her past life, her sister, Xia Yu, had drunk this for a period of time when she was really ill. This milk had to be pre-ordered and had limited stock. Every year people would be fighting to make sure they get within the quota. There were so many that were fighting for this milk that they could not buy, and he was feeding it to his pet. "What are you thinking?" he asked her. "You're rich and willful," she said. He laughed again, clearly amused, and could not resist teasing her. "If you follow me, you can also be rich and willful." Xiaoling rolled her eyes at him, visibly upset, and said, "Nobody can force me to do something that I am unwilling to do." "Hey beauty, don't be so nervous." Li Lei teased again as he continued laughing. "Since when did I say that I was going to force you? Am I such a pervert to you? I will be patient, eventually, you will agree willingly." He had always been a patient hunter, especially in front of a prey that he liked very much. He did not mind playing games with her. Xiaoling was suspicious of how much to believe his words. She was not the naive person she was in her past life. She knew that in front of power and status, all promises were useless. However, he waved his finger at her. "I have to warn you. You've rejected me once, and I've saved your life once. You owe me twice now. I won't do things a third time. Next time you need help in the face of trouble, I won't be helping you unconditionally." She understood his hidden meaning. If she wanted help next time, she would need to give herself to him in return. "There will not be such a day," she responded coldly. He laughed out loud, staring at this weak but proud girl in front of him. He said, "Is that so? Let us wait and see." The conversation was not going in a direction that Xiaoling enjoyed. She started to get angry and did not want to be in the same room with Li Lei. She stiffly wished him a good night and returned to the guest room and got on the bed to continue sleeping. Perhaps because she had a glass of warm milk, she felt lethargy hit her pretty quickly, and before she knew it, her vision got blurry and she fell asleep. She did not have another nightmare. The next day when she opened her eyes, it was already bright outside and sunlight was shining into the room through the lace curtain, filling the room with warmth and peacefulness. She had not slept so peacefully in a long time. She got off the bed to wash up, changed into one of the expensive new dresses, combed her messy long hair and walked out of the guest room. There was no one in the other bedroom, though she heard sounds coming from the kitchen. She walked over to have a look and saw the general manager of the training camp, Tan Ying, clad in an apron and busily cooking in front of the stove. "Boss had to go out for a sudden business." Tan Ying was not surprised to see her. "He instructed me to come to fetch you and prepare your breakfast." He did not ask why she was in Li Lei's apartment. It seemed that Li Lei had already explained the situation to him. Xiaoling was stunned to see Tan Ying holding a frying pan and frying an egg with ease. "Do all of you at Ski Art Entertainment enjoy cooking as a hobby?" she asked with a newfound respect for Tan Ying. "What do you mean, all of you at Ski Art Entertainment?" Tan Ying rolled his eyes at her in irritation. "You are also from Ski Art Entertainment." Following that, a bitter look came over his face as he continued, "It's not that all of us at Ski Art Entertainment enjoy cooking as a hobby. It's just that after spending so much time with a crazy boss, you will be forced to have such a hobby." He threw the fried egg onto a plate with agitation. Xiaoling looked at the perfectly fried egg with a golden yellow yolk on the clean white porcelain plate. She recalled the scene of Li Lei forcing her to cook and gave a shudder. She made up her mind to stay as far away from that crazy monster in the future. "Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth yet?" asked Tan Ying. "Your breakfast is getting cold." "Yup, I did," Xiaoling responded and stepped forward to help Tan Ying prepare the fresh fruit juice and put the sushi that Tan Ying had made onto a plate. "Mr. Tan, since you don't like making breakfast, why didn't we just eat out?" Hearing this, Tan Ying's expression became even more bitter. He said, "That crazy boss said that these are fresh ingredients sent over from the mountain villa. We need to finish it as soon as possible so that it won't go to waste." Xiaoling was speechless. Well, alright, at least the one being forced to make breakfast was not her. She sat down in a good mood and tucked in. After breakfast, Tan Ying cleaned up the kitchen and Xiaoling returned to the guest room to pack her bags. After which, both of them left to return to the training camp. There were many new security officers at the training camp. Tan Ying looked over at her and said, Yi Xingling, boss asked me to tell you that as long as you are in Ski Art Entertainment's territory, nobody will be able to kidnap you by force. However, that is all that he will do. She understood what he meant. This meant that Li Lei would not interfere in the affairs between Pei Ziheng and her. The heightened security at the training camp was not to help her but was simply him taking responsibility as the boss. She nodded and said, Mr. Tan, I understand. Tan Ying glanced at her. I heard about your problem from boss. I am surprised that Chairman Pei from Imperial Entertainment is interested in you. He did not care that these words might be hurtful and continued in a straightforward manner. For someone like you, submitting yourself to him might be a good move. Yet you chose to resist even though the one that will lose out is yourself. Are you trying to persuade me? She stared back at Tan Ying. Tan Ying replied with nonchalance, I was just giving you a warning. Pei Ziheng isn't someone that will easily give up. He said his piece, left her in front of the entrance of the dorms and left. Without Tan Ying having to remind her, Xiaoling was completely aware of how scary Pei Ziheng could be. In the following days, Xiaoling stayed inside the training camp obediently, not taking a step out of the main gate. She simply practiced her singing and dancing alone. Occasionally, she would speak to Wei Xiaoyan over the phone and discuss her recent ideas for her music. Her life appeared to be peaceful. However, deep down she was constantly nervous, wondering what Pei Ziheng would do next. At night, she would not be able to sleep well, having the same recurring nightmare. The chaotic memories of the past were haunting her, but she could tell no one given the gravity of the secret she harbored. Eventually, she could only keep it to herself and let it torture her. She would wake in fright every night and curl up shivering till the morning. The vacation period came to an end and the other trainees came back to the camp one after another. Xiaoling felt safer with more people around. However, she was called to Tan Ying's office not too long later. She pushed open his office door only to see a person sitting on the sofa opposite Tan Ying. He was dressed in a deep gray suit with a diagonally striped tie, a crocodile leather briefcase by his side that seemed to emit a chilling feel through its retro-styled grains. He was Chu Chen. She felt less terrified now that he was in front of her. What was to come was finally here. Xiaoling looked at Chu Chen, her face void of expression, and said, What is it? What does your boss want? Chu Chen smiled as he looked at her, replying, Yi Xingling, Imperial Entertainment believes that you have great potential and would like to invite you to join our company. She felt her heart fall with a thud. She had thought of many possibilities of what Pei Ziheng would do, threats, monetary gifts, but there were only so many methods and she had been confident that she was not afraid of any of them. She did not expect that they would do something as drastic as poaching her over to Imperial Entertainment to deal slowly with her. She looked over at Tan Ying with urgency. Mr. Tan. Imperial Entertainment has given me a very good offer, said Tan Ying. I have no reason to reject the offer. But you know exactly why they want me over there. Xiaoling burst out in anger. She pointed at Chu Chen and said, he isn't in charge of the training camp at Imperial Entertainment. What right does he have to talk to you about this? Yi Xingling. Chu Chen interrupted her rampage at Tan Ying, still maintaining his smile. My boss has already given me the liberty to deal with anything with regards to you. His fearless look made her lose her cool. The new and old grudges that she had against him came flooding into her mind. She turned to look at him and said in a sarcastic tone, Chu Chen, it looks like you are doing well after Xiaoling's death. It was such a waste for you to have been her manager. With your abilities, you should be helping the big boss with all of his dirty jobs. Chu Chen's expression changed to that of anger as he heard her insults. Yet, he still maintained his composure and did not want to lower his status to engage in a verbal battle with a small fry like her. Chu Chen looked at Tan Ying, his face dark, and said, Mr. Tan, I think you should control your trainee. She will soon be your trainee. Tan Ying laughed and then said to Xiaoling, Yi Xingling, my only responsibility is to think for Ski Art Entertainment. I have no interest in your personal matters, those are not within my scope of responsibility. He used a formal tone as he spoke. Xiaoling felt her throat grow tight. She knew he was right, she had behaved out of place. She tried her best to calm down and compose herself. She said, so, Mr. Tan, has the transfer already been decided? Going by our due process, you have 3 days to consider the offer, said Tan Ying. But I have to remind you, regardless of what your views are, the final decision will still be taken by the management of the training camp. In other words, it had already been decided. He was not having a discussion with her, he was simply informing her of the decision. Xiaoling did not say any more as she turned around and left the office. Along the corridor, the wind of early spring sent a chill into her bones. The class had just ended and as Xiaoling walked slowly by herself on the corridor, small cliques of trainees walked by her in happy conversation, looking relaxed and happy. No one even spared her a glance. She felt helpless. She needed someone to help her resolve the imminent danger, but that person could not be Li Lei. She would definitely not use her body in exchange for his help. She stopped in her tracks and leaned against the outside wall of the teaching building. Closing her eyes, she ran through all the people she knew in her mind. Finally, she thought of someone that she could ask for help. She dug around in her sling bag and took out her mobile phone. Ringing Wei Xiaoyan, she said after he had picked up, Mr. Wei, do you have some time now? I need your help. Wei Xiaoyan agreed to meet her at a cafe near the training camp. The music in the cafe was soft and melodious. He wore a white shirt with silver stripes buttoned all the way to the collar, perfectly clean and neat. She sat across him and asked for a glass of warm water, which she held in her hands. She told him about what had happened as she organized the thoughts in her head. She summarized the main points. Imperial Entertainment wanted her to transfer over to them, and Tan Ying had agreed but she did not want to. With regard to Pei Ziheng's interest in her, she did not want to mention it. After Wei Xiaoyan had heard all that she had to say, he remained silent for a moment before taking out his mobile phone and calling Tan Ying. Wei Xiaoyan switched on the speakerphone and said, "Are you mad? You want to sell Xiaoling off?" On the opposite end of the line, Tan Ying kept silent for a moment, before saying, "Ah Wei, are you talking about Yi Xingling's transfer? This little lady is quite the troublemaker. Did she tell you about that?" Wei Xiaoyan was getting slightly impatient. "Don't change the topic, Tan Ying. You asked for my opinion during the end-of-year examinations and I told you then that Xiaoling was a gem that we needed to train carefully. With time, she's going to make it big. That was just a while back and now you want to sell her to Imperial Entertainment." "Imperial Entertainment gave me a really good offer." Tan Ying was unfazed. "They are giving us 2 trainees that they have prepared for debut, the best trainees Imperial Entertainment had in the recent 5 years, in exchange for 1 Yi Xingling. Other than that, they are also paying us a handsome fee for the transfer, and will give us a slot next year for all the key media channels." Wei Xiaoyan gave a start. "Such a good offer. Naturally, I will make sure to negotiate for a good offer when I'm selling someone," said Tan Ying. Wei Xiaoyan regained his senses, and then responded in anger, "Are you an idiot? If they are willing to give us such an offer, doesn't it speak to Xiaoling's immense potential? Even Imperial Entertainment can see that and have come to snatch her away from us. How can you simply let her go?" Tan Ying also got upset. "You are the idiot. I've been selling people for so many years now, don't you think I can recognize talent? You dare question my professional abilities, Wei Xiaoyan. Do you know why Imperial Entertainment is giving us such a good offer? Huh, what rubbish about seeing potential in her. Pei Ziheng just wants her for himself." If not for the conversation being over the phone, Xiaoling could almost imagine him spluttering all over Wei Xiaoyan's face. Clearly, Wei Xiaoyan could sense the extent of his anger as well, and sat back a little with a look of disdain. He was silent for a moment before looking up at Xiaoling in surprise. After which, he spoke in the phone again. "What did you say? Pei Ziheng is interested in Xiaoling?" I was also taken by surprise. After his rant, Tan Ying was clearly calmer than before. Pei Ziheng never used to have such playboy tendencies, but in recent months, I've heard that he has been collecting quite a few. Who knows what has gotten into him? Xiaoling looked down and her hand gripped the glass a little harder. There was a dull ache in her heart. Pei Ziheng collected quite a few people. She thought that he only wanted Yi Xingling, so even though she was terrified, it was not to the point of feeling completely heartbroken and in despair. Yet, hearing this information, she felt as if someone had plunged a knife into her heart, suffocating her in pain and blood flowing freely. In her subconscious, a voice was ridiculing her. "Who did you think you were? Did you think you were the one and only? Give up, you were never the one and only in his eyes. In your past life, there was Wang Jingwan. In this life, there are tons of little unknown characters around him. You fought so hard to run away from his clutches, but to him, you were just one of his many games." Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the glass so hard that her hands were shaking uncontrollably, ripples forming on the surface of the water in the glass. Wei Xiaoyan was still talking to Tan Ying. "Since you know that Pei Ziheng is using this money to buy a lover and not a trainee, how can you make Xiaoling go against your conscience?" "Tan Ying, I don't agree with this." Tan Ying coldly answered, "Ah Wei, you call the shots when it comes to music. I call the shots when it comes to the training camp." Without warning, Wei Xiaoyan slammed his palm on the table in the cafe as Tan Ying finished his sentence, the sound deafening. Xiaoling gave a jump in shock. The glass in her hands, which she was not holding steadily, fell to the floor and shattered. Wei Xiaoyan did not react to this and kept staring at his mobile phone on the table. On the other end of the line, Tan Ying was quiet for a moment before saying, "Don't be angry, Ah Wei." Wei Xiaoyan pulled his lips tightly together and did not speak, his expression dark. Tan Ying sighed and slowly said, "I know Yi Xingling has potential. I was indeed wrong about her in the past, but her performance in the recent half-year clearly meets the mark to make a debut. In fact, she's still improving and becoming more outstanding with each examination." He continued, "Ah Wei, I believe you when you say that she will make it big." Wei Xiaoyan's expression lifted a little, but he still remained silent. Tan Ying kept talking, "But how popular can she become? With the current situation, she would make it to the A-list at the very best. Do you actually think she can become a diva and a superstar? The stars have to be indeed aligned for one to reach the diva and superstar status." Wei Xiaoyan finally said. Tan Ying gave a laugh. "Yup, you are more aware as to how difficult that is. So, if we assume that Yi Xingling becomes an A-list singer in the future, and the 2 that Imperial Entertainment gives us in exchange become A-listers as well, then Ski Art Entertainment only stands to gain in this transaction." Wei Xiaoyan's voice became cold again. "You can't count it like that." Tan Ying interrupted him. "I know what you are going to say. You're going to say that this is unfair to Yi Xingling. However, since Pei Ziheng has his eyes on her, she doesn't have much value to Ski Art Entertainment anymore. You know that Pei Ziheng is notorious for being domineering. Those who follow his rules survive, those who don't die. If he can't get Yi Xingling, he will have all sorts of ways to make sure that Yi Xingling's life will be miserable. This little lady will have a very tough road ahead of her. There's no reason for Ski Art Entertainment to offend Imperial Entertainment just because of her. And I'm not saying that Ski Art Entertainment cannot afford to, but that it's just not worth it and unnecessary. Do you understand, Ah Wei? Why don't we give up at this juncture and get 2 more suitable newbies in exchange? This should be what Ski Art Entertainment's management should be thinking about. Ah Wei, think about it." Tan Ying finished with this sentence and hung up the phone. A long silence. Wei Xiaoyan's face remained cold as he slowly sipped the Madhelling coffee in his hand. When he had slammed his hand on the table in anger earlier, half the cup of coffee had splattered out onto the plate and table, yet he did not realize this even though he would usually obsess over it. Xiaoling did not speak as well, her heart sinking slowly. Tan Ying's words, though cruel, were all in the interests of the company and she had no way of refuting them. Wei Xiaoyan was also in the top management of the company and was a diligent employee. She did not think that their relationship was close to the point that he would be willing to damage the company's interest to help her. What's more, Tan Ying had said that Wei Xiaoyan did not have authority over matters in the training camp. As all these thoughts ran through her mind, she heard Wei Xiaoyan speak. Xiaoling, he looked at her. Are you unwilling to go to Imperial Entertainment because Pei Ziheng wants you for himself? She affirmed dejectedly. How determined are you? Even if I were to die, I will not become his plaything. She lowered her eyes, staring into the crisscrossed pattern on the tabletop. Wei Xiaoyan fell silent again, drinking his coffee one mouthful after another. Xiaoling took a deep breath and said, Mr. Wei, my apologies for putting you in a difficult position. With regards to this situation, how much do you still owe the company? Wei Xiaoyan interrupted. She gave a start. Also, take a closer look at your trainee contract and tell me what it would cost you to breach it. Wei Xiaoyan set down the cup of coffee as he made the decision. Give me the total amount. I'll pay it for you. Xiaoling looked at him in disbelief. Was Wei Xiaoyan offering to help her be free of ski art entertainment? She felt tears start to well. A breach of contract for a trainee would usually come with an immense fee. Even if Wei Xiaoyan was rich, he was not a big boss like Pei Ziheng or Li Lei. Yet, he was willing to make that expense on her behalf. She was extremely touched. Why would you help me? She asked softly. In this world, there aren't many that I respect. You happen to be one of them. Wei Xiaoyan said. His usual arrogant expression was replaced by a slightly apologetic one as he continued, but Tan Ying is right, I need to consider Ski Art Entertainment's interest. It isn't worth it to offend Imperial Entertainment over something like this. As such, I can only help you leave Ski Art Entertainment in my personal means. But you have to think through this thoroughly, Xiaoling. Once you go through with this, your path in the entertainment circle will be extremely difficult. You will have breached a contract and be marked by Imperial Entertainment. No company will be willing to take you in. It is very likely that you will have to leave the entertainment circle altogether. Ah Wei, I don't care about that. She looked at him and replied in all seriousness. She was finally willing to call him, Ah Wei. In this life, Xiaoling had said that she did not need any friends. However, his help in this time of need made her let down her guard. She lifted her head to meet his gaze. Ah Wei, I don't care about whether I can stay in the entertainment circle. However, I don't want to rely on your finances and run away. Even if I were to leave, I will leave in an honorable manner and not like this. Wei Xiaoyan studied her closely and laughed. This arrogance of yours will kill you one day. It's already killed me once. She responded lightly. He took it as a joke and started to drum his long, thin fingers on the tabletop. This was a habit he had when thinking. After a long while, he said, Xiaoling, I've thought it through. This really seems like the only way to go. If you want to be rid of Pei Ziheng, this is the only way, and you will risk having to leave the entertainment circle entirely. She remained silent. Actually, she had thought of another idea, but she did not know if it would be too shocking. At this moment, however, she did not have time to think too much into it. Tan Ying decided to send me away mainly because I don't bring enough value to the company and am not worth the risk to keep. Xiaoling deliberated out loud and said to Wei Xiaoyan, what if I have greater value than that? Value that exceeds the two trainees from Imperial Entertainment combined. If that were the case, Ski Art Entertainment would choose to keep you. Wei Xiaoyan responded without hesitating. However, he frowned at her and continued. Those two trainees already have the potential to be A-listers. If you want to have greater value than them put together, you have to be. I will prove to the company that I have the potential to be a diva. At some high-class archery range, Li Lei pulled open a stiff, wooden bow, then loaded it and released it, the shot flying straight to the center of the target. Several good-looking men and women cheered around him, saying, Young Master Li is indeed Young Master Li. It's amazing how you can always hit the mark. Li Lei gave a laugh and accepted the towel that one of the ladies passed to him. He heard his phone ring and walked a few steps to pick it up. Hello, Tan Ying. His voice was deep and pleasant. What? You said that Yi Xingling wants to prove to the company that she has the potential to become a diva. On the other end of the line, Tan Ying was apologizing to Li Lei. Sorry boss, I had wanted to push her to the edge so that she would turn to you for help. I didn't think she would throw a spanner into the mix like that. Since the day that Tan Ying was asked to fetch Yi Xingling from Li Lei's apartment, Li Lei had told him to report to him every news about her. When Chu Chen came with the offer to buy Yi Xingling, Tan Ying had reported it to Li Lei immediately. Li Lei was the one who had asked him to deal with it according to the company policies to scare Yi Xingling so that she would reach a point of helplessness and turn to Li Lei for help. Yet, Tan Ying did not know that things would not pan out as they had expected. What should I do, boss? Tan Ying asked nervously. Should I just say that she's mediocre and kicking up a fuss out of nothing? It is extremely difficult for her to prove that she has the potential of a diva. If I simply reject her request, she will still have to go to you for help. Li Lei gave a light laugh and said, You're right, it is extremely difficult for her to prove that she has the potential of a diva. He tilted his head slightly as he continued speaking to the phone. The bright winter afternoon sunlight made his deep-set eyes sparkle even more. He said, I am very much curious about where she is getting this confidence from, to dare to even suggest that she is going to prove to us that she has such a potential. Tan Ying, just follow the protocol, don't rock the boat. I'm really interested to see what she is going to do. In the Ski Art Entertainment office, Tan Ying hung up the phone and thought for a moment. He pressed the intercom on his table and said to his secretary, prepare the venue and organize an open judgment day. The judgment day would be conducted in 3 days' time in the small auditorium at the training camp. Tan Ying declared that if Xiaoling were able to win over the judges with her singing, then she would be allowed to stay at Ski Art Entertainment. If she failed, she would have to go to Imperial Entertainment. The training camp was bustling with excitement and anticipation as the news spread. Wei Xiaoyan was very worried and scolded Xiaoling, saying she was mad. How often would a diva be discovered? Where did she get her confidence? Xiaoling knew that he was worried for her. She simply smiled and told him to watch. For others, this was a difficult task. But for her, it was simple. She had once reached the diva status and stood at the pinnacle of the entertainment circle, proving that she had what it took and knew what she needed to do to get there. Today, all she needed to do was to walk that same path again. Wei Xiaoyan still felt it was incredulous. But, he said arrogantly, you were the one who made this claim. If you fail, the embarrassment is yours alone. Yet, even after saying this, he still helped to point out the areas in her voice that she needed to watch out for. Xiaoling was very touched. With a friend like this, what more did she need? On the judgment day, many trainees were gathered at the auditorium, wanting to catch a glimpse of the action. Tan Ying did not stop them, but rather cancelled lessons for the morning to accommodate the curious trainees. In his words, Yi Xingling, did you think that being a diva is easy? Hard work is not enough. You need to have talent, musicality, stage presence, the ability to control the crowd, the ability to deliver under pressure, X factor, charm, you have to have all of these. In live performances, all your weaknesses will be revealed, but of course, so will your strengths. Show me the extent of your potential. She did not raise any objections. Before she left her dorms, she looked at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror was wearing a white dancewear, her long hair flowing down, and her eyes were a light brown color. She was pretty, but in a place like the training camp where there were many beautiful girls, she did not have anything that would make her stand out. She was already 17, but her bone structure was skinny. In the soft morning sunlight, she was like a quiet white bird. She reached out her hand to lay a finger on the mirror and the girl in the mirror did the same. Xiaoling, she said to herself in the mirror, you'll have to walk the future path on your own now. A cold sensation traveled through her body from the tip of her finger. She let her hand drop and turned to head out. There were many people in the auditorium when she arrived. Groups were huddled in the corridor in the main hall, waiting for the activities to start. Xiaoling quickly scanned the room as she walked in and realized that about half the trainees were present. They were pointing and discussing her all around. She's Yi Xingling, the one that refused to go to Imperial Entertainment. Yeah, I don't know what's her deal. I heard that Imperial Entertainment sees a lot of potential in her, but she just doesn't want to take up their offer. Haha, is it because she knows she doesn't have what it takes and is afraid of embarrassing herself at Imperial Entertainment? Who knows? She even made the crazy declaration here that she has diva potential. Is she mental? Does she think that there are divas just walking down the street? Ha ha ha. Exactly. Just look at her now. Diva. If she can become a diva, I'll be a god. Following which, all of them doubled over with laughter. Xiaoling remained calm and poised in the face of the jeers, her thin frame standing elegantly tall. She walked steadily towards the front. The trainees were giving her all sorts of looks and were saying all sorts of things as they stood staring on the two sides of the corridor, but gradually some started to feel her formidable presence. This girl in the midst of all the chaos and controversy, why did she have the air and arrogance of a diva? As she walked by, the jeers became fewer and softer. Xiaoling kept walking forward and saw a man in a neatly pressed suit and holding a crocodile skin bag standing in front facing her. It was Chu Chen. Yi Xingling, Chu Chen spoke first, his tone full of ridicule. You really think you can become a diva? Dream on. Why are you putting up such a valiant struggle? You can still leave quietly with me. If you were to go on stage, you'll just lose face. Not only will it not change the outcome, but you will also have to suffer the jeers of all those present here. Why bother going through with this? Xiaoling's expression became cold as she said, get lost. The people around gasped in shock. Did she know who she was talking to? That was Chu Chen, the renowned top manager from Imperial Entertainment. The legendary diva Xiaoling's former exclusive manager. The man who was the most trusted and highly regarded aide of Pei Zihang. From what was heard, even big boss Pei Zihang did not speak so harshly to Chu Chen. Only the arrogant and willful Xiaoling, who had been spoiled rotten by Pei Zihang, would dare speak harshly to Chu Chen when she was unhappy. Who did Yi Xingling think she was? Xiaoling, how did she dare speak to Chu Chen in that way? Yet, no one could have imagined Yi Xingling that standing before them, looking fine at the very best, would be that extraordinary legendary diva Xiaoling underneath. She had never bothered giving face to Chu Chen before, what more now, having gone through the jarring experiences of the past. She knew Chu Chen's true colors, and he had offended her deeply in the past. Seeing Chu Chen still standing in the same spot, she repeated, get lost. Chu Chen did not expect her to berate him in this way and was visibly stunned, his expression unreadable. However, he soon turned the anger into a laugh, saying, good, very good. You have guts, Yi Xingling. You're just a small trainee and you dare be this arrogant and ignorant. When things get tough, don't come crying to me for help. His voice slowly became increasingly sinister. Xiaoling was not interested in listening to his nonsense. Making her way around him, she walked to the judging auditorium. In the judging auditorium, it was packed full with people. Seeing Xiaoling enter, everyone's eyes turned toward her. Xiaoling breathed slowly as she adjusted her steps. This was a habit of hers every time she was about to go on stage in her past life. She would empty her mind with each long, slow breath, not looking, listening or thinking about anything else, removing every distraction, such that her mental state was in the best condition. She walked step by step to the front of the stage. Inviting Miss Yi on stage. The sweet voice of the MC rang out. Xiaoling walked confidently upstage using the narrow stage steps. The MC stepped off stage and the lights on the stage went dark. Suddenly, spotlights from all directions trained in on her, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. This was a familiar feeling that she had not experienced in a long while. The brightness and heat were as if it could wipe out anything in its way. Being in the middle of that spotlight with darkness all around her, for a moment, it felt like she owned the universe. Here, she was the universe. She heard a voice coming from her right. Yi Xingling, are you ready? She turned her head to look in that direction, a dreamy light following her gaze. It was the judging panel, which was made up of 5 people, Tan Ying, Wei Xiaoyan, and 3 other top management in ski art entertainment and, at the same time, highly regarded music experts in the field. The person that had spoken was Tan Ying. Xiaoling nodded, picked up the microphone and said, I can start whenever. Tan Ying verified with her again. Are you still determined to sing a cappella without any background music? Yes, she said. The audience erupted with various reactions. Some were applauding her, others were jeering. Everyone was aware that singing a cappella without background music was way harder than singing with background music, especially for a live show. Even singers that were veterans in the industry would hesitate before doing something that crazy. However, singing a cappella was the most telling of a singer's abilities, and this was the exact reason that Xiaoling had chosen to sing a cappella. It was either she did not sing altogether, or she would make sure everyone would have nothing to say about her singing. Madness. Wei Xiaoyan swore softly. She gave him a smile. He lifted his glass at her with anxiety, but more so encouragement, written in his eyes. As you wish. Tan Ying's voice rang out again. Yi Xingling, you can begin. The lights on the judging panel dimmed and she was left alone in the world again. This time was different from the trainee examinations. She did not need to hold back and needed to be completely focused. She remained quiet, imagining herself floating in endless darkness, in a virtual world, in eternal loneliness. She released the first line of the song slowly from her mouth. Under the starry sky, on the night ocean. There was immediate commotion from the audience, which spread like waves. She's singing, Sea Demon. It's Xiaoling's song, Sea Demon. Has she lost her mind? She chose an incredibly challenging song, and she wants to do it a cappella. Exclamations were heard all around, all expressing their shock and surprise as if they had seen a ghost. Yet, Xiaoling was calm and collected as she played with the melody of the song, moving it slowly in crescendo and then letting it dissipate once it hit the climax. She was singing her heart out, with no distractions, no anxieties, creating something that was one of a kind, untouched and perfect. The second line followed. A silver-haired sea demon, singing alone. There was silence as the audience watched her entranced. She spread out her arms and the tips of her toes drew a graceful arc on the ground as she began to dance along to her singing. She kept on singing smoothly, line after line, completely in control of the ever-changing melody ringing out beautifully in this dark space. This was a song with a story. On the endless night ocean, a group of pirates met a silver-haired sea demon. They were bewitched by its beauty, surrounding it with 13 pirate ships and attempting to capture it. However, it charmed them with its singing, causing them to be lost in a world of hallucinations. They were sitting ducks and, eventually, killed off by the sea demon one by one. This was a game of predator and prey. The most exciting part was the final battle between the sea demon and the pirate king. The chivalrous pirate king fought against the sea demon's voice with all of his determination. At that moment when he regained his consciousness momentarily, he found a bloodbath all around him. The silver-haired sea demon holding a dagger encrusted with precious stones was plunging it into the neck of another pirate nearby. Under the light of the shining stars, her beauty was astonishing, with a trail of blood by her lips and the bodies of the murdered pirates behind her. The pirate king pulled out his long sword and struggled as he attacked the sea demon. It was dragging its long, scaly tail on the deck and did not have time to escape. Seeing the pirate king walking closer and closer, its voice became more intense and dreamy, more seductive and charming. It was a battle of life and death. Xiaoling's voice became more and more passionate, with softness and temptation mixed in. The range of the melody line was big with waves after waves of emotion as if trying to make the audience's heart jump out of their chests. She remembered that year that she had sung this song, she had practiced the climax until she became hoarse. Pei Ziheng had asked why she was trying so hard, feeling bad for her. Yet, when he heard her sing the same part in the practice room, he was speechless for a while. Xiaoling, he said after a long bout of silence, in the world of music, you are unrivaled. She closed her eyes and placed herself within the waves of emotions. She could even feel the bloodiness of the imagery in her very breath. The sword of the pirate king drew nearer and nearer. The sea demon had nowhere else to go. If she could not beat her opponent using her voice, what awaited her would be death. It was a battle for her life, a battle for her freedom, and she did not shy away from it. This was a battle that had no turning back. Even if her voice grows hoarse and her blood runs dry. Even if the sea dries up and the stars grow dim. The silver-haired sea demon did not belong to anyone, as she was lost in her delusion and eventually died. She opened her eyes as she finished the final note of the song. There was silence from the audience for a long time. After a while, someone started clapping, and what began as a few sporadic claps became rapturous applause. The applause became louder and louder as if it were about to blow through the roof. Great job, Yi Xingling. That was amazing, indeed the standard of a diva. How was that possible? There was actually someone that could sing, Sea Demon, to such a level other than Xiaoling. Let me go bang my head against a wall. The soft lights in the small auditorium came on gradually. She scanned the audience and saw the trainees that had been intending to see her make a joke of herself were now completely enthralled, shouting something at her with their hands cupped in front of their mouths like a loudhailer. There were others that were so excited that they tried to run on stage to ask for her autograph but were stopped by the coach in charge of maintaining order in the auditorium. Such a bunch of innocent kids. They had been in such disdain before, but after seeing the massive gap in standard between themselves and her, their attitudes changed 180 degrees and they became fanatical. However, she was used to the most fanatical scenes. Xiaoling turned her gaze to the judging panel. Wei Xiaoyan gave her a thumbs up with a smile. The other judges exchanged their views in low voices. Not long later, they nodded to each other and stayed silent. Tan Ying held the microphone to give the concluding remarks. You have a great voice, Yi Xingling. This result was within her expectations and she politely gave him a bow to express her thanks, patiently awaiting what he had to say next. Your voice control, dance and stage presence were all great. Every detail can be said to be perfect. Tan Ying gave a smile and asked, can you tell me how long have you been practicing this song? She calmly replied, I really like this song. I've started practicing since the day I first heard it. She liked every song that she had sung before. She always took her music extremely seriously. Hence, she was able to respond to this question immediately when Tan Ying asked, her conscience clear. Tan Ying agreed. It definitely does not seem to be a day's work. Changing the topic entirely, he asked, your performance in the examinations held in the training camp has never been this good. Can you tell me why is that? She lowered her eyes as she said, it's not like I was pushed to the corner before. If not for Tan Ying, according to Xiaoling's plan she would take approximately another year to gradually, slowly reaching her standard from her previous life. That would have been completely understandable. However, he wanted to sell her to Imperial Entertainment now, thus she had no choice but to show them what she could do, running the risk of being regarded as a freak. Luckily, she had thought of a reasonable response to this question in the past 2 days. In the training camp, I was more concerned about my foundational skills, trying to make sure that I got my basics right. She said, so in every examination, the Yi Xingling that you saw was one with strong foundations and standard dance moves. Tan Ying and the other judges nodded, indicating for her to continue. However, this time is different. This judgment day will affect my destiny and I can't just depend on my foundational abilities to pass the test. I need to let you see the entirety of my talent, my charm and all that I can do. The extent of my potential has been displayed under the pressure of the situation. Luckily, I managed to achieve what I set out to do. In other words, you wouldn't be able to replicate what you did today under normal circumstances. Tan Ying astutely pointed out. Xiaoling thought for a while before giving a measured response. Although my performance in the training camp cannot be compared to what I did today, the performance today has allowed me to find that optimal point and I will be able to maintain this. She thought for a bit and added, I welcome you to give me another test in the future if you do not believe me, Mr. Tan. Tan Ying laughed. You don't have to be so careful. I believe you. In fact, many artists will never be able to do what you did today in their lifetime. Although this is the only time I've seen you perform to this standard, it is still worth the risk. Tan Ying secretly felt a little regretful. She had passed the test with her own abilities and, thus, would not have to go to Li Lei for help. It looked like Big Boss Li would have to think of another plan to win over this beautiful but thorny flower. However, he was happier than anything. How often did one manage to find a trainee with diva potential? He could already foresee Ski Art Entertainment's reputation going up one notch when Yi Xingling made her debut. He announced, Yi Xingling, you can stay at Ski Art Entertainment and you don't have to go to Imperial Entertainment. Xiaoling gave a long sigh of relief as the heavy burden in her heart lifted. Yet, out of nowhere, a sinister voice rang out from somewhere in the audience. You consider this diva potential? Mr. Tan, Ski Art Entertainment seems to be rather careless with their judgment. Everyone turned towards the voice. In the first row of VIP seats, Chu Chen was sitting with his hands clasped. I admit that Yi Xingling's version of Sea Demon is good, just about achieving the standard that Xiaoling set in her rendition, he slowly opined. But, don't you think she is simply being a copycat? The similarity with Xiaoling's rendition is just too high. You consider someone like this having diva potential? The auditorium was silent after hearing Chu Chen's views. On stage, Xiaoling was furious. She treated Chu Chen well in the past, said many good things about him to Pei Zihang. However, now that she had reincarnated, why was Chu Chen constantly getting in her way, being a pest time and time again? She opened her mouth to say something in defense, but Wei Xiaoyan had already beat her to it. Chu Chen, please get Feng Kun to come next time if you don't know how to appreciate good music. Wei Xiaoyan never minced his words and was unusually pointed in the recent few days. Couldn't you tell that Yi Xingling's version today was completely different from Xiaoling's version? Chu Chen gave a cold laugh. Yes, she could only imitate Xiaoling to a large extent and not completely. At many of the high notes she did differ from Xiaoling because she could not reach those notes. The audience started to buzz with sounds of discussion. Chu Chen was right. Xiaoling's vocal range in her previous life was wide and she could easily reach many high notes. Her voice in this life was not comparable to that of her previous life in terms of range. There were many parts in the song that she indeed was unable to reach. Hence, Yi Xingling perfectly modified many parts of the song. Wei Xiaoyan argued. Every part that she was unable to hit, she managed to resolve in a manner that was impeccable, making the song sound as if nothing was changed. She did not affect the quality of the song at all. Can't you tell that this is a talent that is much more valuable than someone who is able to imitate the original completely? Many in the audience started to nod at Wei Xiaoyan's statement. Yes, if I didn't know that the original singer of this song was Xiaoling, I would think that the song was made for Yi Xingling. Wei Xiaoyan continued. What's more, Yi Xingling sang a completely different style from Xiaoling. Xiaoling was ostentatious, like a fireball in the middle of the sea. Demonic and spectacular, full of the danger of temptation. But Yi Xingling did not sing it like that. She was more cold. He glanced over at her at this point and said, her voice was like a mist, hiding loneliness and emptiness as someone lost at sea. For a young girl like her to sing with such emotion, I think her potential is unlimited. Wei Xiaoyan finished his short speech. Chu Chen looked at him in silence, his lips pressed together. Xiaoling knew that Chu Chen did not have anything to rebut Wei Xiaoyan with. With regards to music appreciation, he was miles apart from Wei Xiaoyan, and any further discussion would only embarrass him. He stood up, saying, "We'll temporarily leave this trainee at Ski Art Entertainment for now." As he completed his sentence, he gave Xiaoling a deep gaze. This time, she was able to read his emotions clearly. There appeared to be a tinge of nostalgia mixed with some disdain, some hatred as well as a hint of a sigh. It was hard to tell if Chu Chen was feeling joy or sorrow as the emotions were complicated. Chu Chen turned around and left without saying anything to her. Those at Imperial Entertainment were people of action, not words. His final look left Xiaoling shuddering and unable to breathe as if her heart was being gripped by a pair of freezing hands. She stood in her place until Tan Ying announced the conclusion of the event and Wei Xiaoyan walked over to pat her on the shoulder. Xiaoling. She came back to her senses. He passed her the items in his hands, a glass of warm water and a piece of candy to soothe her throat. "Don't push yourself so hard next time," he said. "You need to protect your voice so that it can last a lifetime." She gave a start and then smiled at him in gratitude. "Yes, I know." He placed his index finger on his lips to indicate that she should stop talking, and then brought her back to the rest area. Xiaoling sat down for a while and drank some more water before she started to feel better. Only then did Wei Xiaoyan said, "It was very difficult to sing that last segment, wasn't it?" Xiaoling knew that he had noticed. Sea Demon was a highly challenging song, and even though she was able to modify some parts of it, it was still difficult to sing the song in its entirety. She was having trouble catching her breath at the climax of the song at the end. Although it was an inconspicuous few seconds, Wei Xiaoyan was astute enough to catch it. She sighed in resignation. In her past life, she had a personal nutritionist to care for her body. She ate well and her vocals got the best protection. In this life, her vocals were mediocre and she was unable to give it the same detailed care. How could she possibly match up to the time when she was in her prime? That Xiaoling, the diva of the decade, would ultimately be a legend that could not be replicated. Wei Xiaoyan saw her disappointment. No one in their right minds would try to beat Xiaoling at her vocal range. That would just be courting death. Xiaoling, you did really well. Your technique is on par with Xiaoling's and the delivery of your emotions is more meticulous than hers. As long as you stick with what you are good at and persevere, one day you will definitely stand at the very top. She understood what he meant. That would be the peak that belonged to Yi Xingling, completely different from what Xiaoling created. She felt expectation rising in her heart despite her unhappiness, and said to herself softly, "Yes, the pinnacle that belongs to Yi Xingling, what would that look like?" She drank up the water in her glass slowly, and then lifted her head. "Ah Wei, thank you. What are you thanking me for? I'll be more than thankful if you stop torturing your vocal cords." Seeing that she was fine, Wei Xiaoyan returned to his sarcastic self, saying, "I can't believe you were this dumb to follow that idiotic Xia Yu and pushing yourself to your limits. Are you trying to trick Tan Ying? How much do you hate him? Are you trying to make him reject Imperial Entertainment and then cry over a spoiled Yi Xingling?" She replied sheepishly in a small voice, "But I modified many parts to suit my vocal range. Even if you did modify the song, you are not in a good enough condition to sing such a challenging song live. But you told Chu Chen just now that I sang it perfectly. I was lying to him. You believed me. Are you as dumb as he is?" She was unable to say anything to his rant and simply kept quiet till he said his piece and turned to leave. After Wei Xiaoyan had walked away, Xiaoling dejectedly went to have her dinner before going back to the dorms to wash up and sleep, feeling utterly exhausted. Wei Xiaoyan was right. Singing, Sea Demon, in her current vocal and body condition was indeed a big burden. She did not feel it when she was on stage, but now that the adrenaline was not pumping, she felt drained of all her energy both mentally and physically. She fell into a deep sleep and did not have any nightmares, a rare occurrence. After a long while, she was woken up by someone shaking her hard. "Xingling, your phone is ringing." It was her roommate, Lan Lan, who handed her a phone that was encased in exquisite crystals. "It's been ringing for a long time now. We've all been woken up by the ringing. Quick, pick it up." Xiaoling did not feel like moving in her blurry state. She mumbled, "Just help me to hang up." Lan Lan stared at her as if she was looking at a ghost. "Hang up, that's a call from the big boss. Xingling, since when did you get to know Big Boss Li?" Xiaoling gave a start and was instantly awake. Xiaoling took the phone from Lan Lan and looked at the screen, realizing that it was indeed Li Lei. When Li Lei had sent the caretaker of the mountain villa to give her this phone, he had saved his number in it beforehand. Xiaoling tried to delete the number before but it could not be deleted. Staring at the never-ending flash of the incoming call, Xiaoling reluctantly dragged herself out of the warmth of her blankets, combed her hair with her hands, pulled on a random jacket, and went to the balcony to receive the call. The night wind was chilly on the balcony. The sky was pitch dark and a dim, red star could be seen in the night sky, looking a little forlorn. It was deserted all around and the dormitory building was shrouded in shadows with all the lights off. She looked over at the illuminated clock on the opposite dormitory building and saw that it was 1:14 a.m. in the morning. What in the world was up with the big boss? She stifled a yawn as she picked up the phone and said, "Hello." Li Lei's voice drifted over from the other end of the line. She was unable to make out what he had mumbled. Xiaoling thought that it was a problem with the signal. She frowned, shifted her position, and said again, "Hello." This time, she managed to make out that Li Lei was calling her name. Yi Xingling, his voice was low and hoarse, and his pronunciation was off, completely different from how he was usually. His voice was lacking in its usual laziness and playfulness, and had a tinge of dejectedness and weakness. She shuddered. Was he drunk? This thought flashed through her mind. On the other end, Big Boss Li was silent for a while before hesitatingly asking, "Yi Xingling, are you still there?" She said, yes, I'm here. Li Lei went quiet for a long time, with only his breathing being heard over the line. The wind started to pick up in the night, sending a chill through Xiaoling's body. On the black, metal railings of the balcony there was a layer of frost, and touching it by accident would send a chill down to her bones. When Xiaoling came out to the balcony, she was only wearing her pajamas and, at this moment, she felt herself shivering from the cold. Yet, in deciding whether to go back to the warmth of her blankets or to continue standing on the balcony like an idiot waiting for Li Lei to say something, she somehow decided on the latter. She found a corner that was sheltered from the wind and curled up her body, saying, "Boss, with what do I owe this pleasure?" He remained quiet, unnaturally quiet. It was weird that he was calling her in the middle of the night. If it was not for the fact that he had called out her name, she would suspect that he had called the wrong number. She patiently waited for a while, before he finally opened his mouth to talk. "I saw your performance today." She was mildly startled. She did not see him in the small auditorium in the day. How did he? "Tanying sent me a video of it," he said. "Tanying is such a great worker." Xiaoling seethed as she stifled yet another yawn. She cursed Tanying countless times in her mind. It was all his fault for sending that video over to Li Lei. Otherwise, why would Big Boss Li think about her in the middle of the night? He is indeed a good worker. Li Lei's attractively hoarse voice rang out again. Tanying said, "In the future, I will perhaps have to go against Imperial Entertainment because of you." His words were still unclear and she had to try hard to be able to hear what he was saying. "This is a big issue. He asked me to assess to see if you are worth the trouble." In the Nanchang apartment, Li Lei leaned his lanky and proportionate body into the genuine, leather sofa, his LED TV screen in front of the sofa playing her a cappella version of Sea Demon on a loop. He looked at her through the transparent wine glass at his side, completely drunk, but did not tell her that he was not making an assessment, just simply thinking of her. On the dormitory balcony in the training camp, Xiaoling thought she understood Tanying's hidden intention behind sending the video. She could not help but feel nervous, and cautiously asked, "Then, do you think I am worth it?" Li Lei laughed softly. "Boss." Her heart was pounding in trepidation. "Yi Xingling," he did not answer her directly, but said, "You really don't want to become my person. I can give you everything you want. Your route to stardom will be effortless. Diva, superstar, it will be at your fingertips." She frowned. "No, you can name your price." "I will not sell myself for any price," she replied coldly. "If you don't name a price, I will go to Imperial Entertainment." He felt around with difficulty along the genuine leather sofa for the wine bottle, and lifted his hand to fill his glass, downing it all at one go. He was completely drunk and his hands were shaking, such that a large portion of the amber liquid was spilled on himself, flowing down his neck onto his chest. The position on his chest near his heart was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, blood seeping out from beneath it. Nobody can reject the temptation of money. Today, a brother of his that had been through a lot together betrayed him for money. A sharp pain shot through that place near his heart. Li Lei said heavily, "Don't think I am afraid to do anything to you." Xiaoling could not understand what was wrong with Big Boss Li, but it was clear to her that he was not speaking with reason. After receiving threats and bribes time and time again, she felt her anger boil over and she laughed coldly. "Li Lei, you think too highly of yourself. You think money and power are everything. Let me tell you, I'm not going to play along with your games. I'm going to tell you now once and for all, I will not give in to you and will not go to Imperial Entertainment. You can go sue me for breach of contract for all I care." She was so angry that she scolded several profanities at him before hanging up. The night wind started to howl again and the frost started to build on the black metal railings. She stared at the complicated frost pattern on the railings, feeling bitter. She thought that after so long after she had rejected him so many times, Li Lei had long given up. She never expected that he would still harbor feelings for her and would still try to approach her time and time again. She had underestimated his patience. Now, he had shown his cards and was using the transfer to Imperial Entertainment to threaten her. But, what difference was it to go to Imperial Entertainment and be harassed by Pei Zihang, and stay at Ski Art Entertainment and be harassed by Li Lei? At both places, she would be treated as a toy. She did not want to become anyone's toy, even if it meant she had to breach her contract with Ski Art Entertainment. She did not intend to obey the command to transfer to Imperial Entertainment. Even if she can't pay the high fees for the breach, she would still rather be jailed and become a prisoner than to sell herself and betray her own body. She gave a deep sigh, her white fingers holding onto the black railings. The coldness slowly seeped through her fingers and extended upwards to her heart. She returned to her bed but could not sleep. As she tossed and turned in bed, she started to plan her future course of action and how she would protect herself from attacks in the time that she fell out with Ski Art Entertainment and was sent to prison. In front of people in power, she was so small and insignificant. Subconsciously, in the silence of the night, she thought of that man that was like a god to her again, Pei Zihang. He had once been so gentle to her as he straightened up her clothes and dried her wet hair. During Valentine's Day, he had pulled her frozen hands to his chest as they watched fireworks together, celebrated and cut birthday cakes together, and he softly wiping away the cream on her nose. Her heart felt a dull pain and the emptiness made her feel terrible. Xiaoling curled up in her blankets and thought despairingly in that second. Maybe she should just follow Chu Chen back into the arms of that man that she was still pining for. Maybe she should just listen to him obediently for the rest of her life and not have to worry about any of these problems. She could just tell him outright who she was and cry her heart out in the warmth of his embrace. Yet, a small voice in her heart kept reminding her, "Xiaoling, do not forget the terrifying things that happened in the past. All the gentleness was a lie. He was in complete control of your entire life, and he could make it heaven or hell for you with just a simple change of heart. You can't even tell right now if he has ever loved you before." Xiaoling curled herself into a tighter ball and bit on her finger to suppress her sobs. The next morning, Xiaoling woke up under the weather. Her head was heavy and groggy, probably a cold she caught the previous night. She reached for 2 tablets in the drawer and swallowed them before heading to the dance studio with the rest of the team to start the practice for the day. However, she felt drained and weak after a few rounds and had to sit out in the rest area, quietly hydrating herself as she watched the rest of them practice. Some of them came over to strike up a conversation every once in a while. What happened the previous day had already spread to the entire training camp, and it was said that the video had been uploaded on the internal forum. Everyone knew how interesting her singing of Sea Demon was. Several of them crowded around her to make small talk, expressing their goodwill, as if past ostracization of the quiet and low-profile Yi Xingling had never happened. Some of them even asked her for singing tips. She patiently answered each and every question posed to her. During the afternoon break, Tan Ying called her to the office. He frowned the moment he saw her. Yi Xingling, he put his coffee and documents down. Were you out robbing a bank last night? Why do you look so tired? Please don't tell me that you didn't catch a wink because you were excitedly celebrating about getting it through the assessment committee. It would have been fine if he did not say a thing, but he did, thus Xiaoling was now angered. Chairman Tan, she said. If it wasn't thanks to you, why would Boss Li Lei call me at 1 in the morning and cause me to catch a cold and lose my sleep for the rest of the night? What, boss called you so late at night? Tan Ying was very shocked. It just occurred to Xiaoling that she was a little impetuous and could have caused him to misunderstand. She hurried to clarify. He sounded drunk when he called me after seeing the video you sent to him. What did he say? Tan Ying sounded very concerned. Xiaoling frowned. Some drunken gibberish. Tan Ying did not probe further and instead went into deep thought. After a few moments, he said, yesterday, one of boss's men who had been under him for many years betrayed him. He was extremely hurt and in a very bad mood. After all these years, this is the first time he's been so badly betrayed. She was shocked. Was this an explanation to her? But she did not think that Li Lei was all that hurt. If he was, how could he have called her in the middle of the night to tease her, and even induce and tempt her to become his woman? In any case, she did not need Tan Ying to explain things on his behalf. She was nobody to him, and could not even be considered his pillow buddy. In fact, she was considerably distant from him and was neither in a position to comfort him nor to express any opinion. So she said, okay. Tan Ying shook his head. Yi Xingling, you're really cold. She said, when you people decided to sell me away the last time, you weren't just cold, but also heartless. Tan Ying looked at her deeply and did not say another word. Xiaoling was left on her own as she watched him settle his business while drinking coffee. The sunlight was shining abundantly through the window onto his wooden office desk, the documents piled like mountains. She finally decided to get it out of her chest. Chairman Tan, so what exactly did you call me in for? He kept her in suspense for another 10 minutes, before slowly saying, I called you over today to inform you that the company has already decided to let you cut your debut. This news was too sudden, taking Xiaoling by surprise. The words from the previous night were still ringing in her head. Didn't Li Lei just threaten her, saying that she either went to bed with him or pack up and leave? She knitted her brows slightly, asking, does boss know about this? Tan Ying said, boss sent this memo over via his personal assistant this moment, otherwise did you think it'd be passed this quickly? Ski Art Entertainment's process to cutting a debut was a stringent one. They first had to go through several assessments of their style and ability, followed by an investigation of their family background, history of development, and only after clearing those would they be seriously considered for the final decision. If not for the special privilege she got, there was no way one could display their abilities one day and be granted the debut the next. In this case, Xiaoling was even more puzzled. Why did Boss Li change his mind so fast and so kindly give her the go-ahead? Did he get so seriously injured that he had damaged his brain as well? She cautiously asked, did he have any terms and conditions? No, Tan Ying simply slid a document towards her. Sign it. Xiaoling scanned it. It was an official document for a debut, stating the artist's rights and responsibilities, and the terms looked fair and reasonable. She had signed something similar in her previous life over at Imperial Entertainment and did not hesitate much to sign her name. From today on, you're officially Ski Arts artiste. Tan Ying looked at her and added, it all went so smoothly because of boss, you ought to thank him. His boss had never put in so much effort in wooing a girl. In the past it was a simple task, he got anyone he wanted. Yet this time the one he encountered happened to be a rose with thorns, thus Tan Ying decided to lend him a hand. Xiaoling frowned again. She finally understood why Tan Ying had explained Li Lei's drunken stupor, and even said she was cold. As it turned out, he thought that Li Lei and she had an intimate relationship. But, why exactly did Li Lei let her cut her debut so easily? She was still trying to figure it out when Tan Ying went on. As for your manager, the company has already decided for you, it'll be Mai Na. She will come over later and both of you can get to know each other. Mai Na, this name sounded familiar. But she could not recall where she heard it before. Tan Ying said, Sister Mai Na is one of the best agents in Ski Art Entertainment, she's just a little domineering. Even Wei Xiaoyan doesn't dare challenge her. I wish you luck. He looked at her with a hint of sympathy. Xiaoling finally remembered where she heard Mai Na's name from. Back in Li Lei's mountain villa, Wei Xiaoyan had painfully mentioned the woman who coerced him into preparing a tribute song to Xiaoling. A while later, the office door opened and a woman strode in. She looked elegant yet haughty, with a sort of charisma that made her look like a queen from another world. She wore a flattering office outfit, a clean-cut maroon bob, white gold earrings, and a light silk scarf. Besides those, she did not have additional accessories on. With her stilettos clicking, she walked towards Xiaoling and stopped right before her, looking down at her. So it's this little girl. Her voice was cold and piercing, like an impeccable glass of ice-cold liquor. Xiaoling was unhappy. What did she mean by little girl? She wanted to tell Sister Mina that when she died in her previous life she was already 28, and as of now she should be considered a 29-year-old, way past the age of a little girl. What a pity that she could only keep those words to herself. Tan Ying's work expression was plastered with a smile as he politely stood up. Sister Mina, please take a seat. Sister Mina did not sit, and in fact, she did not even turn to look at him. She squinted as she scrutinized Xiaoling. Many years down the road, Xiaoling and Sister Mina spoke of their first meeting. Sister Mina had a cup of tea in her hand as she reminisced. You at that time, you look so scrawny and sickly. Had I not watched the video before meeting you, I wouldn't have believed that it was you who sang, Sea Demon. Xiaoling could not read Sister Mina's mind. Sister Mina sized her up with her exacting standards for a while. Yi Xingling, is that right? So you think you're great being able to release a debut? You don't even cherish yourself at such a young age, just look at your ghostly being, how are you going to make it big? Xiaoling was rendered speechless with all the lecturing. Sister Mina was right, being an artiste depended on individual strength and ability, one had to take good care of themselves and avoid falling sick. But this cold was really an accident, if there was anyone who should be blamed, it would be Boss Li. If he hadn't called her in the middle of the night, she would not have ended up like this. Looking at the situation, Tan Ying stepped forward to intervene, and with much effort, he managed to get Sister Mina to take a seat by the side. She looked like a queen even as she sat on the sofa, going on about the things that new artistes had to take note of, not to entertain the media as they pleased, not to get into relationships as they wished, to respect the company's arrangements for them, to always be mindful of their image, the list goes on. In fact, she did not have to be briefed on all these, Xiaoling knew exactly how to handle them and was all second nature to her. What Xiaoling was bothered about were the miscellaneous things instead. For a new artiste, the installation fee will be a large expenditure. Sister Mina told her, all the clothes that you've been wearing have to be replaced by new ones. You have to up your class. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiaoling's clothes with a look of despise. Xiaoling forced a smile. Her outfit of the day was a season discounted dress, with no brand or model, with an old jacket left behind by the actual Xingling herself. The jacket had been worn and washed for so many years that the color was fading, but she had no choice. Her father, in this life, was a common man. Sister Mina mercilessly reproached her, did you attend your grooming and branding classes in vain? Your outfit is a no-go from head to toe, get changed out of it immediately. I don't have the money, she answered simply. Sister Mina was speechless. It was not uncommon to see those who were not well-to-do, but few and far between spoke of it with such conviction. Sister Mina gave a wry smile. I was not expecting a newbie like you to afford any high-end stuff. This makeover fee will be a temporary loan from the company. When you start undertaking jobs, you can settle the loan slowly. Miss, you got to work a little harder, don't end up not having enough to repay us. How could that be? Xiaoling frowned a little, smirking discreetly. To be fair, she really had not faced such a problem in her previous life. Being with Pei Ziheng already required her to pay attention to her dressing all the time, she only wore high-end apparel brands or custom-made outfits. Even when she became a celebrity there was no need for additional preparation, she just had to get a few sets of gowns for important occasions, and with that, she was already better dressed than most of the other female stars who had put in tons of effort. All the costs were borne by Pei Ziheng with his personal account. As long as she liked something, there was no way she would not get it. She used to take these things for granted. Because he was her father, teacher, and lover, they were so close there was no need to be calculative. In hindsight, however, all she felt now was desolation. Feeling a prick in her heart, Xiaoling forced herself to stop thinking about it. By the side, Sister Mina said, you've got resolve. In that case, you can now choose 2 brands to purchase from with company funds. I have to remind you that even for high-end brands, you have to consider whether it suits you as well. Don't turn yourself into a country bumpkin. Xiaoling nodded in understanding. Being able to afford it did not mean she was definitely getting the good stuff. For public figures like artistes, every outfit would be scrutinized and commented on by the public. If they messed up their image, even being decked in silver and gold would not save them from the low class label that others would have branded on them. But Sister Mina was worrying in vain. When it came to dressing, few could match up to Xiaoling's standards. Back in the days, global fashion leaders often used Xiaoling as their model. Her influence went beyond the common public and was effective even for other influencers as well. Her taste and eye for fashion was an outcome of staying by Pei Ziheng's side. Coming from the Pei aristocracy, Pei Ziheng's eye for fashion was out of the ordinary. He enjoyed picking out clothes for her, and his choice of design was simple and comfortable, yet with an elegant and artistic style to it. He was extremely particular about the texture, and only chose those of superior quality. Xiaoling wore those all the time and not once did she feel that they were inadequate in any way. Until she was reborn as Yi Xingling and began wearing season discounted goods, she really wasn't quite used to this. Her thoughts wandered, and Sister Mina impatiently pressed her. Xiaoling was distracted, thus she blurted out the 2 brands she used to wear often. Sister Mina lost it. Who do you think you are, a diva? Xiaoling, asking for the highest end of all luxury goods, clothes that may not even be obtainable even with all the money we have, do you know how much it exceeds the budget? A newbie who hasn't even done her first publicity shoot actually dares to ask for this. Let me tell you, that's a no. Choose again. Xiaoling went quiet. Was it such a rarity? Why she didn't think so. In her last life, it was just another piece of clothing, the sort that she could leave at the filming set by accident and not return for it. But, seeing Sister Mina's expression, yes, it must be a rarity. She thought for a bit and asked Sister Mina, what is the budget? The moment she uttered them, she thought, forget it, the figures would be meaningless to her anyway. Besides the brands she wore in her previous life, there weren't many others that she knew of. Sister Mina, you can pick out 2 brands for me instead. She gave up on herself. Sister Mina glared at her. You're saving me some trouble here. As fierce as she was in response to Xiaoling, Sister Mina got up and sized her up in great detail. She had a conclusion. You are clean cut and simple, yet you exude an air of coldness and mystery. Lucas's clothes should suit you pretty well, and it's within the budget. That said, she reached into her exquisite handbag for a name card, scribbled an address on its back and handed it to Xiaoling. Take this and look for him. Just tell him that I sent you. Xiaoling took it and thanked her. Sister Mina squinted her eyes teasingly as she looked at her. The 2 brands that you mentioned earlier, your taste is not bad for someone your age. But, are you modeling after Xiaoling? You sang her song, Sea Demon, and is even thinking of wearing the brand she used to. Xiaoling was taken aback, and hurriedly explained. I'm not modeling after her on purpose, but I'm her fan, so I guess I'm somewhat influenced by my idol. She did not like what she was hearing herself say. What was going on now? Not only had she become a knockoff of herself, but she was also even trying to explain how she wasn't trying to copy. Sister Mina sized her up for a bit before smiling. I'm her fan too. Huh, Xiaoling was surprised. Yet Sister Mina did not elaborate further. Instead, she reverted to her strict tone. Yi Xingling, being influenced by her is one thing, deliberately modeling after her is a different thing. You have to remember that however perfect Xiaoling was, you aren't her. You need to have your own style. Xiaoling paused for a while before saying, I know. Just like Sister Mina, she was first a manager, then a fan of Xiaoling. For her, she was first the Yi Xingling of this life. As for the memory of being Xiaoling the diva, it was getting increasingly distant. It was all in the past now. After the meeting with Sister Mina, she held the address and went straight off to settle the clothes. T was a boutique with a small storefront. The inside of the store was quiet and minimalistic. Clothes racks were lined beautifully, made of apparels of original and elegant designs. Xiaoling went through the clothes piece by piece, not particularly fancy any of them. Being pampered by Pei Ziheng in her previous life, she only wore fabrics that were woven with 100% natural material, with not a single strand of synthetic fiber. As for this store, the apparels were unique alright, but the texture was still inferior to what she was used to. Fabrics woven with a mix of both natural and synthetic fibers were adequately comfortable for most people, but for Xiaoling, who was so used to better quality goods, she only made do with it. But she knew that this wasn't the time to be fussy. In any case, these apparels were way better than the discounted pieces she was wearing. Looking through each and every piece, a cream-colored knitted blouse caught her eye and she reached for it. Who knew that at that very moment, another hand reached out diagonally and quickly snatched the piece. Xiaoling turned around and saw an extremely beautiful lady, her makeup meticulously done, even to the tip of her brows. Seeing that Xiaoling was approaching, the lady arrogantly glared at her. What are you staring at? This piece is mine. With that, she tossed the piece to her assistant standing behind her. Take this to the cashier. The assistant nodded subserviently and was about to settle the payment. Hold up. Xiaoling's voice was cold and piercing. Why, do you have something against it? That girl raised her chin and crossed her arms as she glared condescendingly at Xiaoling. I took interest in this piece first. Xiaoling felt that her temper now was already significantly more subdued than in her previous life, but she simply could not take it lying down being taken advantage of this way. The lady was even more haughty now, deliberately sizing her up from head to toe, mocking her shabby-looking discounted outfit. Who are you, somebody who walked into the wrong shop? Do you know how expensive the clothes here are? Can you even afford it? Don't be an embarrassment here if you're just a pauper, really. Xiao Li, why did you let this sort of people in? She had dragged the last sentence and was addressing the cashier. At the counter, a female cashier looked up upon hearing her words. Her eyes landed on Xiaoling immediately, and with one look she could tell that Xiaoling was donning cheap goods. In fact, the grand total of what she had on from head to toe might not even come close to the price of a scarf in the store. Though she did not express it, her disdain towards Xiaoling was growing by the second. What would a pauper like her be doing here? Isn't it just degrading to the store? She had indeed been too careless and preoccupied with the accounts that she was completely unaware such a person had somehow found her way in. She had to chase her out fast. With that thought, Xiao Li smilingly walked towards them. Sister Bayer, don't be angry, the fault is on me for not being attentive. I'll hand you an additional brooch later on by way of apology. The lady who snatched Xiaoling's clothes was Li Bayer. She was a small celebrity and an upper-class member of the store who patronized often and also brought a considerable commission to Xiao Li. After appeasing Li Bayer, she turned towards Xiaoling with her smile still on, but with a hint of reservation and restraint. Miss, is there anything you'd like to purchase? What is your budget? I can recommend you a few suitable pieces. Budget. Xiaoling had no idea about the budget. Sister Mina had only instructed her to pick 4 to 5 pieces as she wished, and then sign the bill under Ski Art Entertainment. Xiaoling had never been sensitive to numbers, and so forgot to ask about the specific amount. Hence, she shook her head. I don't have a budget, I'm looking to buy 4 to 5 pieces for my daily wear. Ha, 4 to 5 pieces. Li Bayer laughed aloud as she had just heard the world's greatest joke. Do you know how much this knitted sweater costs? Let me tell you, it costs thousands. And how about this jacket you're wearing right now? $40, $50. Ha ha. Her assistant couldn't help but laugh as well. Even Xiao Li's grin widened, thinking of how ludicrous this shabby girl must be. She glanced at Xiaoling with a look of despising and pity. Miss, the price of a full set here is in the tens of thousands. What her words really meant to say was, get out if you don't have the money. Xiaoling's brows furrowed, the rage inside her growing like a beast, seeing how stuck up they were. I want that knitted sweater, I saw it first, she said coldly. It's only a few $1,000s. If it wasn't for her current predicament, she wouldn't have worn it in her last life even if it meant getting paid for it. Xiao Li's look hardened. Miss, please don't be unreasonable. Great, so she's being unreasonable now. Xiaoling was so enraged she smirked at Xiao Li. The way you manage to distort facts, just like the way that woman snatched what isn't hers, is utterly shameless. It amazes me how good the both of you are at it. You, Xiao Li and Li Bei'er were both red with anger. Chase her out. Li Bei'er stomped her foot. Or I'm never coming back. Xiao Li got a shock. Li Bei'er was an important regular. If she stopped coming, her sales would suffer greatly, and by then her bonus. Miss, please leave, Xiao Li said to Xiaoling. Are you showing your customer the door? Xiaoling smiled. Even if I do intend to buy the clothes here, you'd still order me to leave. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Xiao Li gave her all to pacify Li Bei'er, removing her mask of hypocrisy and sneering at Xiaoling without reservation. How could a country bumpkin like you be fit to purchase our products? I don't even think you're here to buy anything, you were planning on stealing, you thief. Hurry and get lost, thieves like you disgust me. Miss Li thinks I'm a thief too, asked Xiaoling coldly. Are you not? Seeing that Xiaoling was being trampled on, Li Bei'er grinned in satisfaction. If you're not a thief, what would you be doing here? If you're not leaving, I'll get the security officer here. By then you'd be dragged out. Tisk, how ugly that would be. Good. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoling smiled and left. Xiao Li and Li Bei'er did not expect things to end so simply and were stunned at the moment. Xiaoling placed one hand in her pocket and casually walked towards the door. It had barely been a few steps when someone called out. Miss, please hold on. It was a kind male voice. Xiaoling did not want to give a hoot, but this person's voice was music to her ears, and she stopped unwittingly. She turned around and saw a tall, mixed-race man towering at about 1.9 meters tall. He had a pair of seductive eyes, and when he smiled, a faint dimple showed. Xiaoling tilted her head slightly, her expression a virtual question mark. The man walked towards her. My apologies, my employee was insensible. If she offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. You are, Lucas. So he was Lucas, the person's sister Minot told her to approach. Previously, she was just casually browsing in the store, who knew a conflict would happen before she even had the time to look for